Night fell over a modest rented apartment. Although the city's vibrancy dimmed after sunset, numerous windows still glimmered with light. Within one of these rooms, Su Xing sat before a computer, illuminated by the flickering screen, engrossed in a montage of superhero videos. In a surge of excitement, he leaped to his feet, only to be thwarted by the short length of his headphone cable, compelling him to sit back down. After regaining his composure, Su Xing removed his headphones with a sense of nostalgia. When would he awaken extraordinary powers in reality and become a hero? Yet, he quickly dismissed the thought with a chuckle. After all, he couldn't even avoid working overtime, let alone become a superhero. Stretching his arms, he decided it was best to retire early, as he needed to rise early the next day to seek employment. Just as he was about to shut down his computer, he noticed a new application on his desktop. Marvel Review app? What on earth is this? Another virus? He right-clicked and hovered the cursor over the delete option, pondering the increasingly sophisticated tactics of deception in this day and age. However, gazing at the icon made him hesitate. Even if it were a virus, what harm could it do? Unable to suppress his curiosity, he clicked on IT that very moment. A voice resonated in his mind. Marvel Review System bound by creating videos through this software, the host can instantly earn cash rewards. Rewards are determined by the emotional value generated by the host. The higher the emotional value evoked by the video, the greater the cash rewards. Su Xing froze momentarily, but once he confirmed that the voice was not a figment of his imagination, exhilaration surged within him. Was it truly possible for such a phenomenon to occur in his life? Creating videos to generate emotions and earn money? This was precisely his forte. Opening the app, he stared at the interface, momentarily taken aback. Tony Stark, Wanda, Bruce Wayne, Clark Kent, were each of these usernames reminiscent of Marvel and DC heroes? Did that imply that the videos he created would be viewed by these heroes? Yet, he soon spotted the names of villains like Thanos and Darkseid on the user interface. What? They are here too? After a moment of contemplation, Su Xing pondered what kind of videos could elicit emotional responses. Staring at the names of heroes and villains, he found himself in a quandary. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him. Why not create darker versions of the superheroes? This way, I can evoke emotions from both heroes and villains. With this thought, Su Xing was eager to witness Darkseid's reaction to the Joker's maniacal laughter. I am a genius. Without further ado, he familiarized himself with the submission process and commenced video production. As Su Xing submitted his content, the Marvel and DC universes experienced a significant upheaval. In a location within S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury gathered the original Avengers to discuss their upcoming strategy against Loki. Just as they were about to begin, a luminous screen appeared before them, prompting immediate caution as they readied for combat. What is this? Captain America turned to Thor. Is this another of Loki's tricks? Asgardian magic? Thor shook his head, gripping Mjolnir tightly. No, I have never encountered such magic. Fury aimed his modified weapon at the screen, not bothering to turn. Tony, is this your technology? Tony activated his armor's summoning device on his wrist. Not my doing. Simultaneously, similar occurrences unfolded throughout the Marvel realm. In Kamar Taj, the Ancient One halted her disciples' actions. Master, what is this? Without a response, she closed her eyes, probing the luminous screen. Upon opening them, she found it puzzling. No energy fluctuations were detected. In the Xavier Institute, the X-Men gathered battle-ready. Beast, already transformed, nervously queried Professor X. Professor, what is this power? X opened his eyes, removing his hand from his head, his gaze reflecting confusion. I do not know. Everyone gasped at the professor's response, while he himself was filled with trepidation. Is this your doing, Charles? Meanwhile, Magneto, observing the screen, summoned the surrounding magnetic forces, gritting his teeth in a low growl. Charles, what are you up to? On the top floor of Stark Tower, Loki, preparing to open a portal, raised his staff warily at the sudden appearance of the screen. Is it you, Father? In an instant, a luminous screen manifested before every hero and villain on Earth. And beyond Earth, in the vastness of the universe, Thanos sat upon his throne, unperturbed by the screen's emergence. Although unaware of its purpose, his absolute confidence in his power left him unconcerned instead. He was intrigued, stroking his chin with curiosity. In the DC universe, within the Hall of Justice, The Justice League's heroes stood poised for battle upon witnessing the screen's advent. Superman floated above the ground. Wonder Woman rested her hand on her sword, while the Flash casually remarked, "Anyone know what this is?" The greatest Green Lantern, Hal Jordan, aimed his ring at the screen. "I am familiar with thousands of technologies across the universe." But the Flash interrupted. "Now, that's impressive. Enough." Batman interjected, silencing the banter. "We do not yet know what this is. Remain vigilant." Meanwhile, in Gotham, the appearance of the screen threw Arkham Asylum into chaos. The Penguin, cigar in mouth, declared, "I don't know what this is, but I hope it fetches a good price." Two-Face flipped a coin. "Heads, we are doomed by this screen, so we must escape this prison." "Tails, we are unaffected, yet we must still flee." Awakened by the commotion, Bane opened his bloodshot eyes, filled with rage. Deep within Arkham, bound to a bed, the Joker listened to the chaos and slowly grinned, laughter bubbling forth until it erupted into maniacal cackling. "Ha ha 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 ha." Chapter 2. The Darkened Heroes That Devastate the Universe. In Great Britain, Constantine, puffing on a silk-cut cigarette, gazed at the luminous screen before him, momentarily choking on his breath. "What in the blazes is this?" Chaz, with a look of disdain, rolled down the car window. "Cough outside, don't cough in my car." Constantine spat out the remnants of his cigarette into the street. "Is this some sort of infernal apparition?" Drawing a deep breath, he finished the last remnants of his silk cut, exhaling a dense cloud of smoke before igniting another. "I would almost prefer it were. After all, it's not our first encounter with demons." At that moment, the screen transformed. A headline gradually emerged before the assembled heroes. "In the cosmos, there exists a certain class of individuals. They seek neither wealth nor power. Material desires hold no sway over them. Some revel in watching the world burn, while others, due to a tragedy, a lamentable accident, have traversed from revered heroes to harbingers of cosmic destruction. What follows will depict the deeds of these individuals across the screen. They shall be ranked according to their level of danger. Note, some existences are so perilous that they defy categorization, as the title and a lengthy list appeared on the screen. The heroes and villains before it erupted into chaos. In a nameless alley, drizzled with rain, water washed away the bloodstains on the ground. Punisher placed a cigar between his lips, inhaling deeply as he surveyed the screen's introduction. A perplexing smile etched across his face. Heroes? This smile bore sarcasm, pride, and above all, profound fatigue. Ever since his wife and child were brutally murdered, he had embarked on an irrevocable path. It could be said that the moment Punisher received the news of his family's demise, the erstwhile national hero Frank had perished. What remained was a relentless avenger dispatching criminals to their infernal fates. Stowing away his steaming submachine gun, Punisher flicked his lit cigar, remarking, "You always think I'm too extreme in my actions, but imprisoning these scum only to release them, believing they can change? Humph, life is no child's play." Having just executed a group of societal miscreants, he leaned against the wall, casting a shadowed gaze at the screen, doubt gnawing at him. Could I be among them? Is my path truly flawed? In New York City, the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, suspended atop a skyscraper, stared in astonishment at the screen's revelations. A superhero turned villain? As he read the text, his mind involuntarily conjured images of the symbiote that once possessed him, the mask's eyes narrowing in trepidation. Recalling the horrific transformations inflicted upon him by that extraterrestrial creature, a wave of fear washed over him. Having experienced it firsthand, Peter understood all too well the devastation a fallen hero could wreak. To speak of his own experience, when he was enveloped by venom, he struggled to control his own powers. Imagine a hero capable of delivering punches with the force of several tons, coupled with peak agility and the spider sense. If he were to embrace the darkness, what colossal cost would be required to subdue him? Not to mention the genius intellect concealed beneath the mask. Spider-Man's palms began to perspire involuntarily. He knew that if he succumbed to his dark side, it would not be long before the entire city of New York echoed his name. This was no arrogance, nor mere boasting. It was an undeniable truth. And this was merely the scenario of one hero's fall into darkness. What if the entire Avengers team succumbed to the same fate? Panic welled within Spider-Man as he shook his head, striving to extricate himself from these horrifying thoughts and redirect his gaze to the screen before him. Regardless of its origins, this enigmatic display seemed intent on conveying a message. Perhaps it served as a warning to the world? His once contracted gaze widened, fixated on the screen. desperate not to miss the unfolding revelations. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, a realm of infinite darkness teeming with celestial bodies and drifting meteors, Thanos felt an increasing intrigue toward the screen's content. From revered heroes to harbingers of annihilation, how fascinating, truly fascinating. Loki had already been dispatched to Earth to seize the Tesseract. Meanwhile, his armies filled the universe. As for whether he would appear on that screen, he held no concerns. Did it not state that only villains and world destroyers would be showcased? Which of those descriptors could possibly relate to him? Seated upon his throne, Thanos' eyes glimmered with intensity, his tone dripping with arrogance. Annihilating the universe? When life proliferates unchecked, my intervention becomes necessary. Some deem me evil. How naive they are. A radiant smile crossed Thanos' face. He was eager to witness which entities sought to bring about universal destruction. If they posed a significant threat, he would undoubtedly extinguish them in their infancy. Within LexCorp, a secretary clad in professional attire, her legs adorned with sheer black stockings, strode into a spacious office, her heels clicking rhythmically against the floor. In the office, a solitary man faced away from her. Upon seeing him, the secretary instinctively clutched her report tightly, silently standing at the entrance, not daring to make a sound. Before the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, Luther scrutinized the screen's revelations, his heart racing with excitement. Hearing a noise from behind, he pivoted, a manic grin stretching across his face. The secretary, startled by Luther's sudden movement, blurted out nervously before he could speak. The research report is ready, sir, regarding the screen. Oh dear, let those who study this screen perish. Luther interrupted her, his body trembling with a frenzied energy. As he beheld the impending revelations, the first figure that invaded his mind was the universally revered Superman. He trembled, gesturing towards the screen with both hands, oblivious to the secretary's shocked expression. After all, with her intellect, being conscious bore little difference from being an utter fool. Look at the declaration on this screen. I knew it. That demon from the heavens is bound to orchestrate something catastrophic. Noticing her lack of response, Luther snapped his fingers. Tell me, has the screen appeared elsewhere? The secretary, flustered, replied, Yes, sir. Excellent. Luther gestured expansively, embracing the moment as he faced the screen. After a brief celebration, his voice lowered, taking on a crisp yet raspy tone, reminiscent of a devil-esque whisper. Now, the entire world shall witness your malevolence. You are neither a deity nor anything of significance. Chapter 3. The Nightmare of the Torn Dimensional Wall. The laughing bat within a meticulously organized palace, where vigilant guards soared through the air, the dark sovereign of apocalypse, Darkseid, reclined upon his throne, scrutinizing a screen with unwavering focus. Unlike Lex Luthor's probing inquiries, Darkseid was indifferent to the origins of this device. His curiosity was the sole sentiment it evoked. An entity capable of annihilating the universe? His deep voice reverberated throughout the palace. He. I am most intrigued to discover what manner of being possesses such power. Meanwhile, within the hallowed halls of Xavier's Academy, Professor X was the first to contemplate a particular individual amidst the fervent discussions of his peers. A tragic metamorphosis from hero to a being bent on universal destruction? A bittersweet smile graced his lips as he recalled his longtime friend, who perfectly epitomized this description. Once, two kindred spirits had united with the noble intent of providing sanctuary for all mutants. Yet, after enduring countless trials, their youthful innocence had faded. The depth of their understanding had transformed into deep-seated animosity once their philosophies diverged. As memories flooded back, Professor X's expression turned pensive. Beast, noticing the professor's uncharacteristic demeanor, inquired, Are you all right, Professor? Acknowledging Beast's concern with a gentle pat, Professor X attempted to assuage him, though a bittersweet smile lingered on his face. It's nothing. Merely reflections on the past. Casting his gaze back to the screen, Professor X was acutely aware of Magneto's formidable abilities. The capacity to obliterate the universe was well within his reach, given that magnetism is one of the four fundamental forces of physics. As he continued to observe the screen, the warmth of his smile faded, replaced by an intensity that diverged from his usual affable demeanor. Dear friend, if this screen holds the power to foresee the future, then your abilities will undoubtedly become further entwined with my own. In this game of strategy, I shall anticipate your moves. In the Hall of Justice. The atmosphere grew heavy as the words on the screen were absorbed by the assembly. Corruption? The ever-jovial Kid Flash fell silent, his usual banter replaced by solemnity. Barry shrugged, casting a glance at Superman. This echoes the theories of that bald man. I wonder if he anticipates the universe's demise. Superman, his gaze fixed on the screen, replied, Trust me, Barry. Should I succumb to darkness and wage war upon the world, he would revel in it. I can't fathom how you can jest at a time like this, Wonder Woman, the sole woman present, remarked, massaging her temples. Hey, there's no harm in lightening the mood. After dealing with cosmic calamities for years, humor has been my lifeline. The illustrious Green Lantern, Hal Jordan, raised his hands in agreement with Wonder Woman. Indeed, madam. I wholeheartedly concur. Following his statement, Kid Flash playfully bumped fists with Green Lantern. Observing their antics, Wonder Woman crossed her arms, shaking her head in exasperation. Relax. Things are not as dire as you envision. Turning to Superman, she added, I simply believe that the matter is not so straightforward. I share your sentiment. Yet, if this screen merely signifies that one among us may stray from the righteous path, Superman's gaze shifted towards Batman. I suspect someone has already devised a contingency plan. As Superman's words resonated, all eyes turned to Batman, who, having paused his discussion with Cyborg, met their collective gaze without pretense. Unfazed by their teasing, he acknowledged the gravity of the situation. Indeed, from this perspective, we have little cause for concern. At that moment, such scenarios unfolded repeatedly across the vast expanse of the comic universe. In a dilapidated apartment, Deadpool reveled, clutching a bowl of cereal. Woohoo! This is the kind of show I adore. In a nearby bar, Wolverine scoffed as he nursed his drink. Damn those superheroes. In a private rental, Harley Quinn, fervently recruiting allies to rescue her beloved Pudding, gleamed with excitement. Oh heavens! My Pudding must be misunderstood just as I am. Fear not, in my heart. You shall always be my hero. Observing Harley's infatuated demeanor, a member of the Joker's gang mused on the dismal fate that would befall their leader should he ever get entangled with her. Meanwhile, at a brightly lit window, a familiar laughter echoed, reminiscent of the infamous Joker. As night descended, the towering edifices continued to glimmer. The window, from which the laughter emanated, was unremarkable within the cityscape. Inside, Su Xing gazed at his computer screen, exhilarated. Emotional value 1,000. Emotional value 1,000. Emotional value 2,000. Emotional value. The numbers surged, and a grin threatened to split his face. Though it appeared to be mere emotional value, through the extraction function, it translated into cold, hard cash. Reflecting on his previous job, which earned him a meager 3,000 a month, Su Xing clenched his fist in determination. Wasn't this a far superior means of earning a living? This app was a veritable windfall compared to a job he loathed. Not to mention, the prospect of making money doing what he loved was a rarity for the average individual. Who would have thought that a simple post could yield such emotional value? If he began to tally it up, the emotional value would surely soar. After a moment of elation, Su Xing forced himself to regain composure. He could not afford to squander this golden opportunity. While the initial reactions from the characters might be one of shock, if his opening tally failed to captivate their attention, the ensuing emotional value would undoubtedly diminish. A strong beginning was of utmost importance. With a smile creeping across his face, Su Xing scrutinized the title he had crafted. Relishing the prospect of the unfolding drama, power, status, ability, and intrigue, all aspects that this character could satisfy in abundance. With a decisive click of the mouse, the screens across various dimensions abruptly transformed, displaying bold, ominous text. Warning, warning. The first nightmarish entity is about to arrive. Nightmare name, the Laughing Bat, danger level. Chapter 4, The Arkham Fan Club. Am I battling a corrupted Batman? As the title emerged, it was no surprise to Su Xing that the world of American comics was thrown into tumult. The most intense reaction undoubtedly came from the DC Universe, home to Batman. Within the observatory tower high above the Earth, the Justice League, who had previously been calm, found themselves unable to remain still as they gazed at the screen displaying blood-soaked letters, still dripping with crimson. What the? The Flash exclaimed, springing from his seat, his astonishment palpable even through his mask. Is that you, the Laughing Bat? As the fastest reacting superhero present, Barry appeared outwardly nonchalant about the screen. Yet from the moment the image appeared, his focus was entirely consumed by it. Any hint of discord would have prompted his immediate response. Consequently, he was also the first hero to fully comprehend the content on the screen. Listening to the chilling sound of blood dripping, the Flash took a sharp breath, instinctively covering his head with his hands before turning to Batman, who remained seated. In an instant, Barry's mind raced with confusion. No, this can't be right. How could Batman be corrupted? Isn't his will the strongest? I can't judge based solely on this name. Could it be another hero? Yet, given the condition of world destruction, it seems only he fits the bill. So, does that mean Batman is the one who will destroy the world? The same Batman who just openly admitted to having contingency plans for everyone. With this thought, Barry felt on the verge of collapse. The small flash's singular thought echoed within him as he finished reading the screen. I don't want to see this. However, bolstered by Speed Force, his thought process was racing at breakneck speed. By the time he grasped what he had seen, the content was indelibly etched into his mind, impossible to forget. Startled by the information on the screen, the Flash abruptly halted his Speed Force. With its cessation, the other heroes present noticed the solemn expression on his face. Green Lantern Hal, sitting next to the Flash, was taken aback. What happened to my buddy, who was just joking around a moment ago? Why is he suddenly so serious? Hey pal, what's wrong? Hal asked, concerned, without glancing at the screen, instead placing a comforting hand on Barry's shoulder. Buddy, I'm not okay, Barry admitted, feeling even more vulnerable under Hal's touch. Hal, still oblivious to the screen's content, spoke gently. Don't worry, we're all here. There's nothing we can't handle. I think you're mistaken. Hal, Wonder Woman interjected, her expression grave and her tone somber. What? Hal replied, perplexed by her response. You're joking, right? No, she speaks the truth. There are indeed issues we cannot manage, Cyborg remarked, his half-exposed face revealing a deep sense of resignation. Before Hal could counter Cyborg's statement, Superman sighed, standing up with his red cape billowing behind him. Perhaps you should take a look at the screen, Hal. Hal slowly turned his head, still skeptical. Fine, but I doubt anything on that screen could possibly. However, as Hal's gaze fell upon the display, his pupils dilated in shock. Oh my God, what on earth is this? The wide screen ominously displayed the letters, the Laughing Bat. Superman spoke softly, his expression a complex mix of regret, confusion, and a fleeting hint of panic. He turned to the silent Batman beside him. Buddy, could this be you? With Superman's question, the other heroes also turned their attention to the Dark Knight. Observing the text on the screen, the typically composed Batman remained silent, his hands unconsciously clenching, muscles taut beneath his suit, his eyes beneath the cowl reflecting uncertainty. Destroying the world, me? Although he had prepared a contingency plan for himself, this was different from his other strategies. If he truly intended to betray the world and annihilate everything, the very self who devised this plan would eliminate all threats to him. At that point, how effective would that plan be? After a moment of silence, Batman finally spoke, delivering a chilling response that sent shivers down the spine of every seasoned hero present. I don't know. His voice was clear yet devoid of its usual gravitas, as if all strength had drained from him. Meanwhile, at Arkham Asylum, a sudden flash of lightning tore through the oppressive darkness of the sky. Boom! The ensuing thunder echoed ominously. The once raucous prison fell into an eerie silence. The usual commotion replaced by a heavy stillness under the screen's crimson glow. An oppressive atmosphere enveloped every corner of Arkham Asylum, as if a single misstep could result in horrific consequences. Batman, a voice, uncertain, whispered this name in the quiet corridor. It hung in the air like a ribbon of fear, wrapping itself around those who could hear it. The Penguin, who had been brimming with arrogance moments ago, now wore a mask of terror, his lips trembling uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Two-Face, Harvey Dent, who had been shouting about escaping, lay on the ground, reaching towards the screen with an air of refusal. Bathed in the moonlight streaming through the window, Harvey's two faces were pressed together in a grotesque display. One half bore an expression of fear and desperation, while the other, devoid of skin, resembled a hellish visage, muscles taut, and eyes bulging with terror. In a specially reinforced cell, Bane, bound to a table, his nostrils flared and eyes bloodshot, embodied a beast instinctively reacting to a perceived threat, muscles taut, breathing heavily. In a dimly lit cell filled with a faint, acrid scent, Scarecrow sat rigidly in his chair, fixated on the screen before him. The master of fear, now wide-eyed and gripping his book tightly, was oblivious to the sweat soaking through his palms. A buzzing filled his ears, drowning out all but the sound of his thunderous heartbeat. After what felt like an eternity, he managed to speak, his voice hoarse and cracked. The Laughing Bat at that moment, the two most fearsome entities in existence had intertwined, leaving a profound shock on this psychologist obsessed with terror. Deep within Arkham Asylum, the tension was palpable. A figure was similarly bound to the platform. However, in stark contrast to Bane, This silhouette was exceedingly emaciated. Under the blood-red illumination of the screen, the Joker's pallid visage and green hair became even more pronounced. Gazing at the text upon the screen, the corners of his mouth, once drawn into a laugh, unnaturally stretched once more, the tautness of his face twisted, and the two jagged scars on his cheeks stood out in vivid crimson. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. In the silent confines of Arkham Asylum, only the Joker's maniacal laughter echoed. Boom. A flash of light surged forth, illuminating the asylum. Chapter 5. The Shock of the DC World. Has Batman finally lost his mind? In a dilapidated alley in Great Britain, the streets are teeming with disheveled vagrants clad in tattered garments, their faces adorned with unkempt beards. Deeper within the shadows, intermittent shouts of exasperation can be heard. Damn it, can't you even keep this wretched place in order? Oh, it's easy for you to say. As if I'm not already weary from sending those hellish scoundrels back to their lairs every day. At Constantine's lair, his longtime companion, Chaz, disdainfully rummages through an array of ancient tomes on the shelves. The moment the words appeared on the screen, Constantine, the preeminent demon hunter, immediately insisted on retreating to his base of operations. Within the storeroom of the notorious Constantine lies a treasure trove of bizarre magical tomes and artifacts. As one of the most formidable yet oft-overlooked sorcerers in the DC universe, Constantine's capacity for acceptance far exceeds that of other superheroes. He holds no belief that the screen's appearance is merely a coincidence, and his sole recourse is to ascertain whether it is linked to some form of sorcery. Upon hearing Constantine's words, Chaz, who had been searching the shelves, paused and turned to him. I mean the street we're on. Can you believe we've encountered for muggings since we arrived? I can't fathom why these beasts can roam so brazenly. Listening to his old friend's grievances, Constantine spat out the flashlight he had been chewing on, closed the hefty tome, and turned to face Chaz. I think you ought to lay off the accusations, my friend. Has it really been so long that you've forgotten the words on the screen? Observing Chaz's silence, Constantine exaggeratedly pointed at the screen. The heroes you admire are on the verge of annihilating the world. Constantine pulled a pack of silk-cut cigarettes from his pocket and placed one between his lips. With a flick, the lighter sparked to life. At this moment, my only hope is that this deranged, laughing bat is not the Gotham eccentric. I wager, Chaz, if this cursed shard of glass speaks the truth, we are all facing impending doom. As he listened to Constantine's dismal remarks, Chaz furrowed his brow. As Constantine's close friend, he was all too aware of his arrogance. Constantine, a con man who deceives both heaven and hell, even disregarding the lords of hell, had never been one to utter such bleak sentiments lightly. If he were to say something so dire, it must indeed be of unimaginable severity. Yet, despite these thoughts, as Constantine's mischievous companion, Chaz retorted, I say, Constantine, it can't be as dire as you claim. You're one who commands the denizens of the underworld. Are you truly afraid of a flying bat? Leaning against the cabinet with his left leg propped against the wooden surface, Constantine pinched the cigarette with his right hand, exhaling a plume of smoke. You are mistaken, my old friend. Constantine shook his head subtly. This is no ordinary bat. This is a bat with a dark heart, one that prowls the night to punish criminals. Listening to Constantine's jibe at the Dark Knight, Chaz couldn't help but retort, like you, sinister? To Chaz's surprise, the typically sharp-tongued Constantine fell silent this time. After a few moments, as ash fell from the cigarette under the dim light, Constantine cast a weary glance at Chaz, a rare expression for someone who usually dismissed all matters lightly. Before Chaz could express his surprise, Constantine redirected his gaze. You fail to grasp the gravity of the situation, Chaz. We're not discussing Superman, the Flash, or that peculiar creature covered in green who wears a wedding ring. Constantine's gaze bore into Chaz as he articulated each word carefully. This is Batman. If he so wished, he could dominate the universe, should he abandon his noble compassion. Honestly, under Chaz's astonished gaze, Constantine's attention shifted back to the thick tome before him, his pupils dilated. If he truly falls from grace, I'm not confident I could rectify the situation. The crimson glow diminished the slender cigarette, and by the time Constantine realized, it was nearly extinguished. Damn it! This smoke is burning faster than ever. Meanwhile, similar scenes unfolded across the DC Earth. As the credits rolled, the name of the Laughing Bat spread rapidly across the globe. Whether heroes or villains, regardless of their Gotham affiliation or even their species, all sentient beings felt a wave of unease upon encountering this name. This shared anxiety was rooted in a common cause, The word bat too easily conjured images of that midnight shadow. The maniac who emerges from the cold night to shatter the bones of criminals, Batman. No one wished to contemplate the horrors that might ensue should this madman fall from grace. However, outside the DC universe, in the Marvel realm, the scene was entirely different. At S.H.I.E.L.D.S. Triskelion headquarters, the heroes regarded the newly displayed information on the screen with grave expressions. After a collective minute of contemplation, Iron Man initiated the discussion. All right, everyone present. Do you have any experience dealing with oversized bats? If his threat is significant, I suggest we conclude this meeting immediately so I can enhance our current firepower and avoid a repeat of the Godzilla debacle. Wait, Hawkeye interjected, raising a hand to signal a pause. What is the matter? Looking at the perplexed Tony, Hawkeye rubbed his forehead. I'm thinking, based on the information we have. Isn't this referring to a wayward hero? Since he is a hero, Hawkeye scanned the room before fixing his gaze on the astonished Tony, his tone tinged with resignation. I would assume he is at least human. You're right. I was thinking the same. Captain America shrugged, endorsing Hawkeye's perspective. The rest of the group nodded in agreement. I concur. So do I. Why would you even consider him a monster? Listening to the collective dissent, Tony raised his right hand. I object. As he interrupted the barrage of criticism, Tony faced the group. We cannot be confined by our limited thinking. The screen indicates universal annihilation. Why do you believe Earth's technology could bring about such destruction? Under the puzzled gazes of his peers, Tony pointed at Thor. You must remember, had it not been for this alluring god, we might never have confirmed that the fellow wielding the scepter and aiming to conquer the Earth was the mythological Loki. Caught off guard, Thor was momentarily speechless. Amidst the scrutiny of his comrades, he waved at them, flashing a radiant smile. Chapter 6, Professor X. Batman must surely be a mutant. Observing Thor's foolish demeanor, the others could hardly bear to look any longer. Very well, even if what you say is true, what does this colossal bat look like in your imagination? Black Widow, not wishing to elaborate further, leaned on her hand and posed the question to Tony. Upon hearing Black Widow's inquiry, Tony became animated. I believe he is at least a shapeshifter, akin to the Hulk, a regular person with possibly a high IQ. However, once provoked, he transforms into an enormous bat, roaming about in search of blood. At this point, Tony abruptly halted and turned to the silently listening Dr. Banner. I'm not insinuating anything, brother. It's fine. I know. Meanwhile, the meeting's host, Nick Fury, exhaled a sigh, summarizing as the founder of the Avengers. All right, everyone. I will make every effort to deploy personnel to investigate whether such a hero exists. The remaining resources must still focus on Loki. At that moment, Thor, who had been laughing like a fool, interjected. Wait a moment, I have a question. He placed his hammer on the conference table, spreading his hands. I don't understand. If he is a normal person, what name would he go by? Perhaps Batman? Do you Earthlings have such peculiar naming conventions? Listening to Thor's inquiry, the earthly heroes were momentarily rendered speechless. Thor chuckled, his internal sarcasm surging. I mean, look at you, buddy. What is your name? Iron Man. Seriously? Thor pointed at Tony, who was eager to retort but struggled to find a counterpoint. Observing the silence, Thor grew even more animated. I wonder if there are any Spider-Men or Octopus-Men on this Earth. What else is left? Surely there isn't a Hammerman? Thor, reveling in his jest, laughed like a child. Stung by the ridicule of his taste, Tony could no longer contain himself. So what? This hammer, which theoretically only you could lift, was just resting on the table. Does that mean your character and divine power are comparable to that of this table? Thor's expression darkened instantly, watching the two bicker. Captain America, despite having taken the super serum, felt a twinge of fatigue. It was not physical exhaustion, but a profound weariness of the heart. Meanwhile, at the Mutant Academy, the X-Men were engaged in fervent discussion, gazing at the crimson subtitles flashing on the screen. Professor, do you think this superhero is related to mutants? Beast was the first to pose the question among the attendees. After all, this screen manifested before us, seemingly to warn us. Professor X lightly tapped his temple with his fingers, his gaze fixed intently on the screen. Upon hearing Beast's query, the professor gently shook his head. We cannot ascertain that yet. However, we can take solace in the fact that it is at least unrelated to Magneto. Should we assign personnel to investigate any related mutants? Cyclops, wearing his specialized visor, also turned to the professor. Hearing Cyclops' suggestion, Professor X closed his eyes, his mind embroiled in conflict. Beast's point was not without merit. Since the screen appeared in the academy and was visible to all, it surely held significance. Although this reasoning felt tenuous, what if this superhero truly belonged to this world and was indeed a mutant? While Professor X advocated for cooperation with humanity to achieve a win-win situation, his commitment to this path was not born of weakness or the belief that mutants lacked the strength to contend with humans. On the contrary, he was acutely aware of mutants' power. Even disregarding others, he and Magneto alone were formidable enough to challenge humanity, to say nothing of the even more extraordinary beings among mutants. Professor X opened his eyes, the glaring red text on the screen stirring unease within him. Since the screen's inception, the gathered individuals had been unable to influence it in any way. The existence referred to as the Laughing Bat, capable of emitting such warnings, likely surpassed their wildest imaginations. Stealing a glance at Jean Grey, who appeared somewhat fearful, Professor X reflected on the presence of a mutant capable of world destruction by his side. Thankfully, she had remained at the academy and her powers were under control. If another were to emerge, if this bat truly related to mutants, then necessary measures must be taken. Go ahead, and remember, try to avoid using force. Acknowledging the Professor S response, Cyclops nodded. Understood. Professor X placed his hand upon his smooth head, anxiety gnawing at him. Such a mutant must not fall into Magneto's hands. Meanwhile, in Magneto's domain, the mutants gathered here were markedly more exhilarated than those at Professor X's academy. Most of those following Magneto harbored extreme hatred towards humanity. Even those without such sentiments tended to hold radical views. They dismissed the notion of societal stability, believing that chaos was preferable. Consequently, many of them overlooked the perilous concept of universal destruction. After all, in their minds, their own lives were inconsequential. As long as humanity perished, it would be worthwhile. Listening to the raucous chatter of his subordinates, Magneto, along with his formidable allies, felt a surge of excitement. Is this our opportunity? As his underlings spoke, Magneto smirked mysteriously. Perhaps. In stark contrast to Professor X's hesitance and concerns, Magneto promptly issued commands. Send someone to locate similar beings. We must ensure he does not fall under the mind control of that fool Charles. By the way, once you find the relevant individuals, do not act independently. Inform me at the earliest opportunity. Having given his orders, Magneto redirected his gaze to the screen. Unlike the hypocritical Professor X, who, despite the dire state of mutant-human relations, insisted on standing on a moral high ground, striving to collaborate with humanity, Magneto believed that the lives of innocent people mattered. But so did the suffering endured by oppressed mutants. Regardless of whether this hero was a mutant, he would certainly investigate. This bat might have been deeply wounded by humanity, leading him to seek the destruction of the world. If that were the case, Magneto could not afford to remain passive. Chapter 7. An intimate, immersive experience as the world of American comics descended into chaos over the moniker of the Joker. A man in a certain dimension was reveling in delight. Observing the steadily rising emotional value, Su Xing felt an exhilarating thrill. Indeed, one could hardly deny that while DC had faltered in recent years, its ability to stir excitement remained unparalleled. A single title could evoke such a tremendous reaction. Just imagine if they released actual content. Wouldn't the emotional value skyrocket? Just as Su Xing was about to hit send, a small window popped up on the screen. You have features that are yet to be unlocked. Are you sure you want to publish? Features? He clicked the mouse, and a series of functionalities illuminated his eyes in the blue glow of the computer. Immersive experience, bullet screen unlock feature, video call functionality. The dazzling array of features narrowed Su Xing's pupils, igniting his enthusiasm even further. As a loyal user of the platform, he was acutely aware of the immense power these features held. The presence or absence of a bullet screen could entirely transform the viewing experience. Su Xing understood that these features would undoubtedly elicit even more emotional value. Contemplating the functions that required emotional value for redemption, he hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and redeemed the most basic immersive experience feature. With unwavering focus, he resolved to make the purchase. You can't catch a wolf without first letting go of the child. The reason he opted for the immersive experience was not for any grand reason. It simply was the only option his current emotional value allowed. Taking a deep breath, he steeled himself and purchased the feature. Upon Su Xing's acquisition of the feature, the screen of the comic world underwent a dramatic transformation. The characters found themselves momentarily blinded, suddenly transported into a space shrouded in darkness. Above them, The dark golden text shifted once more. To enhance the audience's experience, an immersive experience will commence at the start of the recap. Please do not worry. This space is entirely isolated from the outside world. Viewers can fully immerse themselves in the terror of these nightmares. Kind reminder, the displayed visuals will not have any substantive impact on the audience, so feel free to watch. Within the Avengers, glancing at the sardonic subtitles overhead, the newly formed team felt an overwhelming sense of foreboding. Thor hefted his hammer and turned in a circle. Ah, this gives me a nostalgic feeling of returning to Asgard. The others paused in surprise. Asgard? Could this be Loki's doing? Wait, are you suggesting this is the magic of Asgard? Before Captain America and the others could voice their concerns, Bruce Banner, dressed in civilian attire, could not suppress his curiosity. Upon hearing that it might be related to some form of magic, the shock hit the scientifically inclined Banner and Tony Stark the hardest. Compared to Tony, the Hulk, Banner appeared more anxious. His ability to transform into the Hulk was the most unstable among the group. If this truly was magic, who knew what effects it might have on him? Perhaps in the next moment, they could use magic to unleash the Hulk within him. Observing Banner's anxious demeanor, Thor shrugged, appearing unfazed. Of course, magic is the very foundation of existence in Asgard. With that, Thor glanced at the subtitles, a smile gracing his face, entirely devoid of tension. This reminds me of the times I played with my brother in our youth. Though back then, he wasn't quite so rebellious. Upon hearing Thor's words, Captain America furrowed his brow. Are you suggesting this is Loki's doing? As Captain America posed the question, the eyes of the other heroes turned toward Thor, clearly eager to learn more. If Loki were indeed behind this, it would signify that the invasion from the outside had escalated to a new level. Unaware of any issues with his statement, Thor remained nonchalant, his gaze still fixed on the screen. No, I would wager this isn't Loki's handiwork. The others exchanged puzzled glances. Excuse me, did I miss something? Tony interjected. Did you not just say this reminded you of your adopted brother? Thor erupted into laughter, confidently asserting. Based on my understanding of Loki, he typically prefers to engage in close combat with his enemies. He often found himself unable to stand after our childhood tussles. Observing Thor's radiant smile, the others felt their earlier concerns dissipate. So, you used to thrash your brother as a child? No wonder he has always sought to usurp your throne. The ever-suspicious Tony began to ponder whether Loki's motives for invading Earth were not solely about seizing the Tesseract but perhaps stemmed from personal vendetta. Before Tony could elaborate further, the entire scene shifted dramatically. The dark golden text in the sky began to rearrange itself, floating and aligning according to a pattern, producing a series of muted sounds. Scene transition, current scene, dark multiverse, Earth 22. After showcasing these details, the dark golden text gradually faded away, ultimately disappearing into the void. The Avengers, including Nick Fury, had yet to prepare themselves mentally when the previously pitch-black environment began to transform. Fragments started to rise from the ground where the heroes stood. What on earth is this? Tony exclaimed, nearly losing his balance as he stumbled over the emerging land. With that cry, the land materialized at an accelerating pace, coalescing at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. The once dark sky brightened once more, revealing a blood-red expanse, where the dark golden text re-emerged. Scene transition complete. The changes ceased, yet the Avengers felt no relief. The reason was simple. Although the scene was no longer wholly dark, the visibility of shattered, pale skulls under the crimson sunlight signaled a far graver situation. Surveying the desolate and dilapidated landscape, the inexperienced heroes felt a chill run down their spines. Tony was suddenly overtaken by nausea. As a newly minted Iron Man, he had never encountered such brutality. The most gruesome scene he had experienced was a small-scale conflict during his abduction by terrorists. The magnitude of humanity's slaughter left him in shock. The stench of blood pervaded the air, assaulting his senses. Overwhelmed by the nauseating scent, Tony, untrained for such horrors, sank to his knees, retching. The other heroes, having endured arduous battles, had witnessed their share of carnage and were somewhat better equipped to handle the situation, though not by much. Feeling the parched, eerie, black-red soil beneath his feet, Captain America tightened his grip on his shield, gritting his teeth. He had seen scenes like this before. Comrades and foes alike falling one after another, vibrant lives extinguished in mere seconds. If on the battlefield, remnants of life could still be glimpsed, now on this earth, not even a whisper of life could be felt. Captain America lifted his gaze toward where the text had vanished, his heart heavier than ever. Joker. What manner of being is he? At that moment, Black Widow's trembling voice broke through the silence. Captain. Clutching her weapon tightly, Black Widow's body trembled involuntarily. What are those? Prompted by Black Widow's indication, Captain America followed her gaze. Against the backdrop of a deep crimson border, a multitude of shadowy buildings loomed ominously over the earth, exuding an inexplicable eeriness. As several slender figures emerged, the captain involuntarily clenched his fists, his fingers turning pale. They appeared to be children. Chapter 8. The ruined Gotham in the realm of the Justice League. A starkly different atmosphere enveloped the scene. On the desolate ground, the world's mightiest superheroes stood motionless, their expressions betraying only the slightest hint of reaction to the sudden change in their surroundings. The only thing that stirred their interest was the unexpected manner in which the screen had seamlessly drawn all present heroes into this scenario. Heavens! The air here is positively foul, Green Lantern Hal Jordan remarked, waving his hand before his nose in distaste. Despite the gruesome spectacle that could unsettle both heroes and villains alike, the assembled heroes remained largely silent, with only Hal expressing his aversion. They took a moment to survey their surroundings. Superman descended slowly, his crimson cape billowing behind him. As he landed, the eyes of the other heroes turned toward him, for he possessed the most formidable observational skills among them. Aware of the unspoken inquiries in his comrades' gazes, the seasoned warrior understood precisely what they wished to know. With a silent sigh, Superman met Batman's gaze with his piercing blue eyes. The hearts of the heroes already had their answer upon witnessing Superman's action. Addressing the silently turning Batman, the kind-hearted farm boy Superman reluctantly revealed the truth. This city is Gotham. Upon hearing Superman's revelation, Batman, who still harbored a flicker of irrational hope, slightly inclined his head and gazed ahead toward the towering cityscape. Dark blue lightning cleaved through the somber sky, crashing violently to the ground. Not far from the city, several roaring tornadoes twisted and writhed toward the heavens. Yet, amid such a calamitous natural environment, Gotham remained eerily silent, devoid of any cries for help. In the shadow of this devastated city, the typically stoic Batman appeared even more isolated and desolate. Lacking the extraordinary powers possessed by his fellow heroes, he struggled to discern the true nature of Gotham's transformation. However, he was not foolish. From the moment the scene shifted, he recognized the city's name, Gotham, the very place where he was born, lost his beloved, and sacrificed everything had now become a wasteland. And all of this was wrought by his own hand. Batman clenched his fists tightly, a strange sensation surging within him. The unfolding events felt akin to a grand jest orchestrated by the Joker. In the wake of Superman's announcement, the remaining heroes struggled to come to terms with the reality before them. Gotham, a city that had witnessed countless monumental events, lay utterly devastated. While the city's unrefined culture had at times irked the other heroes, it was still a city's fate at stake. According to the ominous screen, the Laughing Bet had not merely destroyed a city, but had obliterated the entire universe. This implication suggested that the very city they endeavored to protect had perished alongside Gotham. The weight of this realization was particularly burdensome, considering that it was Batman who had instigated this calamity. A dark multiverse? Superman pondered. What had transpired here? While scientific discourse had explored the concept of a multiverse, the prefix dark perplexed him. The Flash, with intellect rivaling that of Superman, chimed in. Does the term dark carry some profound significance? Is it a matter of material composition, magical elements, or perhaps? I believe the term serves to convey just how twisted this universe has become. Green Lantern Hal Jordan shrugged, every fiber of his being repulsed by this realm. All right, folks. I think rather than delving into what this dark multiverse entails, we ought to focus on the matters at hand. Wonder Woman interrupted Superman and the Flash's contemplation, striding toward Batman, who stared out over Gotham. Sensing her approach, Batman turned his head slightly. The other heroes shifted their gazes toward her. With a furrowed brow and concern etched across her features, Wonder Woman voiced the question that had long plagued her mind. What has caused you to become this way in this world? Upon hearing Diana's inquiry, the hero's doubts and curiosities surged forth. Indeed, what experiences had this version of Batman endured to transform into one who seeks to annihilate the world? It was well known that Batman's indomitable willpower was legendary. He had performed miraculous feats through sheer determination. Not to mention, the myriad of deranged villains in Gotham, each more twisted than the last. It was a testament to his resilience that, despite enduring such torment, he had not succumbed to madness and had managed to subdue them. The second pressing question arose. Why would you wish to destroy the universe? The genuine confusion expressed by Green Lantern mirrored the sentiments of the other heroes. Just how dark must this multiverse be to drive Batman to contemplate universal destruction? After all, Batman was fundamentally a terrestrial hero, a mere man. While the notion of annihilating Earth might be comprehensible, what concern did the universe have in this matter? The beings of the cosmos bore no connection to Batman whatsoever. Amidst the rising questions from his allies, Batman opened his mouth, but the words eluded him. Why did he desire to obliterate the universe? He was not the madman. How could he possibly grasp the answer to that query? Just as the heroes stood in a frozen impasse, an unexpected disturbance erupted. Guys, what is that? In the silence, it was the quick-witted Flash who broke the stillness, pointing toward figures emerging from the city's periphery. Upon hearing the Flash's alert, Superman ascended into the air, employing his supervision to investigate the situation. As he pierced through the layers of crimson mist, the truth of what lay beyond became horrifyingly clear. The visage of those entities sent a chill through Superman, their existence defying all that should be. Chapter 9. Jason. Batman is just as deranged as the Joker. On the bleak and blood-soaked ground, two figures are desperately fleeing, as if trying to escape something sinister. As they run, several shadows pursue them with alarming speed. Crack! A sharp sound of breaking echoes beneath Constantine's feet. Damn it! Caught off guard. The hapless Constantine curses before he even falls. Sensing the commotion behind him, Chaz halts abruptly and turns back, only to see the usually suave Constantine now sprawled on the ground like a hapless victim of street thugs, lacking all dignity. Witnessing his friend in such a pitiful state, Chaz silently curses and without hesitation rushes toward this hapless fighter with a combat prowess of merely 5. As Constantine, having had an intimate encounter with the ground, struggles to rise, he expels a mixture of blood, unknown hair, and various filth. Even he finds it hard to bear. Staggering to his feet, he glances back, and the sight nearly sends his soul fleeing. Not far behind, several small figures with red and yellow hues approach rapidly. From a distance, they appear to be human children. Yet, strangely, these once adorable beings, whom he could easily bully, now sprint toward him with astonishing speed, like rabid dogs. Due to his fall, one of the pursuers has nearly caught up with him. What the hell? What kind of place is this? Just moments ago, in Great Britain, the clueless Constantine and his dear friend were toiling away in the lab, and now they find themselves in this bizarre realm. Having dealt with hell countless times, Constantine is utterly bewildered by his friend's question. What is this place? How the hell should I know? From the fading sign in the sky, it is clear this is Earth number 22. But from Constantine's first-person perspective, it is undeniably a veritable hell on Earth. Feeling the cruel atmosphere in the air, nearly thick enough to solidify, both men nearly retch. Fortunately, after years of mutual deception with demons, they can somewhat tolerate such a scene. Yet before they can catch their breath, numerous small figures come rushing from a dilapidated city in the distance. Upon spotting them, the figures squeal in delight, as if they've discovered something amusing, and come sprinting towards the duo. Although the screen clearly indicates these beings pose no threat, Constantine couldn't care less. Do you believe it? If it's gone, it's painless, but if I'm gone, it's for real. With a hint of PTSD from his dealings with hell, Constantine takes off running. Damn it, you inconsiderate beast, you could have at least warned me before you ran. Now you want me to come back and save you. As Constantine accelerates, the two figures quickly draw closer together. However, when he sees Chaz running towards him, Constantine feels no joy. Chaz, behind you. What? In Constantine's line of sight, several of the same figures are charging toward Chaz from behind. This is clearly a dead end. Startled, Chaz picks up a skull from the ground and shouts angrily, "Get away from me, you beasts." At this moment, Constantine has reached Chaz's side. Forget it. This is futile. Seeing Constantine collapsed on the ground fills Chaz with rage and defiance. Useless. Can't you recite some spell? Why can't you even utter the names of these demons now? Gasping for breath on the ground, Constantine hears his old friend's concerned inquiry and manages a self-deprecating smile. Demons? This cannot possibly be demons. The screen states clearly that this is Earth number 22 of the Laughing Bat. If this is truly Gotham's Bat, then he has a theory about these approaching figures. As the shadowy figures draw nearer, Constantine retrieves a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. Can't call them. They're ISNTA demon I, Constantine, can't name. Listen closely, Chaz. The names of these demons are, as the distant figures draw closer, the thick mist of blood can no longer obscure their forms. Yellow capes flutter, and red spandex clings tightly to their small frames. Black masks cover their eyes, revealing bloodshot, strangely swollen orbs. On their faces, pale as corpses, is an exaggerated smile that sends shivers down one's spine. Constantine manages a wry smile. Who else could follow behind the bat but these naive children? Just a group of innocent orphans. Amidst the faint mist, a tall, imposing man stands. He is clad in a specially tailored combat suit, draped in a black jacket, making him starkly visible in this desolate world. Yet, the most striking feature is his attention-grabbing red hood. In the outside world, such a peculiar color combination would seem utterly bizarre, but in this world, where the laughing bat has slaughtered every living soul, Jason's red hood appears eerily fitting. Creak. As he watches the robin-clad figures, shrieking like deranged lunatics, the second Robin, Jason, removes his helmet. The foul air rushes into Jason's nostrils, but the putrid stench, which could overwhelm even the most vile of villains, elicits no reaction from him. Ha 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 ha! Hearing the chilling, manic laughter of the Robin before him, Jason's composure begins to fray. The red and yellow Robin uniform, the Joker's iconic grin, these two elements, capable of breaking Jason's resolve on their own, now combine to form his waking nightmare. On high alert, surrounded by the leaping, laughter-filled figures, Jason instinctively draws his sidearm. Memories of his traumatic past flood back, his youthful impulsiveness, the Joker's madness, and the unending, inhumane torment. Battling the Joker, entangled in his schemes, he was kidnapped and threatened. This should have been just one of many harrowing moments in a hero's journey against crime, even seeming somewhat ordinary. But fate is cruel. During this particular mission, young Jason fell into the Joker's trap. This time Batman did not arrive in time. By the time Batman burst through the window to find the Joker's hideout, the second Robin had already been brutally slain by the Joker's crowbar. What followed became one of countless fragmented memories. After a series of events, Jason returned, no longer as the second Robin, but as the ruthless Red Hood, unafraid to take innocent lives. The once heroic Batman, whom Jason had idolized in his youth, had completely let him down. Are you watching? The bat. Jason's teeth chattered from the bites. This is the consequence of playing games with those wretched beasts. Surrounded by countless Robins, Jason fought back tears, tilting his head back and closing his eyes. What should I call you? Father? After enduring so much, can everything truly return to how it once was? He opened his eyes to behold the bizarrely laughing Robins, nearly gasping for breath from their maniacal guffaws. A resolution had solidified in Jason's heart. His gloved fingers twitched, and the safety of his firearm was finally disengaged, aimed at the monstrosities before him. Everything is irrevocable. I should no longer refer to you as father. You are unworthy of that title, and I am unworthy of being your son. Bang, bang, bang. Blood splattered, adding yet another inconspicuous stain to the already blood-soaked dark brown earth. Chapter 10. Encounter with the bat. At the center of this unfolding drama, the Justice League's heroes found themselves in a starkly contrasting scene. Amidst the howling sands, the laughter of the Robins echoed incessantly around the heroes, who showed no inclination to advance. The heroes remained motionless, standing in silence, not merely due to the assurances displayed on the screen, but rather because these bizarre and frenzied creations posed no tangible threat to any hero present. Not to mention, beings of extraordinary might like the Flash and Superman could easily dispatch any adversaries. Even the typically less formidable Batman could vanquish these small monsters in mere moments. Yet, confronted by this menacing horde, none of the assembled heroes chose to take action. The raucous laughter of the Robins filled the air, their faces adorned with an unsettling drool, prompting the heroes to silently avert their gazes, save for one. The League members found themselves at a loss for words as they beheld the dark silhouette before them. The juxtaposition of the Robin's garb and the Joker's manic laughter represented a perilous combination. Most poignantly, it was children who had fallen prey to this malevolence. The inherently benevolent heroes could scarcely confront this grim reality. Ironically, these abominations were birthed from Batman himself, his anguish intricately woven into the fabric of reality. Superman, with his innate kindness, extended a hand in an attempt to console his old comrade, Batman. Ultimately, however, he withdrew, unsure of what to say in the face of such a harsh truth. As Batman observed this nightmare, he merely shifted his stance slightly. Noticing this movement, the others cast worried glances in his direction. Even the typically jovial Kid Flash and Green Lantern fell into a profound silence, feeling the weight of Batman's gaze, which reflected the loss of his parents and the heartache of a child lost. Even the indomitable Superman struggled to maintain his composure. Clark Kent, the Kansas farm boy, yawned to speak, but before he could find his voice, Bruce Wayne, the Batman, interjected. "Tell me, have I been wrong all along?" This confession startled the others, not merely due to Batman's uncharacteristically trembling tone, but also because of the profound implications embedded in his words. If I had eliminated that madman sooner, might all of this have been averted? Batman trembled uncontrollably as the emotional weight bore down upon him. The moment he laid eyes on the Robins, the world's greatest detective grasped the source of this chaos, the Joker's handiwork. The grotesque smile was all too apparent. The bat of laughter. Batman could not fathom why this moniker had become a nightmare in the cosmos, yet he recognized it as an inescapable torment of his own making. As Batman's words hung in the air, the assembled heroes found themselves at a loss for a response. They wished to refute his claims, yet the stark reality surrounding them rendered all arguments feeble. After a brief silence, it was the astute Flash who broke the stillness. "Hold on, buddy. This may not be your fault. We cannot dismiss the influence of external forces. I believe this peculiar screen might elucidate everything." Encouraged by the Flash's rationale, Batman managed to regain a semblance of control. However, before any further dialogue could unfold, a sudden transformation occurred. Several Robins collapsed to the ground, their faces flushed, frothing at the mouth, struggling to breathe. Yet, even in their distress, their faces maintained that grotesque smile. The heroes swiftly shifted their attention to the fallen Robins. Before they could fully react, a pungent scent of blood permeated the air, accompanied by an unsettling chill that gripped their hearts, a sensation akin to being watched by something sinister. It was as if, upon hearing a knock at the door, one peered through the peephole only to find a small child, head bowed, pleading for assistance. Yet, upon opening the door, the child revealed a face of an adult, gazing intently with a twisted grin of malice. This uncanny feeling was so intense that even the most seasoned heroes felt momentarily paralyzed. The sound of chains rattled as several Robins, tethered like hounds, crawled towards the heroes, their chains dragging behind them, leading to a haze of blood. Laughter erupted from the blood-soaked mist, grating, hollow echoes that pierced the air. A figure emerged from the swirling crimson fog, prompting the heroes to instinctively summon their inner strength, instinctively bracing themselves. Only Batman remained motionless, fixated on the gaunt figure. As the blood mist receded, the sound of chains scraping against the ground revealed the bat of laughter in full view. Upon recognizing the figure, every hero tensed. Muscles coiled in anticipation. This was a Joker-fied version of Batman. The once formidable physique had withered, resembling the pale figure of the Joker. One half of his face contorted into a horrific grin, while his hands, stained with dried blood, gripped the heavy chains tightly. His eyes were obscured by a spiked mask, surveying the scene with malevolence. In that moment, despite their preparedness, the heroes felt an unsettling sensation crawling upon their skin. In the name of the Green Lantern, this was unequivocally a creature that should not exist in this world. Chapter 11. Never have I encountered such absurd superheroes. Madness and terror, grinning malevolence. All of this instilled a profound sense of dread in anyone acquainted with Batman. Yet, within the Marvel Universe, an entirely different scene unfolded. Amidst the swirling sands, the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, confronted by the incessant laughter of Batman, was engulfed in an overwhelming sense of resistance. His mask, with its typically diminutive eye holes, was now stretched to its limits, nearly occupying half of his face. With wide, round eyes akin to those of a startled deer, Spider-Man, in sheer despair, clutched his head with both hands. "Who understands the plight of my family in New York?" he lamented. "I merely adorned the visage of James with a smile using my webbing atop the Daily Bugle building, only to be thrust into this screen, bombarded with incomprehensible dialogue. Before I could seek assistance from the Avengers, I was ensnared within this grand spectacle, surrounded by the raucous laughter of Robins and the maniacal Batman. The naive young Spider-Man found himself on the brink of a breakdown. The chaos began the moment he was absorbed by the screen, his hands never leaving his head. Peter Parker, the Spider-Man, covered his ears, battling against this nightmare, as his inner critic raged within him. What in the world was going on? What was this absurd bat-eared ensemble atop that individual's head? Was he attempting to cosplay as Batman? Is it truly the case that one can adopt an animal as a symbol in this day and age? While he too donned the guise of a spider, he had not outfitted himself with 8 additional spider legs on his back. There was no comparison, was there? And then there was the child beside him, unmistakably underage. Spider-Man Peter could hardly endure this. Surely, this was a dream, right? With screens and fallen heroes, he should be peacefully slumbering in Aunt May's home. Contemplating this, a semblance of logic began to coalesce in Peter's mind. He promptly slapped himself across the face. Ouch. The sharp sting brought a realization. This was no dream. Could it be? With eyes shut tightly, he resolved to ignore the cackling Batman before him, forcing himself to regain composure. Such a vividly realistic illusion was not without precedent in his experience. Reflecting on the rogues he had encountered, one figure immediately emerged in his thoughts. Keeping his eyes closed, he whispered, Mysterio. This must be the work of Mysterio. The Sinister Six must be scheming once more. With this conclusion, Spider-Man gradually steadied himself, reopening his eyes, only to be met with the sight of the blood-smeared, cackling Batman. The mental fortress he had just erected crumbled in an instant. His once wide eyes narrowed into slits. Goodness. Even acknowledging that this is Mysterio's doing, this scene is utterly horrifying. Is this fiend truly sane enough to conjure such an illusion? Overwhelmed by the grotesque tableau, the young Spider-Man shut his eyes once more, reassured by his spider sense that his life was not in jeopardy. At this moment, all he longed for was the swift conclusion of this farce, so he could extend a cordial greeting to Mysterio. Meanwhile, amidst the commotion of the earth below, a soul-wrenching scream echoed through the space. Ah, get these things away from me. Away. Mysterio, the object of Spider-Man's concern, knelt on the ground, utterly distraught. Curse it. You coward, stand up. Dr. Octopus's countenance darkened as he beheld the quaking form of Mysterio. Several mechanical tentacles anchored to the ground supported him as he surveyed the unfolding chaos, listening to the manic laughter of the surrounding Robins and witnessing the cold-blooded, sinister figure of the cackling Batman approach. The ever-composed Dr. Octopus felt his sanity fraying. Beside him, the other members of the Sinister Six emitted a cacophony of distress. As the situation spiraled out of control, Dr. Octopus shut his eyes, reflecting on the recent events. In an effort to counter the red menace plaguing the city, he had assembled a coalition. Each of the 6 members had suffered at the hands of Spider-Man, united by a common goal. Dr. Octopus had orchestrated the formation of the Sinister Six, though it was no small feat to unite such disparate villains. The astute Dr. Octopus had maintained a firm grip on the proceedings. Just as he began to devise a plan to eliminate Spider-Man and summon the others to coordinate their actions, calamity struck. As a screen materialized before them, the entire scenario began to unravel. Initially, when brief text appeared on the screen, the other members of the Sinister Six managed to retain their composure. Yet, inexplicably, the screen expanded, engulfing all 6 of them. What followed was a bizarre series of events: a blood-soaked earth, a maniacal child, and finally, the cackling Batman. The emotions of the other 5 members shifted from bravado to silence, then to a cringing fear, culminating in utter despair. The once vociferous Mysterio, who had derided fallen heroes as mere trash and a negligible threat, now knelt, pleading for mercy. What is this? They had never encountered such a scene while battling Spider-Man in New York. In comparison to this lunatic, Spider-Man suddenly seemed affable and approachable. Heaven knows how desperately they wished to return to New York. Spider-Man, where are you? Aren't you the so-called friendly neighborhood hero? Please save us. Goodness, can you not contain yourselves? As the cackling Batman drew ever closer, Dr. Octopus, unable to withstand the mounting panic of his companions, shouted at the crumbling members around him. This is merely a self-proclaimed hero gone mad. Is this what you call a hero? Before Dr. Octopus could finish, Vulture interrupted, his mechanical feathers bristling in terror. Look around you, you arrogant fool. Would a hero threaten the entire population of the Earth? And what of these children? As Vulture's anxiety escalated, his mechanical wings shot up. No, I can't take this anymore. I must leave. With Vulture leading the charge, the other members succumbed to panic. Electro cranked his power to the maximum. Wahoo! Ha! Blue sparks erupted, ensnaring Vulture's wings, rendering them inoperative. Curse it! What is wrong with you? Vulture shrieked, clutching his face in fury as he directed his ire at Electro. Dr. Octopus, too, felt the surge of electricity, causing several of his mechanical tentacles to momentarily falter. Fortunately, these several tentacles were directly connected to the doctor's spine, preventing him from collapsing to the ground like a helpless invalid. Foolishness. Before Dr. Octopus could unleash his ire, the remaining 2 began to vie for attention with their antics. Chapter 12. Is this the nightmare that destroys the universe? Hunter Clavin exerted force in his legs and leaped, attempting to break free from the encirclement. The final member of the 6-man group, the Sandman, transformed completely. dissolving into a fine cloud of sand that drifted away. Wait. As the Sandman vanished, Hunter Claven, suspended in midair, suddenly inhaled a mouthful of sand, leading to a violent coughing fit. Cough, 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 struggling to breathe. Hunter Claven plummeted from the sky, landing squarely on the rematerialized Sandman. Amidst the chaos, Dr. Octopus, barely maintaining his composure, surveyed the scene. He spotted the mysterious figure pleading on the ground, the incapacitated vulture lying before the still discharging Electro, and the Sandman. Encircled by the Robins along with Hunter Claven, Dr. Octopus's face fell into despair. Spider-Man, I wish to avoid further conflict. Please, take me away swiftly on the hellish Earth, 22 of the Dark Multiverse. The planet's master was surveying his territory alongside his pet. If there were anything more perplexing than this scene, it would undoubtedly be the towering alien with purple skin. As he observed the approaching maniacal figure of Laughing Bat, Thanos' expression darkened. Though the Earthling before him appeared utterly deranged, why did he sense an unprecedented threat emanating from this lunatic? Unlike the other villains, Thanos maintained a remarkable calm amidst the chaos. A significant part of this composure stemmed from a detail many overlooked. Thanos was not an Earthling. To the superheroes of Earth, Thanos was undoubtedly an evil entity bent on annihilating all life in the universe. Yet, from Thanos' perspective, the heroes were merely countless beings striving to thwart him. After years of battle and bloodshed, had he not annihilated numerous planets and so-called heroes? Through the storms of time, he had encountered every bizarre phenomenon, and they all ultimately fell beneath his feet. To say nothing of raw combat prowess, the imposing Laughing Bat stood before Thanos as nothing more than a frail figure, barely reaching his shoulder, appearing as though a mere slap could end him. Nevertheless, despite his overwhelming advantage, Thanos remained vigilant in the face of Laughing Bat. Unless this madman possessed some extraordinary ability, his sole means of cosmic destruction would hinge upon cunning and subterfuge. As the cosmic sovereign pondered, he scrutinized the motionless Laughing Bat before him, rife with skepticism. Intelligence? Could this drooling lunatic truly wield intellect sufficient to obliterate the entire universe? Thanos sighed and clasped his hands behind his back, a flicker of disappointment crossing his watchful gaze. He had anticipated that this enigmatic screen would provide him with some amusement. Truth be told, being thrust into this scene had indeed sparked a glimmer of excitement within him. But now, it appeared that the being designated as a harbinger of cosmic destruction was merely this. Amidst Thanos' growing ennui, the entire scene underwent a violent transformation. Everything around him was deconstructed, and darkness enveloped once more. Thanos' demeanor settled into complete tranquility. Was that it? Yet, suddenly, the dim setting was disrupted by several lines of bold text. As the dark golden letters filled his vision, Thanos' curiosity was reignited, a profound dread seeping into his very being. He chuckled darkly. Now, this is more like it. As Laughing Bat made his full entrance, revealed before all the characters of the comic universe, regardless of their reactions, time itself appeared to freeze in that moment. Then, everything collapsed into darkness once again. Before any character could react, lines of text materialized in the sky. Earth, 22 of the Dark Multiverse, distinct from other normal universes as the Crucible of Worlds. All universes here are unblended by the Supreme Being. Essentially, from the very beginning, this world is doomed to destruction here. The darkest possibilities of the narrative are commonplace amidst these fragmented tales. The most terrifying possibility was born. What would it be like when the greatest superhero in the world abandons all human morality? Upon hearing this, the multitude of spectators drawn into this world erupted in chaos. What is the world forge? If the purpose of these worlds is to be destroyed, why were they created in the first place? Most critically, this drooling madman's true identity is, astonishingly, the greatest superhero in the world. This revelation ignited a frenzy among the comic characters before the screen. It is worth noting that among the myriad worlds, characters of extraordinary power like Thanos and Darkseid were not uncommon. Besides those villains who forsook moral sentiment in their pursuit of power, there existed no shortage of formidable superheroes across various realms. In an instant, tumult erupted across all dimensions. In the pitch-black world, upon seeing the name displayed on the screen, a radiant light erupted from a man. His black cape billowed without wind, and his yellow bodysuit clung tightly to his muscular physique. This man was none other than the Marvel equivalent of Superman, Sentry. Brilliant light flashed from Sentry's eyes, piercing through the dark golden text in the air. Yet this did not hinder the subtitles from rolling on. Sentry soared into the air, his face aflame with fury. Since acquiring his powers, he had never endured such humiliation. Deep down, Sentry never considered himself the greatest hero on Earth. His abilities, derived from experimental serum, rendered him a being of dubious origin. Underneath the brilliant cape lay the shameful backstory of a destitute addict seeking drugs in a lab, only to inadvertently gain powers. Yet, it was precisely this guilt that drove Sentry to hold himself and others to exceptionally high standards. In his view, with great power comes great responsibility. If a hero lacked the sense of duty commensurate with their abilities, they did not deserve the adulation of the masses. To Sentry, the notion of Laughing Bat, who sought to annihilate the universe and harm innocent children, was the epitome of villainy. Such a being could never be worthy of the title of the greatest hero. Energy surged once again throughout Sentry's body, and a chilling rage erupted from his eyes. If you dare show yourself before me, within seconds, I shall paint the earth with your blood. As his power peaked, the once dark world began to radiate light anew. Yet, to Sentry's astonishment, the text that had been pierced by his gaze remained completely unaffected, continuing its relentless display. Chapter 13. The hilarious highlights of madness in a world shrouded in darkness. Golden-hued letters flickered, casting the silhouette of a giant. The greatest superhero? Darkseid, reading the text, was filled with contempt. Was it merely that drooling fool? From the moment of his inception, Darkseid had been destined to trample all life in the universe beneath his feet. It was clear that a grand battle with the heroes was inevitable. Yet, to this cosmic overlord, all heroes were nothing more than inconspicuous ants by the roadside. Suddenly, red light flared in Darkseid's eyes. His encounter with the Laughing Bat had instilled a deep-seated rejection of the creature's existence. Such a being, if given the chance to engage him in combat, would not even warrant the use of his Omega beams. Such trash was unworthy. Raising his gaze to the text in the sky, impatience welled up within him. If the figures depicted on this screen were merely such, then it was hardly worth his time. He had far more pressing matters to attend to. Should this screen aspire to document a true harbinger of terror, he would not hesitate to emerge and demonstrate the essence of genuine fear to this lifeless universe. He would show the cosmos what true horror entailed. As for the individual dubbed the greatest superhero, a flicker of intrigue crossed Darkseid's visage. He would ultimately use this hero's corpse to underscore his grand achievements. The dark red Omega beams erupted from his eyes. Unable to contain himself, Darkseid yearned to utilize the Omega beams to escape this world enshrouded in layers of concealment. However, a surge of pain compelled him to halt this endeavor. Closing his eyes, crimson blood oozed forth. Enduring the agonizing torment, Darkseid opened his eyes in fury. Nothing had ever confined him. He would ensure that the entity behind the screen paid the appropriate price. In an expanse of boundless darkness, a resonant thud enveloped the world. Namor thrust his trident into the ground, unleashing a torrent of oceanic energy that spread like ripples in a pond. At this moment, the king of Atlantis, wielding his trident, was consumed by wrath. The greatest superhero? Such foolish land-dweller could ever aspire to this title. Darkness and coldness pervaded. The incessantly laughing madman indeed instilled a sense of dread within him. Yet, to this noble underwater monarch, such feelings were relegated to mere disgust. As Namor swung his trident, his anger continued to accumulate. Just moments ago, the display on the screen had rendered him momentarily rigid. Had that cackling lunatic made a move, he might have found himself embroiled in a fierce struggle. Humph! Namor scoffed, gritting his teeth. These detestable land scum resort to such foul and despicable tactics. Were it not for his subjects, he would have slaughtered them all long ago. As he spoke, Namor's simmering hatred surged once more. Over the years, land-dwellers had dumped refuse and sewage into the sea, delivering a devastating blow to the Atlantis people who depended on the ocean for survival. Coupled with the shock of being startled by the Laughing Bat's grotesque appearance, Namor's contempt for this screen intensified. As the king of Atlantis, how could he possibly be frightened by such a thing? Feeling power coursing through his body once more, Namor's confidence swelled. With the trident, imbued with the might of the sea, he aimed it at the dimming text in the sky. Release me. Let us engage in a fair contest. In the darkened realm, a flash of light illuminated the scene. Shazam! The frail youth Billy, struck by an inexplicable bolt of lightning, transformed into a towering figure of muscularity. Standing at nearly 6 feet 3 inches, as he felt newfound strength surging within him, Billy, or rather, Shazam, was filled with astonishment and disbelief. Wasn't this world supposed to suppress power? Why had it lifted now? Recalling his arrival to this so-called Earth 22, a wave of apprehension washed over Shazam. Upon entering this realm, his powers had inexplicably been drained, leaving him to confront the laughing bat in the guise of a mere child. Had it not been for Billy's experiences as a child, witnessing numerous significant events, he might have succumbed to despair at the sight of those robins alone. Such bizarre and terrifying scenarios would likely overwhelm even the most mature adult. Reflecting on the strange and horrifying scenes, Billy, now Shazam, found himself musing once more. Had that figure been Batman, the Dark Knight of Gotham? How had he descended into such madness? The more Shazam pondered, the more disquieted he became, a sense of innate pride surging within him. If this universe mirrored the real world, what of himself? As the guardian of this realm, could a deranged Batman truly bring about his downfall? As this possibility crossed his mind, Shazam's sense of unease deepened. In the darkness, the dark golden letters continued to hang faintly in the sky. Gazing at those golden traces, his disdain intensified. The greatest superhero? Friend, I do not concern myself with your penchant for donning a bat suit and playing house with criminals. But should you seek to annihilate the world, Shazam's power surged forth, an explosion of lightning illuminating the darkness. He stepped forward, the thunderous cadence of his steps resonating throughout the space. Observing the fading letters in the sky, Shazam bent his legs and launched himself toward the text above. Do not ask. Just know that the wisdom locked behind closed doors has granted me the use of my superpowers. Yet, before Shazam could unleash a punch, the existing text vanished completely. Striking nothing but air, he was propelled into a somersault by the force of his own momentum, regaining his senses amidst the pitch-black void. A surge of agitation once again enveloped him. Damn it! I have no time to watch a madman frolic about. In the empty space, his furious shout reverberated. Just after Shazam had uttered those words, a brilliant light suddenly reappeared in the previously desolate darkness. Boom, boom, boom. To Shazam's astonishment, massive lines of text materialized in the sky. The official countdown begins. Next, we shall enumerate the highlights of this most blasphemous entity. Stay tuned. Countdown. 5 seconds. 5. Chapter 14. The frivolous audience amidst the golden glow. A bald man gazed at the enormous characters in the sky, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. The countdown has officially commenced. Luthor's lips parted slightly, his complexion paling. Could it be that the earlier display was not even the pinnacle of that enigmatic creature's capabilities? As he reflected on the harrowing experiences he had just endured, he instinctively moved his stiffened muscles, feeling the clamminess that clung to him. He realized that his suit and shirt were drenched in cold sweat, gripping his discomfort. The world's most intelligent man subconsciously replayed the recent events in his mind, the stench of decay emanating from the barren earth, the emptiness, and the terrifying creatures that lurked within this infernal realm. There were also those blasphemous abominations that dared to challenge the very moral fabric of humanity. Alongside a monster whose mere glance instilled a paralyzing dread, he loosened his tie, allowing himself a moment to breathe. With a heart that felt as though it had plummeted into an abyss, Luthor was unprepared, much like many intellectual characters, when he first laid eyes on the Joker. He was certain that if this were not merely an illusion conjured by the screen, but a genuine entity, he would have long since met his demise. Or worse, he would have fallen into the clutches of this devil, who bore a resemblance to Batman yet operated with the twisted logic of the Joker. A serene death would be the best outcome. Once he regained his composure, he scrutinized the dwindling numbers above him. This exceptionally intelligent villain began to devise a psychological defense. Contemplating his precarious situation, as flashes of memories surged forth, thoughts of the children ignited a flicker of rage in Luthor's eyes. As Superman's arch-nemesis and a globally recognized villain, his motivations were as pure as the benevolent hero's. In truth, Luthor's singular aim had always been to eradicate Superman and oppose him. He had never trusted nor dared to place humanity's safety in the hands of an extraterrestrial being. Yet, fundamentally, he merely wished for Superman's disappearance, a desire rooted in his love for humanity and concern for the world. Consequently, his moral standards were far superior to those of the majority of villains. The thought of abducting children to indoctrinate them into merciless beings was something he could never fathom doing. The fusion of the Joker and Batman? Luthor placed a hand on his chin, his mind racing. In less than a second of contemplation, he arrived at a conclusion he was reluctant to admit. This truly was an unimaginable nightmare. Despite Luthor's arrogance, the reality was stark. Both Batman and that illogical madman possessed intellects that rivaled his own. In a twisted turn of fate, if they were to confront one another, he would likely find himself at a severe disadvantage. After arriving at this disconcerting conclusion, Luther's thoughts shifted to the crux of the matter. Disregarding whether Batman represented the greatest threat to humanity, he focused on a pressing question. If this calamity were indeed to unfold in the main universe, how could one thwart this Joker? With this thought, a peculiar curiosity stirred within him. If he were to combat this entity, the first step would be to discern the extent of its powers. How had this being, capable of universal destruction, achieved its nefarious goals? As these thoughts coalesced, his gaze returned to the countdown. A morbid curiosity crept into his expression. He truly wished to witness how this unfolded. The words hung in the air, while the luminous characters in the sky continued to morph. The clock struck 3. As the chimes resonated, the Avengers, bathed in golden light, were expressions of profound dismay. Gritting their teeth, a silent consensus emerged among them. Though no words were exchanged, each bore a shared sentiment. The grotesque sights they had just witnessed were not even the apex of that madman's depravity. What unspeakable horrors had he perpetrated? In the midst of this silence, Thor was the first to break the stillness. Thunderous lightning swirled around the future king of Asgard. If I were to confront that monster in reality, I swear by Asgard, even at the cost of my own life, I would slay this abomination. His booming voice roused the silent assembly. Captain America's gaze was resolutely fierce, his fury rivaling that of Thor's. In fact, among them, Steve Rogers harbored the deepest loathing for the Joker. What had he just witnessed? A multitude of lives had been extinguished. How many innocent families and souls had perished at this monster's hands? And the children? The memory of the manic grins on the faces of the Robins tightened Captain America's grip on his shield, his knuckles turning white, almost wishing to crush it. Even though this was not his universe, he would spare no effort in bringing this scoundrel to justice. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, Bruce Banner's eyes glimmered with a rare fury. For the first time in many years, he felt an unprecedented rage. Had he not known this was but an illusion, the Hulk would have undoubtedly been unleashed. Breathing heavily, his mind was in disarray. The remaining members of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury, Black Widow, and Hawkeye, shared the same sentiment of wrath. As native Earthlings untainted by various enhancements, their love for this world surpassed what ordinary individuals could comprehend. Clutching their weapons tightly, they were acutely aware of the grim realities they had faced over the years. Corruption and invasion had forced them into morally ambiguous actions. They were not superheroes, lacking the ability to transcend the heavens and earth. All they could do was their utmost in a world rife with limitations. In stark contrast to Captain America, who was hampered even after receiving the serum, the trio possessed a clearer understanding of the harshness of reality. Yet, precisely for this reason, their fervor for justice and the world burned even brighter. In their eyes flickered the most intense hatred. The loss of life? From the moment they took on this role, they had ceased to value their own existence. As for Iron Man, Tony Stark, the future savior of the world, lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Besides the overwhelming hatred, an unsettling disquiet gnawed at his spirit. Since his abduction by the 10 Rings in the cave, his sense of insecurity had only intensified. His armor was inadequate, his energy source was weak, and even the arc reactor that sustained his life had only recently been salvaged from his father's notes. Recalling the recent harrowing scene, despair washed over him once more. He yearned to resist, but the question remained, what could he possibly do? At this moment, similar doubts haunted the minds of all present. They were not naive children. Through their experiences, the heroes understood the Joker's terrifying nature far better than ordinary individuals. That primal fear of life was unmistakable. Amidst such a complex and contradictory sentiment, the chimes ceased their tolling. As the echoes faded away, regardless of the audience's thoughts across the dimensions, change had already begun. This once terrifying entity, which had brought devastation to the entirety of the DC multiverse, was now poised to unleash a hearty laugh. Chapter 15, The Tale of the Laughing Bat. Scene transition. The once radiant, gold-lit pure white room is once again enveloped in darkness. The boundless void instills a sense of unease in all the spectators drawn into its depths. Suddenly, the lights illuminate. A gray iron table abruptly materializes in the scene, as if it had always been present. What is most peculiar is the deck of cards resting upon it. The box containing the cards bears no markings, and the cards are laid out in a manner reminiscent of a game of solitaire. Creak. A disconcerting sound echoes. A languid figure emerges from the shadows, pulling out a chair. The laughing bat sits before the table, in the dim light. His chilling smile flickers in and out of view. He appears at ease, akin to a stand-up comedian, as he draws a card from the table. Then, facing the audience, he begins to narrate in a voice that is almost unbearable. I know you are afraid. No need to feign. I am aware of your trembling. You may wonder why I have brought you here, suspecting it cannot bode well. However, he chuckles softly, his low tone laced with an unsettling provocation. Your assumptions are indeed correct. The yellowed cards in his hands flip continuously. Did you truly believe you understood each card? You see, whenever you anticipate the direction of the tale, a thrill surges through you. Take a closer look. The laughing bat ceases to toy with the cards in his grasp. The yellowed card is placed upon the table, clearly visible to every audience member. This card bears no number, only an illustration. It tells the story of an outsider who can perceive the goodness within us all. Above the illustration, a Superman clad in blue raises a torch high, his posture proud and unwavering. It is a tale of our collective struggle for justice. The Superman's card is soon obscured. Wonder Woman stretches forth, embracing the world like Jesus. Or perhaps, it is the story of how we triumph over our darkest moments. A bizarre image of Batman, hanging a bat, overlays the previous card. At this juncture, the laughing bat abruptly shifts his demeanor, leaning back. The final card is lifted. Yet this story belongs to none of the aforementioned, while there may be similarities. Each card has been placed in an incorrect position. Each card occupies a space that does not belong to it. And the arrival of this particular card alters the significance of the entire hand. The scene abruptly shifts. Only a colossal card remains, casting its reflection before the audience. A jester with a similarly grinning face leans on a cane, supporting himself. Behind him, a crowd kneels, all bearing the same smile. The card expands rapidly, and with it, the nauseating voice of the laughing bat resonates. From that moment onward, everything becomes inscrutable. The scene cuts off here. All returns to the encompassing darkness. Within the shadows, Spider-Man, Peter Parker, is in a state of panic. The recent encounter was unlike any fleeting glimpse before. Standing before the table, the young hero has finally beheld the visage of the laughing bat in its entirety. Touching his sweat-soaked suit, Spider-Man is engulfed in a whirlwind of anxiety. Unlike other heroes, his spider sense alerted him to an unprecedented terror at the very instant the countdown concluded. It felt as though every cell in his body was vehemently resisting an unknown fate. Huff! Beneath the mask, Parker gasps for air. Even though he remained motionless moments prior, the tension had drained his energy significantly. He now resembles a wretched soul on the brink of drowning or teetering precariously on the edge of a skyscraper. Although no tangible danger has yet befallen him. The moment one realizes what has just transpired, a deluge of cold sweat erupts in a sudden surge. Spider-Man finds himself in such a predicament. Gradually regaining his composure from the initial shock, he begins to process his thoughts once more. The words of the laughing bat resurface in his mind. Similar stories? The young hero, still shaken, now feels a flicker of curiosity amid the terror. Could it be that the universe we inhabit is not singular? Do parallel universes exist, each with their own tales and heroes? Questions flood his mind, each more pressing than the last. Were the cards he held earlier the heroes of that world? Could the final card represent? As this thought dawns on him, Spider-Man halts his fervent muttering. He recalls vividly the last two cards, a black bat-eared creature and a man adorned with the same grin. Along with the narrator, the laughing bat. There appears to be a connection among these three figures, as if he embodies the essence of both. Reflecting on the opening words of the screen, and others. Due to a tragedy, a lamentable accident, transitioned from revered heroes to the architects of cosmic ruin. This implies that this individual is also a fallen superhero. The notion solidifies, igniting a sense of curiosity within Spider-Man. Such a superhero, though devoid of any information within his own world, suddenly inspires a thought. What trials have this bat-like figure and the heroes represented by the previous cards endured? How did he arrive at his current state? All of these ponderings swirl within Spider-Man's consciousness, binding him tightly within the depths of utter darkness. Chapter 16, The Annihilation of the Justice League. On the side of the Avengers, as the illusion faded, the gathered heroes displayed a myriad of expressions. The surge of hatred within, coupled with the comfort of camaraderie and the previous revelations from the Laughing Bat, did not diminish their fighting spirit. The tales recounted by the Laughing Bat sparked a fervent discussion among the heroes. Iron Man, Tony Stark, folded his arms and fell into deep contemplation. A bold hypothesis surfaced in his mind. Banner, what are your thoughts? He inquired of Dr. Banner, who was also deep in thought. As the two individuals with the highest intellect present, they often shared an unusual understanding. I believe this may hint at the multiverse, Banner suggested. Tony nodded in agreement. His suspicions aligned with Banner's. Could the Laughing Bat represent a fallen superhero from another realm? The Dark Multiverse, Earth 22. Anxious, Tony compelled himself to think further. He then posed a question to the deity Thor present. Is Asgard the only existence? Thor furrowed his brow, failing to grasp Tony's meaning. As Odin's son, he had little exposure to the so-called technology. A rephrased question regarding magic might have elicited a response from him. No, I do not comprehend your specific inquiry. However, from the perspective of the world tree, it is clear that there is more than one world. Meanwhile, as Tony and Banner continued their discourse, Captain America's views were far more pragmatic. He turned to Nick Fury, his expression grave. You saw the characters on those cards. Does S-H-I-E-L-D possess any related files? In response to Captain America's inquiry, Nick Fury shook his head, sincerity etched on his face. No, S-H-I-E-L-D monitors all unstable elements. Yet these heroes depicted on the cards have never been encountered. Captain America slightly turned his head, pondering. Fury had no reason to deceive him on this matter. If S-H-I-E-L-D was unaware, it implied that these figures truly did not exist in this world. Simultaneously, driven by various motivations, whether to eradicate this nightmare in its infancy or out of sheer curiosity, Captain Steve Rogers recognized his urgent need for an answer, an elucidation of this monster's identity. In stark contrast, within the Justice League, the atmosphere plunged back into darkness. Even the battle-hardened superheroes reacted with intense emotions, stemming from a debate regarding a long-held principle in their hearts. Should they impose the death penalty on those criminals? Did the offenders truly possess a chance of redemption? As the parties involved, they understood well that the actions of the Laughing Bat mirrored those of the Joker confined within Arkham Asylum. During this brief respite, at one point, all heroes but Batman cast their gazes upon Gotham's Dark Knight, only to silently withdraw moments later. Was it the Joker? This unspoken query lingered in the air. With all heroes enveloped in silence, none daring to voice their thoughts, including Batman. What could they possibly say about it? Should they truly shatter the principle they had upheld for so many years? Yet the dilemma remained. If they executed the criminals, who would oversee them? It was crucial to acknowledge that even Batman, regarded as the embodiment of unwavering will, could succumb to such actions. The remaining heroes doubted their ability to restrain themselves. But if they refrained from taking action, what would the criminals do? Would they not continue to endanger society? Faced with this insurmountable conundrum, none of the heroes could provide an answer. The extraordinary minds of Superman and the Flash proved futile against this quandary, for the question was deceptively simple. Yet, it is precisely such simpler questions that often elude resolution. Amidst the silence, Batman raised his head. Perhaps, if we had taken all necessary precautions, we could have prevented this. Upon hearing Batman's words, the other heroes turned their attention toward him. He spoke slowly, as if seeking to elucidate for the others, or perhaps to find solace for himself. This was merely an accident, was it not? If we had been adequately prepared, perhaps. Before he could finish, a cataclysmic change ensued. The darkness dissipated once more, revealing a scene that plunged the hearts of all League heroes into terror. In the vast expanse of the universe, above Earth, the Watchtower began to materialize. As it took shape, a voice emerged, recounting, "In recent days, I have pondered extensively. The past me. Just moments ago, I traversed our Alliance's trophy storage. I must admit, the spoils we have amassed over the years astound me. I cannot help but reminisce about how natural it felt to preserve them." As the imagery crystallized, the gruesome tableau within the Watchtower came into view. This place, typically regarded as the safest haven, was now drenched in crimson. Intestines smeared against the walls, shattered skulls lay crushed upon the glass. The fastest man alive, the Flash, lay rigid, contorted by the grotesque limbs of bizarre heroes. The Martian Manhunter was severed in half, his body appearing as if it had been savagely torn apart. His head, with exploded eyeballs, hung grotesquely above, his form twisted into a gnarled tree of green fluid, mouth agape in a horrific grimace. The valiant Wonder Woman lay on the ground, blood spilling from her mouth, her eyes rolled back, desperately clutching the lasso of truth. Beside her, a bloodied ribcage lay strewn. A fallen comrade's head rolled before her. A grim sight. Beyond the Watchtower, amidst the depths of space, a green figure floated. Green Lantern Hal Jordan, face contorted in agony, clutched his throat, struggling for breath, his face betraying a desperate fight for air. Meanwhile, within the watchtower, a red footprint marked the ground. The virtually omnipotent Superman now resembled a feeble elder, laboriously propping himself up. His hands grazed the floor, dragging his weight along. At this moment, the voice took on a bizarre tone. You once fervently urged me to destroy them, yet I managed to persuade you otherwise. And then I came to understand. My dearest comrade, my finest ally, I discerned how they were manipulated. I have become adept at wielding a doomsday machine capable of obliterating a continent in an instant. And there are many more. Oh, you cannot fathom how marvelous they are. Their existence once plagued my nights, rendering me restless. I could not comprehend why they were secure, impervious to the whims of others, could I? But now I understand. The answer is quite simple. The hatch opened, revealing a figure clad in black armor. The not yet severely emaciated Joker emerged with a joyful smile. He laughed extravagantly, as if he had just shared a remarkably amusing joke. For I intend to make use of them. Chapter 17. On the brink of becoming an unjust super before them, the Justice League, once filled with hope, now found their spirits plummeting to despair. The lifeless body of the Flash lay grotesquely twisted, transformed into a monstrosity by his own powers. The Martian Manhunter, now a horrific figure, and Wonder Woman, crumpled on the ground in agony, painted a grim picture. Outside the window, Green Lantern struggled desperately, gasping for breath in a harrowing state of limbo, while countless other fallen heroes adorned the watchtower, victims of an incomprehensible tragedy. Confronted with this horrifying scene, the League stood speechless, shock etched across their faces. The variety of their fates was as diverse as their powers, yet all bore expressions of profound terror, a stark contrast to their usual indifference to death. This palpable dread was clearly the work of the Jokerized Batman, who leaned against the doorway, cackling with malicious delight. A chilling atmosphere enveloped the room, akin to the uncanny valley effect, the familiar now distorted into a grotesque parody, transforming their heroic nightmares into a haunting reality. In the wake of this disquieting revelation, as they cast furtive glances toward Batman, fear glimmered in their eyes. The echoes of the Joker's words reverberated ominously within the watchtower. I want to use them. You have no idea how efficient it is to kill with these. His taunts, reminiscent of infernal whispers, constructed a bridge of distrust among the heroes. Did such thoughts truly dwell within Batman's heart? If so, had they been discussing strategies with a butcher? Despite recognizing this as a mere ghastly twist of fate, a fleeting specter of fear lingered in their hearts. They were acutely aware that the entire watchtower had been built at Batman's behest, and moments ago, they had been ensconced within its confines. The thought that Batman could strike when they were most vulnerable sent shivers down their spines, yet reality refused to bend to their anxieties. The scene continued to unfold like a hellish tapestry. Within the blood-soaked watchtower, Superman, his expression shattered and eyes bloodshot, trudged forward with great difficulty. His voice, hoarse and imbued with genuine sorrow, echoed with the anguish of witnessing a once dear friend in such a wretched state, mingled with intense fury over his actions. Alongside these emotions, regret for failing to protect others surged within him, culminating in anguished cries. Why? Why did you do this? Why kill so many comrades who fought alongside you? In response to his heart-wrenching lament, the Jokerized Batman merely offered a sardonic jest, a tragicomic performance for an audience of none. Because I can no longer endure. He slapped his thigh in exasperation, his frustration palpable, though the corners of his mouth betrayed a twisted glee. You have no idea how many ways I could kill you. Yet I can only use one. The audience remained silent, yet the performer reveled in his own absurdity, observing the pitiable state of his former ally, who once shared noble aspirations. Superman, now utterly broken, clenched his jaw and declared, "People will see your true self. They will retaliate." The Joker interrupted, dismissing his words. They had better resist. Otherwise, what meaning does all this hold? The hatch swung open, revealing two trembling figures, fear etched upon their faces. Oh, Clark, what has he done to you? It was Lois and their child, their presence sending a jolt through Superman's heart. Despite knowing this was an illusion, he felt a tightening in his chest. He stepped forward, his immense power reverberating through the watchtower, yet the illusion remained impervious to his might. The sight of his wife and child shattered his final defenses. He yearned to avert this tragedy, to prevent it from unfolding before his eyes. Yet, All his efforts were in vain. The Flash and Green Lantern recognized Superman's inner turmoil, understanding that if it were their families, they too would collapse. Wonder Woman stepped closer, gently placing her hand on Superman's shoulder, whispering, "Perhaps you should not witness what comes next." Superman gritted his teeth, tears welling in his eyes, not from the frailty of the illusion, but from the deep sorrow that threatened to overwhelm him. He inhaled deeply, striving for composure, then closed his eyes, turning away and covering his ears. He knew that if he continued to watch, he might not be able to restrain himself from acting. Seeing his distress, Wonder Woman sighed and glanced at the silent Batman, who could only offer a slight turn of his head, a gesture laden with shameful agony. Yet, despite the hero's suffering, the narrative pressed on. The Jokerized Batman's mocking voice pierced the air. Why not pull out that tired old Superman magic? Puff out your chest and assure them that everything will be all right. Justice will ultimately prevail? In that moment, Superman, despite his weakened state, clung to his wife and child. His voice steady yet infused with fury, "Because I will not tarnish what I stand for. I will not lie to my family." Upon hearing this, the Jokerized Batman touched his crimson lips, his tone flippant. "Haha, well, perhaps you could lie to my family." Suddenly, a figure emerged from behind him, a voice tinged with a terrifying, childlike laughter. "Daddy, can I play with Joe?" At the sight of this apparition, even Superman, already steeped in fear, was taken aback. "Damian? What have you done to your child?" Chapter 18. The Rogue Gang. "We will no longer cause trouble," Superman cried out in disbelief. Unable to fathom the depths to which his former comrade had descended, he yearned for a response, a hint of remorse or humanity from his closest ally. Yet, all he received was the mocking laughter of the Joker, who gestured flamboyantly as shadows resembling Damian sprang forth from behind him. Each of their faces bore the same chilling smile as their father. "Just wait a moment, Damian," the Joker taunted, his tone reminiscent of a father chastising a child. "Adults are speaking. Children should refrain from interrupting." Blood tears streamed from Superman's already tormented eyes. You did this to your own son?" he exclaimed. "I merely offered him some advice, and he acted on his own accord," the Joker replied, his excitement palpable. "See, obedient children are well-behaved." Before Superman could respond, the Joker unveiled a sinister object gleaming with black light from beneath his cloak. From a distance, it appeared grotesque, pulsating ominously within the bloody glow of the watchtower, as if it were a miniature black hole devouring all light and hope. "This child's actions have inspired me to contemplate how to deal with you," the Joker continued with unnerving patience. Finally, the foul blood erupted, splattering against the watchtower's glass. The once pristine floor became a canvas for a grotesque array of viscous substances. This should have been a hellish scene, yet the madman before them behaved as though he were an actor in a theatrical production, reveling in his twisted performance. "Do you know what this is?" he asked. "This is an improved version of black kryptonite." His voice trembled with barely contained excitement. "When I experimented on Supergirl, do you know what transpired? Before this thing could take her life, she murdered her entire family." At the Joker's revelation, Lois, Superman's wife, could no longer contain her despair. "You didn't have to do this," she cried out, her voice breaking. I know," the Joker replied playfully. "Here, catch." As he tossed the black kryptonite, the horrifying scene became unbearable to witness. "Lois, back away, back, Mom, oh God, not like this. You all, The piercing screams reverberated throughout the watchtower, while the architect of this chaos merely laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha ha." The blood-red sun loomed through the watchtower, resembling a scarlet full moon, coldly observing the unfolding tragedy. Long, slender fingers, adorned with black gloves, sketched a smile upon the crimson orb. Curved brows and upturned lips adorned the face, while the dripping paint resembled tears. This grotesque tableau marked the end of a once great alliance, now solidified in blood upon the window. The greatest league, concluded by the blood of its greatest heroes. Thus, the scene faded. Once again engulfed in an abyss of darkness, dark golden letters reappeared in the sky. In this battle, all the mightiest heroes on Earth perished. As the universe fell to ruin at the hands of this loathsome individual, life once remembered this moment. They whispered that the entire cosmos ceased to exist at that instant. Yet, in truth, the fate of the universe had been sealed the moment he was born. As the scene vanished, all characters present, whether hero or villain, felt an inexplicable relief at the shift in scenery. The oppressive gloom dissipated, replaced by a collective sigh of the audience. However, The most animated reaction came not from the heroes, but from Motherfucker. Did you all just see that? Captain Cold exclaimed, his voice breaking through the darkness. Behind him stood a group of misfits from Central City, the Rogue Gang, known for their antics against the Flash. The previous scene lingered painfully in their minds. No one responded. A silence fell, punctuated only by the sound of nervous gulps. For the Rogue Gang, what they had just witnessed was nothing short of a shattering of their worldview. Unlike typical villains, these rogues adhered to a code within the Flash's domain, forbidding murder unless absolutely necessary. Further rules prohibited harm to women and children and emphasized the avoidance of cruelty and immaturity. A glance at these rules might lead one to believe they were a legitimate organization. Thus, the recent shock transcended mere astonishment. It obliterated their understanding entirely. After a long pause, a voice timidly broke the silence. Captain, you just swore. Captain Cold exploded with fury. What of it? Did you not see that lunatic Batman? The Flash's leg was broken, and I can't curse? Just then, Heatwave, usually at odds with Captain Cold, instinctively retorted, what are you talking about? Which eye did you see him break his leg with? It's far more likely he broke his spine. Upon hearing this, gasps erupted among the Rogue Gang. Enough. Stop. WVE had enough fright for one day. Heatwave regretted his words immediately, as memories of the earlier scene resurfaced. Flash, Superman, Wonder Woman, Martian Manhunter, any one of whom could easily overpower them, had been slaughtered like mere bystanders. The brutality displayed was beyond comprehension, a testament to a mind corrupted beyond repair. All members of the Rogue Gang trembled inwardly, though their petty squabbles had never drawn Batman's attention. His reputation was known across the globe. To be an unknown villain in this world without knowledge of Batman was to lack any credibility. After what felt like an eternity, Captain Cold gritted his teeth and finally spoke. I warned you all not to draw the attention of those mad superheroes. Who here dares to question my rules again? Everyone shook their heads in unison. After witnessing such horrors, who would dare commit a crime? Certainly not them. It was merely a few bags of bread. What was the fuss about? Captain Cold observed the obedient crowd, a wave of satisfaction swelling within him. However, recalling the earlier scene, that sense of fulfillment dissipated in an instant. Captain Cold loosened his collar, exhaling deeply, his eyes filled with trepidation. Indeed, he had stirred a hornet's nest. Is Gotham's demeanor truly this wild? Chapter 19. Luthor's defensiveness in the shadows. Unlike the unreliable villains of Central City, Luthor, who has been entangled with Superman since his inception, displayed a remarkable calmness. Compared to the grotesque details of the massacre that had just transpired in the Watchtower, he focused on an overlooked nuance. From the moment Lois emerged, he sensed something amiss. Clark? Who is Clark? Superman. Luthor's expression morphed, contorting into disbelief. He was aware of Lois's affection for Superman. Otherwise, why would Superman always appear so swiftly whenever she was abducted? Yet, he had not anticipated that Lois had borne a child with Superman. This revelation exceeded all of Luthor's expectations. In light of this, the recent hellish scene seemed trivial. It's essential to note that he was not the only one witnessing this disturbing spectacle. Once the tally concluded and they returned to reality, who could fathom the consequences? Luthor's demeanor darkened. This did not imply that Lois had become Superman's vulnerability. As Superman's longtime adversary, Luthor understood that if he merely intended to threaten this Na'vi woman, he could easily snatch someone off the street. There was no necessity for Lois. His true concern lay in the possibility that some other fool had kidnapped her. The nature of the problem would then shift dramatically. Well-versed in psychology, Luthor recognized that if this boundary were breached and Superman lost control, the ramifications could be dire. If Batman could annihilate all the superheroes of the League, what would prevent a Superman stripped of his restraint from doing the same? If pushed to the brink, could he not obliterate the Earth with a single punch? In contemplating this, Luthor furrowed his brow in deep thought. Remembering the unsettling scene that had just unfolded, a bold idea began to take shape in his mind. He could not best Batman, nor could he secure Superman's stability. However, what if he devised a scheme to incite a conflict between the two? Would that not resolve all his concerns? He could simply sit back and reap the benefits. As he examined this notion, Luthor's perspective gradually shifted. The feasibility of this plan appeared quite high. It would be added to his list of contingencies. Moreover, if he did not allow the forthcoming events to drive him mad, the first course of action upon his return would be to ensure Lois's safety. Naturally, he would also need to halt all commercial endeavors in Gotham. After all, enduring such prolonged encounters with the lunatic Batman, the deranged inhabitants of Gotham were not to be taken lightly. Meanwhile, the Dark Lord Darkseid also regained his composure. The preceding events had alerted him to something awry. Although the screen had previously indicated that this was merely an illusion, the characters within the scene had appeared increasingly real as the situation evolved. Consequently, the astute Darkseid recognized the gravity of the situation. The man in the blue suit, drenched in blood, possessed formidable prowess. Darkseid squinted, recognizing the symbol emblazoned on the man's chest, a remnant of a long-extinct race. In his grand design, this race had been a significant obstacle. Kryptonians? The answer revealed itself within the depths of the Dark Lord's mind. Additionally, he noted another woman lying on the ground, her attire reminiscent of those he had vanquished long ago. Amazons. Then there was the man outside the window, illuminated by green light, writhing in agony and pleading for death, along with the grotesquely transformed green alien resembling a twisted tree. Darkseid's heart grew heavy. The Green Lantern Corps, Kryptonians, Amazons, and an array of other prominent cosmic beings, all congregated on this minuscule Earth, which astonished him. Yet, the more pressing issue was that they were all deceased. Without exception, they had perished at the hands of that maniacal figure, grinning with madness. Darkseid's gaze darkened further. His assessment of the Laughing Bat had escalated to a new level. Objectively speaking, even he would hesitate to confront these beings unprepared or without a strategy. Perhaps he could utilize the Omega beams to dismantle and conquer them, one by one. However, engaging them directly, recalling the words of the Laughing Bat, Darkseid's attitude soared to its peak. Our collection astounds me. I've long desired to utilize them. This ruler, who typically dismissed all things with disdain, now found himself deeply intrigued by the Laughing Bat. After sweeping across numerous star systems, there had been little to excite him of late. His curiosity extended beyond the so-called collection. It was the Laughing Bat himself that captivated him. He could perceive the depths of darkness within this earthling, a phenomenon both remarkable and terrifying. A sense of danger began to permeate from the very core of his being, ultimately enveloping his entire essence. Darkseid rose from the ground, the weight of his regal presence surging forth once more. This screen was far more complex than he had initially surmised. Simultaneously, much like the fear gripping the villains on DC's Earth, the multitude of superheroes could no longer suppress their dread. During the recent scene shift, perhaps due to the screen's morbid humor, they could not help but spot their own corpses among the deceased. Witnessing their own gruesome demises, the assembled heroes found themselves unable to maintain composure. Buddy, this isn't amusing at all. Green Arrow, Oliver Queen, wore a grim expression, his grip tightening around his bow. Just moments ago, he had vividly seen his own body used as a target, riddled with arrows. What unsettled him most was the word formed by those arrows, copycat. Upon first witnessing the grotesque scene, Green Arrow had been engulfed in sheer terror. However, as the scene concluded and normality returned, the detail resurfaced in his mind. In the darkness, his countenance soured. He recognized that he had drawn inspiration from Batman, possessing a similar vehicle and headquarters. Yet, the issue was that there was no patent on such matters. No explicit rule forbade superheroes from resembling one another. Moreover, his weapon was a bow and arrow. The distinction was evident. Surely, it could not be construed as plagiarism. Green Arrow inhaled deeply, his face, adorned with a small mustache, radiating resignation. He recalled collaborating with Batman previously, where the latter had never uttered a word of discontent. It seemed he had kept it all bottled up inside. As this realization settled in, Oliver felt the strain becoming unbearable. So, Batman, who appeared so stoic, was, in truth, so petty? Yet, after the moment of sarcasm, his emotions inevitably drifted toward concern. Regardless of his optimism, he could not overlook the havoc wreaked by the Laughing Bat. He was not the only one subjected to mockery. The entire league had fallen before this monster. Oliver exhaled, the weight of despair pressing down on him. Having witnessed the recent spectacle, to claim he was unafraid would be a lie. However, amidst the turmoil within him, a greater question lingered. Buddy, what on earth has transformed you into this? Chapter 20. Loki, are Earthlings really this dark? In the depths of darkness, a trembling voice stammered, Shazam. After much hesitation, the word was finally uttered. A bolt of lightning, seemingly summoned from nowhere, briefly illuminated the shadows. The boy, now transformed into Shazam, gasped for breath, his heart racing with panic. The harrowing images of recent events flashed before his eyes, each frame etched into his psyche, evoking an indescribable terror. The anguished cries of Superman's family seemed to echo relentlessly in his ears. At the thought, Shazam's eyes reddened, fueled by a newfound rage that surged with his powers. As a man capable of standing toe-to-toe with Superman, the latter's demise signified his own potential downfall. Upon the watchtower, he did not behold his own lifeless body, yet. That did not imply he had escaped this grim fate. Even the symbol of hope, Superman, had met a tragic end at the hands of Batman. What chance did he have to evade such a sinister plot? Wrath consumed Shazam. The mere thought of his own death was not enough to instill fear in a hero as valiant as he. What truly terrified him was the horrific torment that the maniacal Batman might inflict upon his family. Overwhelmed, he could no longer contain himself. His once steadfast beliefs crumbled like ash. Who could have foreseen that his once close comrade would descend into such depravity? Disappointment flickered in his gaze. Previously, members of the League had jested that if anyone were to fall from grace within their ranks, Batman would be the first to deal with them. After all, Batman possessed the capability to dismantle the entire League single-handedly. At that time, Shazam had dismissed such notions. He understood that Batman had numerous schemes in the shadows, yet he felt no concern. But Solomon's wisdom had not prepared him for the day when Batman would truly betray them. Lost in thought, Shazam's expression revealed a profound sense of confusion. Indeed, the once unyielding Batman's fall from grace spoke volumes. If even Batman could succumb to darkness on this earth, how dire must the state of this universe be? The anger that had driven Shazam began to wane, replaced by a complex tapestry of emotions. A sense of resignation unfurled within him. If Batman had fallen, then perhaps his machinations would soon reach their conclusion. The world had already descended into chaos. His games would inevitably cease, would they not? In the DC universe, the characters played out similar scenes of disbelief and fury. Heroes were bewildered and enraged, struggling to comprehend that their idols and allies could commit such heinous acts. Meanwhile, the villains stood aghast at the spectacle unfolding within the Watchtower. The heroes who typically intervened to thwart their plans now lay defeated at Batman's feet. They should have reveled in this victory. Yet the nightmarish scene within the Watchtower left even the most bloodthirsty among them feeling a chill. On the other hand, for the cheerful denizens of Marvel, the recent events undoubtedly delivered a jarring shock from the DC realm. Returning to the darkness, a voice laced with fear emerged. Odin above. Loki, staff in hand, trembled. Having witnessed the gruesome tableau, he could barely muster the strength to grip his staff. His left hand covered his lips, as he felt a wave of nausea wash over him. As a god, he was overwhelmed by an unsettling sensation. Clearly, Loki, who yearned for acknowledgement, lacked the mental fortitude to process the horror he had just observed. Indeed, he harbored intentions of annihilating humanity, and he had indeed slain a few Earthlings during his invasion. However, this did not equate to a desire for bloodshed. Under Odin's guidance, every Asgardian was deemed a warrior, not least of all Loki, the son of Odin. Yet therein lay the crux of the issue. The capacity to fight did not imply a penchant for slaughter. Loki could assure that the Earthlings he had slain were granted swift deaths. The differing perspectives allowed him to extend a merciful end, not merely out of an innate goodness, but also out of the honor befitting Odin's son. To torment an adversary? Loki had never received systematic training in this regard. In fact, among the Asgardians, the notion of torturing an opponent to death was non-existent. One either died gloriously in battle or met a swift end. Such was the Asgardian ethos. Yet, the recent scene had shattered Loki's steadfast beliefs about Asgardian values. What had he witnessed? The enclosed watchtower, the pristine floor marred by exposed intestines and entrails, the tortured expressions of alien beings with crimson eyes fixated upon him, and the heroes, their limbs broken, desperately pounding on the windows, leaving behind bloodied handprints. They were all engulfed in profound agony. While he could somewhat reconcile the brutal imagery, the tragic fate of Superman's family was wholly unbearable for the Asgardian prince. The other fallen heroes had already perished. Regardless of the gruesome remains they left behind, they were now mere soulless shells. Superman, however, was different. From the moment Lois emerged, the darkness of the situation escalated. The subsequent actions of the maniacal Batman unveiled a new, horrifying dimension. Are you not the greatest superhero in the world? Do you not embody the hope of all humanity? He taunted. Ah, then I shall compel you, the hero sworn to protect all, to take the life of your own family. Protecting the innocent? Apologies, but you cannot even safeguard your beloved kin. Such a grotesque scheme bewildered Loki. Were he to devise a torment so cruel, he would never have conceived of such an idea. The mocking tone and theatrical gestures of the maniacal Batman only intensified the already grotesque and horrifying scene. the screams of Superman's family, the exaggerated laughter of Batman and the surrounding children, and finally, that gesture of drawing a smile on the sun through the glass sent a shiver down Loki's spine. What the hell? Is that why Thanos refrained from retrieving the cosmic cube himself? Because he knew the inhabitants of Earth were this deranged? No. Once the tally was concluded, he would leave immediately, returning to Asgard. This cursed place was no sanctuary for a god. Chapter 21. Thanos, changing plans, heading straight for Earth. In the depths of darkness, Thanos gazed upon the scene before him, a wave of distaste washing over his heart. Although he had conquered countless planets, bringing calamity and destruction to the lives upon them, it did not imply that he relished war. The act of slaughter was merely a means to an end, never the ultimate objective. Even dispatching Loki to Earth was driven by the primary goal of retrieving the Tesseract, not simply for the thrill of killing. Many, including his daughter, failed to grasp this. They collectively viewed Thanos as a disconnected figure, a merciless demon who could slay without a second thought. Yet, they were mistaken. When viewed from the perspective of an individual life, Thanos undoubtedly appeared cruel. However, from a broader, more grandiose viewpoint, he was simply executing what was necessary. The universe required the extinction of half its life, and thus he must act. If feasible, he would prefer to eliminate that half without pain. Thanos' acts of carnage were largely characterized by indifference. As for the Joker, Thanos' expression grew somber. He perceived no discernible purpose behind the actions of his adversary. The brutal scenes within the Watchtower stirred even this battle-hardened conqueror. He did not oppose torment, but this senseless cruelty appeared to exist solely for the sake of inflicting suffering. The figure adorned with bat-like ears seemed to derive amusement from the manner of death he inflicted. Furrowing his brow, Thanos recalled the words that had appeared on the screen at the outset. Some people just want to see the world burn. It embodied pure chaos. Reflecting on the Joker's words, Thanos felt a twinge of concern. He had never set foot on Earth nor engaged in direct conflict with its inhabitants. If such a being existed among humanity, then judging by the displayed abilities, even absent a descent into darkness, he far surpassed Loki. Above Earth, in the space station housing countless trophies, Thanos could almost hear the echo of the Joker's words. I strongly advise you to keep these items, because I intend to use them. A heavy weight settled within him. He must not forget that the scepter he had entrusted to Loki contained an Infinity Stone. Should it fall into the hands of Earthlings and be wielded against him, Thanos' expression shifted. If matters reached such a critical juncture, he would need to alter his strategy. The campaign to conquer other planets and seize additional Infinity Stones could be momentarily shelved. The immediate priority was to reclaim the Infinity Stone residing on Earth. Moreover, with such a formidable entity existing there, even if he refrained from invading, the future could still hold unforeseen repercussions. He steeled himself. To achieve this objective, he had already sacrificed much. He could not afford to tolerate even the slightest misstep. As for whether he could prevail in combat, Thanos curled his lips into a smirk. From the first moment he encountered the Joker, he had noted an important detail. This Earthling possessed no remarkable abilities. To put it bluntly, in a direct confrontation, not only he but even the most basic of his forces would likely triumph over the Joker. When facing an intellectually adept opponent, the best strategy is not to engage in a battle of wits, but to charge straight into the fray, drawing the adversary into an unavoidable melee. At that point, even if this Earth hero had transformed into a nightmare, his chances of success would remain high. Thanos' demeanor regained confidence. Once the inventory was complete and he could depart this wretched station, he would promptly lead his army to pay a visit to Earth. In the pitch-black void, a flame erupted into the air, expanding and illuminating the surroundings. This was the power of the Human Torch. At that moment, he controlled the restless flames with a device he carried, casting light upon the area. Beneath the flickering glow, an aged visage came into view. With deep-set wrinkles twisted in a grimace and murky, yet resolute pupils glinting with determination. It was Magneto. Surrounding him was a group of strangely attired individuals, their faces reflecting fear under the soft firelight. These were the mutants led by Magneto. The scenes within the Watchtower deeply shocked these self-proclaimed new humans. Corpses hanging from the ceiling, dripping blood, and an array of bizarre bodies lying before them. The gruesome spectacle unsettled even those mutants who had witnessed humanity's darkness and endured captivity. They had once yearned to repay the suffering they had endured upon humanity. Yet the horrors before their eyes caused many to retch. Violence, distortion, and various tortures swirled in their minds. The figure adorned with a malevolent grin had become a nightmare for some. They sought vengeance, but these actions were utterly repulsive. If it were merely a matter of bloodshed, their reactions might not have been so pronounced. They had encountered such brutality before, but what frightened them was the perverse nature of the extreme slaughter. Death had morphed into a form of entertainment, a cruel jest. All the corpses lay lifeless, akin to a chilling black humor. This terror seeped into their bones like a cold, drizzling rain. The Human Torch turned his head, his pallid face directed towards Magneto. As the leader of the mutants resisting human dominance, Magneto had become the sole pillar of strength amidst such scenes. Yet at that moment, his expression was far from favorable. The earlier spectacle had left a profound impact on him as well. However, as a leader, he could not indulge in dwelling on such thoughts. He needed to contemplate more pressing matters. For instance, was this figure truly a mutant? The recent encounters had made the answer painfully clear. It was a resounding no. From that point onward, they would inevitably find themselves on opposing sides. Magneto aspired to annihilate humanity, to elevate mutants as the controllers of this new world. If the figure was indeed a hero, he would undoubtedly confront them. But should he have descended into such madness? It would be better if he returned to his heroic identity. Judging by the number of heroes he had slaughtered and tormented to death, the Joker clearly possessed some means. Furthermore, from his mocking tone and erratic movements, it was evident he was a madman, a lunatic who reveled in the torment of others. Magneto's gaze flickered. If this individual were to assume the role of a hero, it would be preferable. At least he would not be so brutal. But if he had fallen? Magneto opened his eyes and surveyed his companions. They all fixed their gaze upon him, their expressions revealing pity and helplessness. Feeling the hopes of his subordinates, a wave of compassion surged within Magneto. Yet that compassion swiftly morphed into anger towards the Joker. Thick-skinned crab, is it not merely the destruction of Earth? As if he alone could accomplish it. He wields electromagnetic power, one of the 4 fundamental forces of physics. It is no exaggeration to say that, on this Earth, he is a godlike presence. Nevertheless, as an ordinary individual devoid of any extraordinary abilities, he is not beyond one's capacity to contend with. Chapter 22. Invasion of the Multiverse. Observing the steadily rising emotional value, Su Xing curled the corners of his mouth while seated before the computer. As the immersive scene came to a close, the audience he had gathered began to stir restlessly. The DC universe requires no elaboration. The presence of Batman is a well-known fact within their realm. Even if they have never encountered this Dark Knight, they are, to some extent, familiar with his legend. Consequently, when it comes to the Joker, the inhabitants of the DC world perceive him through a tinted lens. In the fluctuating emotional values, it is undoubtedly the characters from the DC universe that contribute the most. As for Marvel, their emotional contributions are somewhat lacking, given their unfamiliarity with the figure of Batman. With a relaxed stretch and a slight shake of his stiff neck, Su Xing took a sip from the cup on his desk, his expression one of anticipation. If they wished to engage, he hoped they would maintain that desire after watching the video. Just as the characters from the American comic world were engulfed in chaos due to the preceding grotesque scenes, the setting shifted once more. Boom. Lines of dark gold letters reappeared, and upon seeing the text, the previously raucous characters fell into a sudden silence. Scene loaded. When a universe is insufficient to contain laughter, how is this dilemma resolved? This was meant to be a tale of demise, like a nightmare. Upon awakening, it ceases to exist. You lift the covers, patting your chest, relieved within. Nothing has changed. Tomorrow will remain the same. Your colleagues or teachers will still appear. It was merely a nightmare. Perhaps in the next moment, you will forget it, but what if a laugh echoes from beyond your closed bedroom door? Upon reading this prelude, a chill swept over the watching characters. The scene morphed once more, the surrounding darkness seemingly imbued with life, slowly writhing. The dark gold text in the sky leapt to its conclusion. When a universe is insufficient to contain laughter, how is this dilemma resolved? The answer is, let other universes share a laugh. As the text peeled away, the entire scene transformed. In a universe illuminated by violent hues, planets shattered and crumbled. The howling meteor shower echoed like a wailing cry. Amidst it all, there were faint, chaotic chuckles as planets flashed by. The perspective glided past the broken worlds, moving forward. At that moment, the raspy voice of the Joker resonated, low and somber. Slaughtering my world is remarkably simple, truly simple. No matter what they wield against me. The army of villains, alien tyrants. The wrath of gods. They are merely tasks to be completed. As planets drifted by, his voice grew clearer, until it passed two dim worlds. The Joker finally emerged on the screen. Reclining on a throne fashioned from human flesh, he smiled. His left hand brandished a pistol, while his right hand held a chain, connecting him to a robin lying on the ground. Until the world turned to ash at my feet. Until the sky trembled, the void of the universe devouring all that I knew. That feeling was just right. I have accomplished my grand design. I have no room left for dissent. His voice faltered, the tone stretching unnaturally. Or perhaps, is there more? In the scene, the Joker nimbly leaped from a tower of bones, standing before a colossal being. Its visage reminiscent of a rotund creature cloaked in shadow. Only two red lights shone from beneath its hood. Withered, pale hands emerged from the cloak, two bat-like wings grotesquely sprouting from its massive form. I realized how narrow my previous perspective had been. There are countless worlds awaiting my slaughter. And above all, a raspy laugh tore from the narrator's lips that, Batman, but I shall not stand alone. A fleeting shadow appeared. Before the strange creature stood the Joker. Beside him, flashed six bat-like figures, each distinct in form. How could any world possibly survive in the face of our existence, to endure before my presence? As the scene shifted, the Joker's narrative unfolded slowly. The characters drawn into the scene could no longer contain their shock. Standing atop the pitch-black cosmos, the Justice League found their hearts shaken. Destroyed? This universe, where the monster existed, had been obliterated? They had witnessed Batman's strength firsthand, yet that did not signify his invincibility. The pale Green Lantern, Hal Jordan, could hardly fathom the outcome. He had perished beyond the Watchtower, but this did not signify the extinguishing of the Green Lantern. Even with the ring half-lifeless on his finger, unable to summon the next hero, the Green Lantern Corps would eventually uncover the truth. They would surely dispatch new Guardians to this sector once more. At that time, a confrontation was inevitable. He had anticipated this battle to be one of the many highlights for the Joker. However, there was nothing. The Flash, Barry Allen, bore a grim expression. Speed Force does not perish. For speedsters, their traces linger on the timelines they traverse. In other words, in a certain sense, speedsters are immortal. Yellow lightning crackled around the Flash. Yet even as he pushed the Speed Force to its limits, he could not comprehend how the Joker had achieved all of this. Chapter 23. There are six others as powerful as me. The two extraordinary women standing beside the heroes were equally astounded. The Amazons, deities of ancient mythology, had they all been obliterated? Superman's feelings were beyond articulation. From the moment he was tortured to death, the Kryptonian civilization he epitomized had been irrevocably erased from this universe. Had it not been for the desolate planets they had just traversed, they might have doubted their own hearing. Confronted with this reality, the heroes' apprehension towards Batman intensified. Although they often jested about how the greatest advantage villains could have would be to uncover Batman's contingency plans, an endless stream of similar jokes, they had never genuinely feared him. After all, Batman was merely immortal. If he were to relinquish his capabilities, it would be uncertain whether he could even hold his own against other heroes. Even if he triumphed, it would be through meticulous planning, akin to the heroes like Green Lantern Hal Jordan. Throughout it all, they had never truly perceived Batman as a significant threat. Even in death, the myriad forces lurking behind would soon emerge. Yet now, the stark reality lay bare before them. The fallen Batman had not only dismantled these forces one by one, but did so with an air of flippancy. In this scene, the battles had not even left a single image behind. The incredulous sight was overshadowed by a mere utterance. Destroying my world is quite simple. Indeed, it is very simple. Faced with this outcome, even Batman himself could not have anticipated it. Had he cast aside his principles only to leave behind such a monstrosity for the universe? They had thought this reality terrifying enough, but as the scene progressed, a fleeting image revealed a truth no hero present wished to acknowledge. In that illustration, alongside the laughing bat and the sinister bat creature hovering behind him, stood six distinctly shaped Batmans, their silhouettes maddeningly familiar. The Flash, crackling with red electricity, donned a smiling bat. The Green Lantern soared through the skies, cloaked in black, while the Bat-Steel bones, infused with Mother Box technology, completed the ensemble. If these figures seemed somewhat normal, the remaining entities, a trident-wielding, waist-length hair-drowned specter, and the imposing, war-fueled bat version of Ares, were far beyond the realm of humanity. The apocalyptic Batman of Doomsday was entirely detached from anything recognizable. Witnessing these figures, the heroes gained a clearer understanding of the calamity unleashed by the laughing bat. This maniacal figure brought forth not merely Batman's nightmare or that of Gotham City, but a nightmare potent enough to annihilate the entire universe and all its heroes. The existence of 6 such terrifying beings was akin to an unending nightmare from which they could never awaken. Yet, even if they did awaken, what could be done? As the prologue had stated, when one relinquishes their heart and feels gratitude towards reality, a sudden laughter erupts from beyond the closed door. He laughed, utterly indifferent to the widening pupils and hastened breaths within the room, rasping, "How could any world possibly survive before my existence? To survive in my presence?" As the scene shifted, meteors plummeted to the barren, lifeless planets below. With each passing moment, worlds were extinguished. Beholding this spectacle, Thanos stood dumbfounded, oblivious to his own gaping mouth. The overwhelming shock of it all rendered him speechless. Did an entire universe simply vanish? And without a trace of pain? Destroying my universe is quite simple. Indeed, it is very simple. Reflecting on this statement, Thanos' eyes brimmed with profound bewilderment. Was annihilating a universe truly so effortless? If so, what had he spent his life pursuing? From his homeland, he had perpetually waged war, unceasingly fighting and killing. Everything he had done was to fulfill his grand ambition. To accomplish the mission he was destined for in this universe, to control the living beings of the cosmos, preventing this ever-expanding universe from spiraling into oblivion. For this goal, he was willing to forsake everything, his lifelong love, his personal aspirations, even a fleeting moment of peace. He was prepared to sacrifice it all for this purpose. The once unyielding heart within him was willing to exchange for the 6 Infinity Stones, even if it meant the sacrifice of an entire Asgardian pantheon. The obliteration of the dwarven race was trivial compared to the power of the gauntlet that could bear those stones. He sought to seize it all, to claim those 6 gems steeped in blood and life, placing them upon the gauntlet to obtain the strength of a true deity. Then, he would govern existence, ensuring the continuation of this universe. Yet now, his faith wavered, shaken by unimaginable power manifesting before him. The muffled sounds surrounding Thanos echoed, each reverberation signifying the demise of a planet. Everything was descending into ruin, while the orchestrator of this devastation merely left behind a casual remark. "My vision has been too narrow. There are so many universes, so many lives waiting for my slaughter," until a blinding flash of white light surged forth, instinctively prompting Thanos to shield his eyes. It was the obliteration of a supernova. Only then did he close his lips, and a sudden realization washed over him, prompting an unrestrained laugh. The multiverse. Were there truly so many universes? He chuckled foolishly, recognizing how narrow-minded his existence had been. For years, he believed he had grasped the truth of the cosmos, yet at this moment, he understood that what he perceived as truth was merely his own prejudice. The Infinity Stones he had relentlessly pursued, willing to abandon everything for, might just be ordinary stones in some chamber, their sole purpose to hold down documents. Thanos looked up at the figure in the sky. At this moment, he recognized how naive he had been, underestimating this screen. This nightmare marked with an array of question marks regarding its danger. Remembering his previously uttered grandiose declarations, he felt a wave of laughter rising within him. As one celestial body after another returned to the void, Thanos' smile faded. He fixated intently on the gaunt figure. "My vision is too narrow. But if the multiverse truly exists..." The zealot's gaze turned menacing as he enunciated each word with a resolute oath. "I shall ultimately bring these universes into balance with life." Chapter 24. The attention of Ancient One in the darkness of the cosmos. Explosive flashes continued to flicker incessantly, akin to a ceaseless fireworks display. However, the heroes of the Avengers found no pleasure in this spectacle. As they beheld the maniacal laughter of a bat-like figure rising in the sky, accompanied by its monstrous companion, an indescribable fear surged within their hearts. Just moments prior, their gazes had been fixed upon the carnage within the watchtower. The gruesome scene had evoked a profound sense of revulsion among the assembled heroes, with the screams of Superman and his family echoing hauntingly in their minds. Yet, in the brief span of seconds that followed, the scene shifted dramatically. Had the entirety of the universe been obliterated? The heroes' faces turned as pale as parchment. Even Thor, the god of thunder from Asgard, was shaken by the devastation of life before him. He gripped his hammer, crackling with blue energy, his pupils widening involuntarily. Such a conclusion would likely be beyond even his father, Odin. Yet, this seemingly ordinary maniac had achieved it. The annihilation of cosmic beings struck the heroes like a hammer to the chest, leaving them breathless. The horrifying revelation came from the bat-like figure's lips. There were still so many universes. The eyes of Earth's heroes turned towards Nick Fury, who trembled uncontrollably. A wave of helplessness radiating from him. As an early agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. and a seasoned ace operative born from the ashes of human tragedy, he felt utterly despondent under the dimly colored light. In his relentless quest to protect Earth and shield innocent lives from harm, Nick Fury had steadfastly championed the Avengers Initiative. He had always believed that humanity's fate could be grasped firmly in their hands, that justice would ultimately prevail, and that all evil would be vanquished. Yet, the stark reality before him shattered all those beliefs. Would the heroes always triumph? Would justice inevitably prevail? Was everything truly as that madman had proclaimed, a mere tired old trick? Fury trembled, yearning to cry out, to weep and release the anguish within him, yet even that seemed beyond his capabilities. Compared to this monster, Loki's invasion appeared trivial, like child's play. And now, this creature, this maniac who shattered hope and obliterated all beautiful fantasies, was poised to invade other universes. The expressions of the heroes had completely faltered. Even Captain America, typically resolute, found himself at a loss for words. They had assumed that such a creature, despite its danger, was ultimately human. Surely, with a sufficient price to pay, they could snuff out the threat in its infancy. They were mistaken. The heroes could be assured that this was not merely a story from their universe. However, the collapse of this universe would soon play out in their own. Thor inhaled deeply, trembling as he spoke. I must inform my father at once. This will spell disaster for all 9 realms. Amidst the exploding stars, the members of X Academy wore expressions of shock. Among them, Professor X appeared particularly pale, as the immersive space announced the impending recounting of the bat-like figure's highlights. He began to mentally simulate what was about to unfold. Based on the initial bloody massacre, he surmised that the current highlight would similarly involve slaughter. Yet, the unfolding events starkly contradicted his expectations. There was no massacre, only the annihilation of an entire universe. Professor X was taken aback. The extinction of lives within the Watchtower could hardly compare to the obliteration of a universe. Had events escalated too swiftly? Or was it possible that the fallen heroes in the space station above Earth possessed power equivalent to that of an entire universe? His expression darkened as he struggled to comprehend the enormity of the situation before him. The act of annihilating an entire universe was beyond what even his longtime adversary, who wielded electromagnetic powers, could accomplish. As he listened to the bat-like figure's scornful narrative concerning the villain alliance, the turmoil within Professor X surged. How could so much power fail to vanquish this monster? And judging by the creature's tone, he seemed utterly unfazed. Until the arrival of the Dark God, Barbados, who revealed the nefarious intentions of the bat-like figure in invading other universes, Professor X's mounting dread could no longer be contained. This was far graver than the government Sentinel program aimed at mutants. Sensing the panic among the students around him, the professor let out a resigned sigh, indifferent to the powerlessness it signified. But what could he do, faced with a collapsing universe? Even if he feigned strength to reassure his students that everything would be fine, they likely would not believe him. Professor X closed his eyes, then slowly opened them again, weariness evident in his gaze. Old friend, I trust you share my concerns regarding this monster. I never imagined we would stand together again in our lifetimes, fighting for mutants and the justice we cherished in our youth. As events unfolded, when the bat-like figure, through the Dark God Barbados, sought to breach the multiverse and spread destruction and despair to other realms, his actions finally attracted the attention of some formidable beings. Amidst the scattering stars, the Ancient One extended her hand, gently tracing a circle before her. Upon discovering no changes, her normally stoic expression shifted slightly. She had witnessed the previous scene, the annihilation of the Justice League within the Watchtower and the destruction of Earth's heroes. All of this had unfolded before her eyes. However, for the Ancient One, the sight of the Avengers surrendering in despair only stirred her emotions slightly. Who was she? The guardian of this dimension, the supreme sorceress of Earth. Her life's mission had been to protect this realm from harm. As the current supreme sorceress, her extraordinary talent had nearly reached a divine level, rendering her invincible. She had mastered the arts of white magic and even dabbled in the forbidden realms of black magic, studying its essence without being ensnared by its allure. This ability was the foundation of her indifference toward the bat-like figure's actions. To annihilate all resistance on Earth? To obliterate an entire universe and return it to the void? Apologies, but if she were to abandon her responsibilities as the supreme sorceress, she could accomplish that at any moment. And should she encounter genuine opposition along the way, she could readily cast aside her principles and seek the aid of black magic. In essence, if she were to truly fail, it would not signify her limits, but rather the ultimate boundaries of magic itself. Chapter 25. The Silver Surfer. This is nothing short of a travesty. A hint of helplessness flickered in the gaze of the Ancient One. Ever since she was forcibly drawn into this immersive realm, all her abilities had been inexplicably curtailed, rendering her powerless. Even her dark magic faced impediments. She raised her eyes and beheld the chaos of the universe, where the instigator of destruction stood before an evil deity. Aside from the maniacal laughter of the bat, there were 6 other entities, similar yet distinctly different, accompanying this malevolent god. The Ancient One's eyes brimmed with scrutiny. The minions of the evil god. The voice of the bat echoed. There are still so many lives waiting for my annihilation. The Ancient One furrowed her brow. At the very inception of this ordeal, before the screen had expanded and this so-called immersive experience had commenced, she had already employed her powers to investigate this figure. To her astonishment, none of the dimensions she could probe revealed the existence of such an individual. At least, not within the current earthly dimension. This implied that even if other dimensions were obliterated, this one would remain unaffected. And regarding the potential dimensions harboring the bat, the Ancient One held no concern. She was merely the guardian of this earth. Countless dimensions had been destroyed. It was unreasonable for her, as a supreme sorceress, to address each one individually, was it not? Thus, upon being drawn into the immersive space and witnessing the bat's atrocities, the Ancient One felt nothing more than disdain from a human perspective. His actions were utterly reprehensible, yet she did not experience any emotional upheaval. All of this was merely a sequence of events transpiring within this dimension, was it not? However, from the bat's proclamation, the nature of the situation shifted. As the supreme sorceress, she had to ensure that this dimension remained unscathed from the bat's malevolence. Should that bat-like deity dare to invade, she would undoubtedly fulfill her duty as the supreme sorceress. If circumstances escalated to an irretrievable state, the Ancient One would not hesitate to wield the power of Dormammu. She tilted her head upwards, silently observing the unfolding narrative. Amidst the tumultuous explosions, where planets were annihilated every moment, the countenance of Darkseid, the Dark Lord, grew grave. At this juncture, the embodiment of darkness and annihilation was finally willing to face the bat directly. Since the slaughter commenced above Earth from the watchtower, he had sensed that something was amiss. The Kryptonians had perished, which could only indicate an unsettling development. Let us not forget that outside the watchtower, the figure of Green Lantern lingered. The death of a Green Lantern, who still wielded power, would inevitably draw the attention of the Green Lantern Corps. Should the bat obliterate the entire universe, they would undoubtedly confront him. Such organizations and deities were innumerable across the cosmos. What could this Earthling have done to achieve such a feat? Or more bluntly put, the energy of the Omega beams erupted once more from Darkseid's eyes. How had he managed to kill his counterpart from another universe? A terrifying aura suddenly erupted from Darkseid, instilling a profound dread in all sentient beings. The demise of other life forms was one thing, but what about him? Who was he? The sovereign of Apocalypse, destined to fulfill the monumental task of destroying the universe, should be none other than he alone. He was the antithesis of all life. He was the mortal enemy of every living being. Only he could accomplish the grand act of universal annihilation. Yet now, the bat claimed such a feat as his own. Moreover, according to his account, it seemed eliminating his own self was merely a task to be checked off. Darkseid clenched his steel teeth, an infinite rage surging from the depths of his being. He watched as the bat leaped down from the towering mound of human corpses, witnessing the evil god Barbados unveil a multitude of universes to the bat. He beheld the 6 warriors standing around Barbados, hearing the bat's arrogant and deranged declaration. So many universes await your destruction? Haraha. Darkseid could hardly contain his laughter, fueled by fury. The previous slaughter merely granted him the privilege to open his eyes, while the demise of a universe indeed proved that he was worthy of being a rival. Invading other universes? Darkseid tightened his fists, praying that they would not venture into this universe. Otherwise, he would ensure that these arrogant fools experienced true despair. Amidst the cataclysmic explosions of countless planets, a silvery figure raced away with incredible speed. That was the Silver Surfer, also known as the Herald of Galactus. At this moment, this being of cosmic power was attempting to traverse at light speed. Yet, to his bewilderment, no matter how hard he tried, he could not enter the realm of light speed. After numerous failed attempts, the Silver Surfer ceased his efforts. He had merely regarded the previous scene as a picturesque glimpse of his travels. The Bat's actions, the slaughter within the watchtower, the tragic fate of Earth's inhabitants, none of it stirred an iota of emotion within him. Ever since he was chosen as the herald by the cosmic entity Galactus, his memories, emotions, and morals had all vanished. From the moment he was enveloped by the energy of the planet Devourer, the Silver Surfer was no longer bound by personal feelings. His sole purpose remained to seek out barren planets in the cosmos to prevent civilized worlds from being devoured by the insatiable planet Devourer. Thus, the Silver Surfer, endowed with nearly unparalleled abilities and indifferent emotions, roamed the universe for an extended period. He had long since become accustomed to gruesome spectacles, yet his heart remained devoid of any emotional response. However, this time was different. Initially, he believed this to be yet another mundane experience in his cosmic journey. But now, a universe was crumbling before his eyes. The shattering of planets instantly reminded him of his responsibility to find desolate worlds to prevent the destruction of civilization. Yet now, countless planets were being obliterated, regardless of whether they harbored civilization or not. All were doomed to face imminent ruin. To the Silver Surfer, this was nothing short of a disgraceful waste. So many planets were heading towards annihilation, while his master, the cosmic planet Devourer, remained ensnared in an endless hunger. Moreover, so many worlds that had developed civilizations were now suffering devastation. Everything occurring in this universe demanded his attention. Chapter 26. Baby Darkseid. The sole remaining purpose compelled him to instinctively yearn for departure, to relay everything he witnessed to his master. The planet Devourer must comprehend that the Laughing Bat is a formidable threat, a colossal peril that endangers the very existence of the universe. It is precisely for this reason that the Silver Surfer initially took action. However, after several failed attempts, the Herald of Galactus momentarily abandoned his pursuits. The planet Devourer had merely stripped him of his memories and emotions, yet this did not equate to a loss of rational thought. Given that the screen had indicated from the outset that all unfolding scenes were mere illusions, entirely detached from the reality of the cosmos, there was no urgency on his part. On the contrary, observing this noteworthy menace from a secure vantage point emerged as the most prudent choice. The Silver Surfer, gliding gracefully on his shimmering board, quietly observed the resplendent, celestial fireworks surrounding him. This divine entity remained still, gazing intently at the malevolent deity Barbados and his 7 sinister companions. Meanwhile, in another part of the universe, the Allfather Odin furrowed his brow at the sight of the malevolent god Barbados hovering before him. The cataclysmic destruction of the cosmos appeared trivial to this ruler of the gods. Likewise, the other 6 dark figures did not capture his interest. For the sovereign of Asgard, who had triumphed in battles across the 9 realms, the annihilation of an entire universe seemed rather inconsequential. Odin's might exceeded the simplistic assumptions of his inadequate son, Thor. Even my father could effortlessly obliterate an entire cosmos. Forgive me. Indeed, Odin could achieve such a feat with ease. However, it is not entirely Thor's fault. Considering that he currently lacked the capacity to even best a standard Thanos, it was understandable for him to harbor such a gross misperception regarding a being of Odin's caliber. After all, sentient beings often struggle to fathom the unimaginable. Having unified the 9 realms for many years, since his vanquishing of Surtur, the Eternal Flame, and the ancient frost giant Laufey, Odin had not been compelled to exert his full strength for quite some time. As the All-Father, he could not whimsically create or destroy universes for amusement. Many lesser beings had already forgotten his existence. Casting a glance at the 7 dark Batmen floating within, Odin experienced no pause. Yet, one of the Batmen evoked a sense of familiarity within him, that of the merciless Iron Fist, who had inherited the mantle of the god of war, Ares, yet surpassed him in power. This momentary reflection was fleeting. Ultimately, Odin's gaze settled upon the vile god Barbados. The nauseating aura emanating from him elicited Odin's distaste, prompting his frown. The Laughing Bat had long grasped the key to traversing the multiverse from the very beginning. Standing amidst the cosmos, Odin emanated the regal authority of a ruler who controls all. Logically, even if the Laughing Bat sought to invade other universes, it should not fall within his purview. Such matters were the concern of the deities of the celestial assembly. However, factoring in this malevolent god caused Odin's brow to twitch. Out of innate aversion, he found himself willing to intervene. Yet, the true architect of this universe's calamity, the laughing bat, whose danger level remained indeterminate, failed to capture the attention of this proud Allfather. Soon, this arrogant deity would come to rue his current hubris. Increasingly powerful entities began to focus their gaze upon the narrative unfolding on the screen. And at that moment, the scene shifted, as Barbados and his Dark Knight Legion assembled, leaving behind the final image. In an instant, the vast universe exploded into oblivion, replaced by a constricted chamber. The chamber's archaic and tightly arranged fixtures, depicting several sphinxes and Egyptian hieroglyphs upon the walls. And after a brief few seconds, the sound of rhythmic footsteps echoed from the chamber's dark passage. Flames ignited, illuminating the chamber's interior. It was Batman, his right hand raised high with an ancient torch, and cradled in his arms was an oddly featured infant. Upon seeing the visage of this infant, a viewer before the screen erupted in astonishment. The muffled sound of footsteps suddenly resonated throughout the chamber. The Dark Lord Darkseid strode furiously toward Batman, his anger palpable. Moments earlier, he had felt envy and hatred toward the Laughing Bat for annihilating the entire universe. Yet, as the scene transitioned to the chamber, before Darkseid could ponder the occurrences, his attention was wholly captivated by the infant cradled in Batman's arms, his own infant self. A baby version of Darkseid. Darkseid swung his hand toward Batman with such force that it could easily shatter the armor of any battle-hardened warrior in the universe. However, this attack passed directly through Batman's form, as if he were an outsider unable to interfere with the events transpiring. Darkseid's eyes glowed red, and Omega beams erupted forth. This was no longer a mere threat. It was a profound insult. He was the sovereign of Apocalypse, the ruler intent on plunging all beings into darkness. He had never endured such desecration, nor could he allow it to stand. Gritting his teeth, Darkseid unleashed his energy, surging forth in the chamber. Should any living entity appear at that moment, he would unhesitatingly rend them asunder. Alas, the only beings present, apart from himself, were Batman and the infant Darkseid he held. Unsurprisingly, his attack could not inflict any harm. With a roar, Darkseid's immense power reverberated throughout the chamber, lingering in the air. Chapter 27, Mephisto. The unfazed spectator, in a vividly realistic scene. Batman cradles an infant in his arms. In his right hand, he wields a standard-shaped hammer. It is the weapon of Hawkman, cradling the infant Darkseid. He grasps Hawkman's hammer. The vintage-equipped Batman surveys his surroundings, his eyes filled with vigilance. He whispers, Dream Lord, Dream Lord. Is my course of action truly right? At that moment, a clear voice interjects. I do not know who you are conversing with. But my answer is, no. In the blink of an eye, Superman, clad in his classic blue suit, and Wonder Woman, adorned in battle armor, materialized in the chamber. Wonder Woman extends her hand, gazing at Batman, her eyes brimming with trust and understanding. Your actions are gravely mistaken. Now, surrender it to us. Observing his old comrades, Superman's face displays reluctance. You know its power. It has destroyed countless individuals we cherished. In the presence of his closest allies, Batman does not yield. Instead, he clutches Darkseid tighter. You do not comprehend. This all stems from me. The Omega beams of Darkseid sent me back in time. Barbados has seen me. From that moment, his scheme commenced. I must prevent this from occurring. Superman and Wonder Woman's expressions shift instantly. Have you lost your mind? This will cost you your life. Batman turns, his black cape swirling. Do you think I am unaware? But Batman ceases his explanation, merely turning away, his tone laced with sorrow. I ask you, take care of my family, all of them. And Damian, let him become a person even better than I. In the chamber, the expressions of the League's heroes softened at that moment. Indeed, this was the Batman they had always envisioned. Tough on the outside, soft on the inside. Always secretly engaging in seemingly outrageous deeds. Yet, no matter how clandestine, his intentions were for others, sacrificing himself. Much like the Jokerized Batman from Earth 22 of the Dark Multiverse. Hiss. That was too extreme. Listening to Batman's self-sacrificial words, a hint of amusement graced the faces of many heroes. After all, their Batman could often appear stoic, seemingly devoid of any emotions. What could be more revealing than witnessing a cold character drop their facade and share their warmth? Smiles spread across the faces of the heroes. Meanwhile, Batman, the subject of this moment, felt a flush of embarrassment when no one was watching. Yet, observing the scene before him, Batman felt a sense of relief. At least this proved that his fall from grace was not the sole option. He was still normal. His no-kill principle remained intact. However, this warmth lasted but a fleeting instant. The heroes had not forgotten. This was the immersive experience of nightmares. Such a scene felt too normal. Abnormally normal. As expected, this seemingly heartwarming moment shattered like glass. Spiderweb patterns suddenly blanketed the scene. In the next instant, the once serene chamber transformed entirely. Black energy beams ensnared Batman. The immense power rendered him immobile. Before him stood several members adorned with owl headdresses and dressed in suits. Wonder Woman and Superman now lay on the ground, unable to move. They could only watch helplessly as the ritual continued. As the encroaching darkness enveloped Batman entirely, the ritual approached its climax. Your entire life, all your years as Batman have led to this moment. Long live Barbados. He shall reward us. I see him. I can hear his voice. He is coming. He comes. Before the sentence could finish, a few blood-soaked robins leaped from the shadows. They lunged at the waiting members of the Court of Owls, biting fiercely into their throats. Blood gushed forth. The screams of the court members echoed throughout the chamber. Entrails and viscera spilled everywhere. And then came the terrifying laughter of the Jokerized Batman. He stopped. The robins froze mid-action. Yes, that's right, children. Come, return to my side. Faced with this sudden turn of events, Superman and Wonder Woman, bound by Barbados's power and unable to resist, were utterly stunned. My heavens, where has Batman gone? As Wonder Woman posed the question, a strange voice emerged, akin to a haunting nightmare. I hear you are searching for Batman. The scene abruptly shifts. Red Death, Drowned Soul, Merciless Iron Fist, Dawn's Lantern, Killing Machine, along with the blood-soaked, Jokerized Batman, all appeared before them, in unison. They spoke in different voices and tones. Are you looking for me? Before the audience could react, the scene fractured once more. Crack! A colossal platter materialized instantly. Occupying the center were Poison Ivy, Bane, Mad Hatter, Riddler, their gazes fixated on a card they held. It was a Joker playing card. Among these characters, several paths began to shimmer. Poison Ivy's path entwined with various vines. Mr. Freeze's path appeared as a frozen spectrum. Observing this platter, Batman's brow furrowed deeply. The expressions of the other heroes were equally grim. The information conveyed by the scene was abundantly clear. The Jokerized Batman's invasion of the universe commenced with the recruitment and release of Arkham Asylum's criminals. In stark contrast to the discomfort of the League's heroes, a red figure could not contain his laughter upon witnessing this. Clapping joyfully, this meddlesome spectator was none other than the Marvel demon, Mephisto, watching the bizarre tableau unfold. The Lord of Hell, known for making deals in the Marvel Universe and infamous for his penchant for amusement, observed with keen interest. His laughter echoed intermittently as he reveled in the content displayed on the screen. The scenes of slaughter, the horrors within the Watchtower, and the impending collapse of the universe were all exceedingly entertaining. Unlike other formidable entities in the Marvel Universe, Mephisto did not overly focus on the dark cosmic deity, Barbados, but rather turned his attention towards the figure of the Laughing Bat. On the contrary, from the very beginning, the Lord of Hell, who revels in the corruption of souls, was particularly captivated by the Laughing Bat. This entity brought him unparalleled delight. Chapter 28. The Joker. This is not my little bat. All of his actions, including any bloody and senseless torture, are merely for amusement. In other words, the Laughing Bat revels in the same despairing ecstasy. He is so exhilarated. If the Laughing Bat could truly invade his universe, he would surely vie with Barbados for this character. Everything in hell, all the tortures, including instilling hope only to plunge others deeply into despair. He has indulged in such things for far too long. The mutual slaughter of all humanity on Earth no longer excites this malevolent deity. But the Laughing Bat is different. His actions, his schemes, his methods of torment, everything has taken even the seasoned Mephisto by surprise. Though he does not know these individuals, the erstwhile heroes of the Alliance, now a ragtag band of villains, what does that matter? Even his ignorance of their identities cannot alter one evident truth. There is amusement to be had. Mephisto clapped loudly, distributing a power-enhancing playing card to all the criminals, then sat back to watch the heroes and villains engage in mutual destruction. He chuckled. his eyes not daring to blink. Such tactics must undoubtedly originate from the laughing bat, and their exquisite nature merits his meticulous study. As he beheld the unfolding tapestry of villains, the denizens of Arkham Asylum grew increasingly animated. They did not concern themselves with anything else. But if the laughing bat could facilitate their escape from the confines of Arkham, they would care not what his intentions were. As for whether the laughing bat sought to annihilate the world, did it concern them in any way? In other words, when has this world ever expected them to be its saviors? If that day should come, the world would surely perish, and they would undoubtedly be among the most gleeful of participants. Most importantly, matters would not escalate to that point. The recently awakened Bane regarded the playing card in his hand with a bemused expression. Fear of Batman. That was merely his instinctive reaction upon awakening from a potent anesthetic capable of subduing a multitude. As one who could emerge from Blackgate Penitentiary and deliver a notorious back-breaking blow to Batman, Bane possessed not only formidable physical strength, but also an intellect that could be deemed genius, enabling him to inflict harm upon Batman. Whether the laughing bat would stab him in the back, treating him as a disposable pawn, was of no concern to Bane. Should that time arrive, granting him freedom, who would outwit whom remained uncertain. Sharing this sentiment was the Riddler, clad in green. Although he had long disdained the Joker's methods and harbored no fondness for this prince of crime, he was willing to accept assistance, provided it granted him freedom. As for this amalgamation of Batman and the Joker, the Riddler was eager to experience firsthand the style of this entity. He was curious to see what transformations this fusion of Batman and the Joker would bring to the world. Aside from them, the multitude of criminals within Arkham Asylum also reveled in the chaos. Through the scenes unfolding before them, they had long since realized that this Batman was not like their own. This Batman would not intervene. On the contrary, he would join in their merriment. This shift elicited a forbidden thrill among the criminals. Except for the Joker, the staunchest advocate of Batman. Watching the chaotic tableau above, Gotham's Prince of Crime rarely suppressed his smile, his expression transforming into one of deepening frown. All of this was due to the puppeteer behind this tumult, the Laughing Bat. A monstrous fusion of himself and Batman. Unlike others who viewed the Laughing Bat with fear, reverence, or despair, none of these emotions stirred within the Joker. The only sentiment that arose in this chaotic soul was an indescribable revulsion, akin to the disgust one feels when confronted with excrement. Listening to the raucous celebrations of the surrounding criminals, the Joker's face fell. The exaggerated mirth that usually adorned his features was replaced by utter disdain. Confined together within Arkham Asylum, as the screen transitioned into an immersive experience, the Batman fanatics imprisoned there were also drawn into this chaotic realm. While the criminals reveled in the scenes of upheaval, the Joker stood as the sole figure harboring resistance. This scenario, from a certain perspective, was quite comical. The lunatics of Arkham Asylum keenly perceived this irony. If the Joker was not laughing, then they would certainly take up the mantle of laughter. Amidst the clamor of the surrounding madmen, the Joker showed no inclination to retort. He merely found their noise bothersome. They did not comprehend the extent to which the Laughing Bat was a loathsome and sacrilegious creature. He possessed neither Batman's principles and rationality nor the Joker's pure madness and chaos. It was akin to a yin-yang diagram, exquisitely beautiful, yet now, the clear demarcation between black and white was obliterated. The two had melded into a perplexing chaos. The Joker clicked his tongue in impatience. No, this was not his little darling. From this Batman, the Prince of Crime could find no semblance of the exhilarating challenge he relished in facing the Batman of this universe. Engaging with the Laughing Bat felt akin to playing against a player who disregarded all rules, recklessly rearranging the pieces of both black and white. Ugh! The Joker's countenance darkened further. If the Laughing Bat were before him, he would seize the chessboard without hesitation and smash it against his face. Meanwhile, in a building illuminated by only one glowing window, the sound of GGG laughter echoed continuously. Emotional value 100000, emotional value 100000, emotional value 100000, emotional value 100000, emotional value. Before the computer, Su Xing emitted laughter identical to that of the Laughing Bat. Observing the vibrant smile on the video, he could no longer contain himself. Damn it! Stop laughing. Your laughter only inflates the emotional value. When the emotional value rises, I can't help but laugh too. Tears streaming from his eyes, Su Xing patted his chest and managed to exhale a breath, though the smile at the corner of his mouth remained difficult to suppress, whether it be affection or aversion. Ultimately, it was merely emotional value that Su Xing sought to harvest. What manner of emotional value it was mattered not to him. With a mindset that feared the situation was not grand enough, Su Xing clicked the mouse. This laughing bat was indeed a nightmare, truly deserving of the title of a character who could drive readers mad through comics. After sending the edited video, the corners of Su Xing's mouth, which he had so painstakingly suppressed, once again lifted in delight. Since the amusement derived from this situation was so immense, he had no qualms about amplifying the entertainment even further. As for more explosive scenes, he can wait until the amusement here concludes before presenting it one by one. Chapter 29, The Rest of the Dark Knights. Scene transition. The once luminous figures of Arkham Asylum swiftly vanish. In their place, there lies an abyss of darkness. After a brief pause, bold letters emerge. Do you wish to comprehend our existence? Some still yearn for Batman. Where are they? Where are we? I wonder. We are right here. The image erupts in an explosive display. A vibrant scene unfolds. The sinister visage of the laughing bat dominates half the canvas. His pallid hand extends, resembling a dealer of cards. A cascade of playing cards adorned with various characters spills forth among them. Four cards stand out prominently. These are the Flash, Aquaman, Wonder Woman, and Green Lantern. After a brief pause, these four cards transform, revealing their intricate backs. Upon viewing these four cards, the Justice League, who have been on edge, feel a sense of dread wash over them. Those four cards depict Batman. 4. Distorted and grotesque representations, each mirroring their respective heroes. The expressions of the assembled champions turn grim. One laughing bat alone could plunge the entire universe into ruin. What then? If the others were to join him? Although this serves as a highlight reel for the laughing bat, it offers no description of these bizarre entities. Yet, those heroes who have faced the laughing bat know full well that these creatures are far from easy prey. At this moment, gazing at the illustrated playing cards, the heroes cannot help but feel a sense of foreboding for their depicted selves. As if to confirm their suspicions, the four floating cards linger for but a moment before transitioning to the next scene. In the depths of darkness, crackling currents of electricity flash, yellow energy surges, a figure dashes forth, collapsing onto the ground. As this figure falls, his visage finally comes into view. It is the Flash. A panicked voice erupts. What in the world is happening? The dark energy grows ever more potent. Superman claims he has witnessed dark illusions. There, he endured one crushing defeat after another. Then, this voice emanates from the Flash's lips. I must return to. Before he can finish, another voice interjects. Flash? Buddy, is that you? The Flash quickly reaches for his ear. Aquaman. The scene shifts, holding his trident. Aquaman appears before the audience. He floats amidst an expanse of darkness, as does the waiting space of all spectators. I believe we have re-established communication. But I lost track of Cyborg. In the pitch-black void, the solitary Green Lantern drifts. A look of confusion upon his face, uncertain of his whereabouts. I too am flying solo, on solid ground. The valiant Wonder Woman, clad in her iconic battle attire, stands vigilant. He has separated us. They wish for us to be isolated. As the heroes analyze the current predicament, Cyborg's voice crackles intermittently. Brothers, I am utilizing to ensure you have been taken. This is dire. For they desire. The voice abruptly ceases, leaving only the static of electrical currents. Green Lantern instantly raises his ring. Cyborg, are you all right? Damn it. The darkness here is impenetrable. At that moment, a familiar voice resonates. In a low tone, do not worry, Hal. Upon hearing this voice, the League's moral compass, the Flash, instantly brightens. Batman? Oh, thank heavens. It is so good to hear your voice. The low voice continues undeterred. Everything will be all right. The Flash, undeterred by the interruption, speaks with a hint of confusion. Are you trapped in darkness, just like us? This low, gravelly voice suddenly shifts in tone. Indeed. My dear Barry, shall I bring a touch of light to our gathering? Bam, bam, bam. Brilliant illumination swiftly dispels the darkness. In this moment, the four heroes discern their surroundings. That eerie voice continues to narrate. I am aware I am not the Batman you hoped to see. Yet, I am indeed Batman. We all are. Allow me to remind you of the tales we have traversed. The Flash turns, only to discover he has arrived in a Batcave filled with assorted artifacts. Illuminated by streetlight-like decor, trophies are displayed. Mr. Freeze, the Joker, the Riddler. Collections are meticulously arranged. In my world, I have devised numerous methods to eliminate the Justice League. Once discovered, they were profoundly disappointed. I betrayed their trust. Green Lantern raises his ring high. The green glow reveals bizarre creatures surrounding them. Tentacles reminiscent of Cthulhu and monstrous visages abound. What a dark time that was. But truth be told, I showed mercy. Now, let us contemplate. What terrors might arise if 7 Batmans convened to pool their intellect? Aquaman glances back. In the dark blue waters, debris from shattered ships lies scattered. If they were to craft a slaughterhouse Batcave for each of you. So, I hope you relish our creation. Wonder Woman assumes a battle-ready stance. Her expression solemn. Surrounding her are various armors and tanks. The ground littered with countless missiles and bullets. 4. You shall meet your demise here. Ha ha ha. The laughing bat rips apart the curtain of the scene. In each of the 4 corners, for fighting sequences play out. Within the frames, the 4 heroes engage their corresponding evil Batmans. The Flash's voice resonates once more. I can hear Batman's voice. Yet, for the first time in history, he does not urge me to run faster. On the contrary, he is informing me that we are out of options. As the final stabilized image settles before them, the audience before the screen erupts in tumult. Chapter 30. The Nightmare of the Flash. The Red Death. As the entire scene froze, the heroes were instantly drenched in cold sweat. The 4 corners of the image vividly illustrated the fierce battles taking place. Wonder Woman, wielding her sword against the merciless Iron Fist, the Flash, racing against the Red Death. And 2 more scenes that could drain sanity just by a glance. Regardless of their familiarity with the situation, all the heroes present felt a collective anxiety for the 4 engaged in combat. This battle was extraordinarily perilous. In addition to the righteous heroes, the 4 heroes' arch-nemeses also watched with a complex mix of emotions. They both longed to see these 4 heroes defeated and simultaneously wished for the Batmans not to emerge victorious. This ambivalence from the villains, who oscillate between being foes and allies to the heroes, is quite understandable. At this point in the unfolding drama, anyone with a modicum of rationality could perceive the destruction heralded by the laughing bat. It signified annihilation, a transcendence of all, plunging everything into darkness and irreversible ruin. In such dire circumstances, even those who had personal conflicts with the 4 heroes recognized that these were merely private grievances. In the face of monumental justice, many villains, typically embroiled in life-and-death struggles with the Justice League, could still discern right from wrong. Naturally, this does not apply to the lunatics in Arkham Asylum, who, as regular adversaries of Batman, would relish witnessing the other heroes tear each other apart. This desire stems not only from the inherent cruelty of Gotham's criminals, but also from an inexplicable sense of pride after all. This was Gotham making its mark on the world. Having been intimidated by Batman daily, they finally relished the opportunity to see others experience a taste of that fear. Especially when the heroes of the League were the ones being terrorized. This exhilaration sent the inmates of Arkham into a frenzy. Beyond the harbingers of chaos and the heroes, there existed another audience before the screen. For them, this scene evoked neither fear nor excitement, but rather an unusual sense of observation. Among them were figures like the Ancient One and Silver Surfer, as titans of combat in their respective realms. Their attitude towards the invasion of the Laughing Bat and the malevolent god Barbados starkly contrasted with that of the others. The heroes and villains had, in their hearts, somewhat relinquished the notion of opposing the Laughing Bat. To them, battle signified death. However, these supreme beings felt no such despair. They perceived the unfolding events as merely granting them the opportunity to engage with a worthy adversary. Though the scene had paused, the Laughing Bat's destruction of its universe unfolded too rapidly, leaving them with insufficient understanding of its true nature. This provided an opportune moment for them to observe closely regardless of the interpretations of the audience witnessing this spectacle. The 4 battles had commenced. In the upper left corner of the screen, a figure races through the desert, flickering, gradually expanding. 2 red figures flash past at lightning speed, as a red and yellow blur sweeps across. All that the audience saw was darkness, as the Flash's battle was established. The few spectators before the screen were particularly agitated. Upon witnessing those 2 rapidly flashing red figures, the face of the silver-haired boy lit up with curiosity and excitement, momentarily eclipsing his fear. As a character in the Marvel Universe who mirrored the Flash, Quicksilver, renowned for his own swiftness, felt a surge of emotion. The moment the Flash made his appearance on screen, the boy couldn't help but fixate on him. The reason was simple. His speed was astounding. So fast that it was almost unfathomable. At first, Quicksilver had mistaken the Flash for some mode of transportation. With excitement gleaming in his eyes, Quicksilver, a hero defined by speed, had never heard of nor seen the Flash. Yet this did not hinder his acute attention towards him. As someone who thrived on velocity, Quicksilver could discern nuances that others might overlook. After all, to an outsider, the difference between a millionaire and a 10-millionaire might seem negligible. Both possess wealth beyond comprehension. The distinction in speed could only be comprehended by those of a similar caliber, and Quicksilver was among them. His white hair, gradually solidifying, was tousled by the fierce winds. In his exhilaration, Quicksilver removed his goggles, tinged with a hint of youthful defiance. Upon realizing that the red figure was indeed a hero, he instantly activated his powers. The flow of time around him decelerated. Collapsing buildings, panicked crowds, and heroes clad in various combat attire engaging with Robin seemed frozen in time. Without exception. There was only one exception, the Flash. Quicksilver, who had maintained an air of nonchalance, suddenly widened his eyes in shock. For that red figure, in his perception, remained unchanged. A long trailing shadow extended behind him like a deep crimson silk, gliding smoothly. To others, this might seem inconsequential, but for Quicksilver, it was nothing short of extraordinary. It was worth noting that even Apocalypse, the progenitor of mutants, had appeared as a mere target in their initial encounter. Yet this red figure was different. On the contrary, even when Quicksilver pushed his abilities to their limits, he could not decipher the Flash's movements. Quicksilver had no doubt that if they were to face off, he would be the one standing still, a target at the mercy of the Flash. For someone as arrogant as Quicksilver, this was nearly unbearable. In his world, few abilities could rival his own. Even if the opponent possessed the potential for utter destruction, it was predicated on their capacity to unleash it. Quicksilver was confident he could sever the opponent's throat in an instant. Even against Apocalypse, his defeat stemmed from his own hubris. Had he unleashed his full destructive capabilities from the onset, the battle might have concluded much sooner. Since awakening his powers, Quicksilver had never encountered a worthy adversary. Yet now, he found himself utterly outmatched in the very domain where he prided himself, speed. With wide eyes, Quicksilver fixated on the impending clash. Unwilling to miss a single detail of this battle, he was eager to witness just how fast the Flash could be and what magnitude of power the creature he faced could unleash. Chapter 31. Success is imperative. As the scene gradually took shape, the Rogues, having been embroiled in a tumultuous relationship with the Flash for many years, were regarded as the most morally ambiguous group within the realm of crime, and even among heroes. At this moment, the members of the Rogues stood resolute. In the ongoing confrontation between the Flash and the Red Death, the Flash, known for his propensity to thwart their schemes within seconds, had invariably left them humiliated and incarcerated at the slightest provocation. Yet, the Rogues collectively aligned themselves with the Flash, mocking the notion of being akin to the Arkham fan club in Gotham. Residing in Central City, the Rogues had become the group most intimately acquainted with the Flash. It is no exaggeration to assert that the Flash's reputation as the conscience of the Justice League is well-deserved. As the fastest man in the world, and arguably the universe, the Flash's powers are nearly unparalleled. Even Superman, with his formidable abilities, cannot match the Flash's speed. Should the Flash choose to unleash his full potential, Barry possesses the capability to leave Superman in his wake, invisible in the rearview mirror of his brilliance. The lore circulating in the DC universe states that only another speedster can vanquish a speedster. The might of speedsters transcends ordinary comprehension, evidenced by the establishment of a dedicated power hierarchy to discuss their combat prowess. The Rogues, having encountered these abilities firsthand, are acutely aware of the Flash's inherent kindness. Theoretically, had the Flash wished, he could have traversed back in time to eliminate them before their births, yet he refrained from doing so. This understanding fosters a mutual respect. Thus, Captain Cold, as the leader of the Rogues, instituted a set of ethical guidelines. No harm to women and children, no extreme violence, and for villains, an unthinkable prohibition against murder. The foundation of these regulations lies in the overwhelming nature of the Flash's abilities. While Superman may theatrically deal with criminals, the Flash is direct and unyielding. Under this unspoken agreement, the Rogues' existence in Central City could hardly be deemed miserable. Rather, they navigated their lives with relative ease. Each member knew that offending the Flash would result in imprisonment, an experience they found oddly enjoyable, surrounded by skilled individuals and engaging conversations, akin to returning home for the holidays. However, The thought of crossing paths with the laughing bat sent shivers down their spines. What kind of depraved individual would sit atop a throne made of human skin, grinning with glee? This dread extended to the Red Death, who accompanied the laughing bat. Upon witnessing the Red Death's visage, many rogues were nearly paralyzed with fear. A Flash as unhinged as the laughing bat? What nightmarish mind conceived such a horror? In stark contrast, Barry, the Flash, appeared almost saintly. As the winds of fate swirled around them, the rogues united in their gaze upon the Flash, clenching their fists in solidarity. Go, Golden Lightning, the fastest and most empathetic. You must prevail. As the image of the Flash in combat was selected, his true nemesis, Reverse Flash, gazed upon it with disdain. Unlike the petty criminals of the rogues, he was not intimidated by the spectacle before him. The notion of speed being the ultimate factor? Ridiculous. A smirk crept across Reverse Flash's face as he regarded the terrifying event unfolding. The laughing bat, a harbinger of cosmic destruction? He felt nothing. After all, this baffling display on the screen was fundamentally ignorant of the nature of speedsters. How could an ordinary individual, devoid of powers, be considered a nightmare of the universe? Nevertheless, he acknowledged that the carnage wrought by the laughing bat on the watchtower was unexpected, and the circumstances surrounding the Flash's demise puzzled him. However, fear was absent from his heart. Anyone with even a cursory understanding of speedsters would recognize the gravity of their abilities. To label it divine power would not be an exaggeration. It transcends mere acceleration or time manipulation. No, it is far more profound. Each speedster is chosen, and from the moment they harness their powers, they exist across multiple timelines. Death holds no significance for them. They can never truly perish. The intricate web of causality surrounding a speedster's demise could unravel the very fabric of the universe. Even in the face of the Flash's death on the watchtower, Reverse Flash understood that the situation was far from straightforward. He felt a fleeting surprise, yet his predominant sentiment was one of derision towards the Flash's inherent goodness. To be slain by an ordinary human? Such a notion was a disgrace to speedsters everywhere. Reverse Flash had initially believed the laughing bat's reign of chaos would be limited. Yet as the universe faced annihilation and the malevolent deity Barbados emerged, accompanied by the laughing bat across the multiverse, he began to take the matter seriously. The death of a speedster indeed carries immeasurable repercussions for the universe, but should the entire cosmos be obliterated, the impact would be rendered moot. When the world crumbles, it is not the starving beggar on the street who mourns most deeply, but rather those who once wielded power and disregarded the rules. Reverse Flash embodies this very mindset. Regarding the Red Death, his thoughts echoed the sentiments he held for the Joker. This grotesque abomination disgusted him, leaving behind traces of speed force intertwined with swirling black bats. Reverse Flash lifted his gaze to the intertwining silhouettes of black and yellow. This time, do not disgrace the speed force once more. Scene formation, underground in Central City. The swirling yellow sand howls past. Countless grains of sand dance in the air. Towering buildings eerily collapse, resembling an arena. Enveloping this space, amidst it all, are the two shadows of black and yellow. Their tremendous speed sends a wave of sand cascading across the arena. Two fierce voices resonate from the sky. Do you enjoy this place, Barry? Come, slow down, and embrace it. A deep, resonant voice echoed. Upon hearing the words of the Red Death, the Flash came to an abrupt halt, turning to face him with a simmering rage. Chapter 32. Iron Man, Nanotechnology? Is it real? The yellow Flash drags out lightning. The Flash comes to a rigid halt. He touches the sand beneath his feet, his expression shifting. This sand, it is flowing? The vibrating voice of Red Death interjects. Because this is not real sand. It is nanotechnology, millions of tiny cells obeying my telepathic commands. The Flash stands atop the desert, showing no signs of fear. Humph, a charming trick, Red Death. But our Batman never hides in the face of battle. Oh, I am not hiding, Barry. I merely recalled a proverb. One must settle matters before addressing them. Feeling the sand beneath him spring to life, the Flash's face reveals astonishment. What on earth is this sand? More akin to an hourglass, Barry. The hum of a vehicle gradually rises. Listen, in my world, you are always sprinting. There is never any time to contact you about a mission or a case. But in this cavern, a Batmobile emerges from the desert. Its grotesque veins and gleaming metal melt together. Resembling some repulsive flesh tech, and most eerily, are the small bat ears perched atop the vehicle. Red Death's heavy metallic voice resounds once more. We have a lifetime, just you and I. Gazing at the bizarrely shaped Batmobile, the Flash's expression darkens. You should have had a lightning car. I have killed you once before, Barry. But just like you, this time will yield no different result. Hearing Red Death's mockery, the Flash swiftly raises his hands. With the power of Speed Force, his rapidly shaking arms conjure two yellow tornadoes, each infused with formidable speed force. You wish to battle? Then come. Gladly, old friend. But I must remind you, this vehicle is powered by Speed Force. Two headlights flash. That grotesque Batmobile seems to instantly breach the tornadoes. Arriving before the Flash, surging energy envelopes the Flash entirely. I can outpace any of your racing cars. Red Death's cold laughter echoes, as if the Flash had just shared a delightful joke. Don't be ridiculous, Barry. You should know me better. My assets are countless. With dozens of humming sounds emerging, the calmness on the Flash's face vanishes completely. In the midst of swirling yellow sand, various flesh-like vehicles infused with Speed Force appear. They roar in unison, as if they have spotted exhilarating prey. I would never create just one vehicle. In an instant, dozens of red figures race at high speed, fighting fiercely in the center of the arena. Observing the escalating scene, the heroes of the Avengers all wear solemn expressions. Although this is a fabricated scene on a screen, it poses no tangible threat to them. Yet, the swirling winds, the frantically swirling grains of sand, and the roaring, speeding flesh-like Batmobiles all assault their senses. If one were to single out the most affected individual, it would undoubtedly be Tony Stark, who hadn't even donned his armor. After hearing the exchange between the two, Tony felt utterly bewildered. Nanobots? Billionaire? Crab with a thick shell. Why don't I have these things? While others were troubled by the shifting scenery, Tony found himself exhilarated. Without his armor, his combat prowess was merely that of an ordinary man. In the recent battle, apart from the words exchanged between Red Death and the Flash, he could discern nothing clearly. To Tony, their clash was merely two blurs of red and yellow intertwining. As for the exact strength of their abilities, without his armor's analysis, he could not perceive it intuitively. However, the expressions of those around him suggested a grave concern, particularly that of the large man wielding a hammer. Even Thor, the god of thunder, who usually dismisses all matters lightly, appeared bewildered, seemingly unable to grasp the battlefield situation. Seeing that even the mightiest combatant in the alliance, Thor, was as perplexed as himself, Tony felt reassured. Well, it seems everyone is in the same boat. Therefore, it is not my issue. Relieved, Tony could not help but indulge in his fantasies. Nanomachines, lightning racing cars. Say, could he possibly invent such things in the future? Technologically speaking, Tony believed he could certainly achieve it. Although he favored the mechanical feel of modern armors, witnessing Red Death's combat prowess made Tony's aesthetic sensibilities align with combat capabilities. Who needs a mechanical feel? Nanotech armor is superb. The mechanical aspect seems rather outdated. As for that lightning car, while it lacked the enhancement of Speed Force, he had more than enough assets. This was a sentiment expressed by Red Death. It's just money. Why didn't you say so earlier? Matters that can be resolved with money are hardly matters at all. Even with nanotechnology in play, creating purely mechanical vehicles seemed a bit illogical. But who cares? Red Death approved of it. I can replicate that. No, this isn't imitation. This is purely my own creativity. Once this battle concludes, the first thing I will do upon returning is to alter my research direction. I will dedicate myself to the study of nanotechnology, aiming to don a new suit as soon as possible. By then, on a smaller scale, I could claim the title of the strongest in the entire Avengers. I could argue unabashedly with Captain America. On a larger scale, the safety of the entire Earth could be assured. The more Tony pondered, the more exhilarated he became, unable to suppress a genuine laugh. Yes, it was a true, heartfelt laugh. Hearing Tony's silly chuckle, the other heroes turned their gazes toward the grinning Tony. They exchanged glances, their eyes conveying a clear message. Hasn't he gone mad from the sight before him, has he? That being said, the scene was indeed quite terrifying. Not to mention someone like Tony. Even they felt a significant impact within. After a moment's hesitation, Captain America extended his hand and patted the grinning Tony. Tony, taken aback, didn't he realize he had laughed, and he looked at Captain America in confusion. What is going on? Weren't they always bickering? What was this comforting gesture all about? Amidst Tony's bewildered gaze, Captain America rasped, "It's all right. In our hearts, you have always been a hero." Chapter 33. Quicksilver, I feel like a rookie. Standing before the tumultuous battle, the young Quicksilver finds himself utterly bewildered. What is happening? Despite having pushed his abilities to their utmost limit, he cannot even halt the grains of sand. Is it his own inadequacy, or are the combatants simply too formidable? For the first time, the once invincible Quicksilver experiences such a profound blow to his confidence, filling him with self-doubt. No, that cannot be right. This must not be his fault. If he were truly lacking, what then of those he had previously bested? Are they not even more pitiful? Amongst the mutants at the Academy, scarcely any managed to react to the cataclysmic explosion that obliterated the institution. Had he not acted promptly, Professor X's influence would have been almost entirely annihilated. Yet, despite his remarkable prowess, he cannot even discern the trajectories of the battles between the Red Death and the Flash. If he were to face them, would the entire mutant race not be annihilated in an instant? The very thought sends chills down Quicksilver's spine. Initially, he had held a disdainful view of the Joker, believing his capacity to wreak havoc upon the universe stemmed solely from his cunning and the complacency of others. In his own universe, he believed he could quell such a crisis in less than a second. But now, Quicksilver hesitates to maintain such a belief. He recalls that among the fallen members during the massacre at the Watchtower lay the Flash, whose demise he had once dismissed as inconsequential. Despite his youthful simplicity, Quicksilver struggles to comprehend how such a powerful figure as the Flash could fall to a mere mortal like the Joker. Through a rapid sequence of events, it becomes evident that the Joker, too, is just an ordinary person. This raises a pressing question. How could an ordinary man like Batman possibly defeat the Flash, whom Quicksilver perceives as godlike? Twice, no less. With the Flash's abilities, he could easily sever the Joker's head from his body in mere nanoseconds. Unless Batman possessed a similar speed, Quicksilver struggles to fathom how victory could be achieved. Overwhelmed by confusion, he abandons his thoughts, now feeling a deep-seated fear of the Joker. If such a hero could be so brutally dispatched, what fate awaits him? If he were to fall into the Joker's clutches, would his end not be even more tragic? With this realization, Quicksilver trembles. As the battle between Red Death and the Flash intensifies, the chaos spirals further out of control. The usually impassive Silver Surfer finally exhibits a flicker of emotion, his perpetual expression momentarily contorting into a frown. The velocity of these two figures is astonishing. Experiencing the speeds of the Flash and Red Death, the Silver Surfer suddenly finds his board beneath him to be nothing more than a mere trinket. Logically, as a herald of Galactus, stripped of emotion, he should not harbor feelings. Yet, in comparison to the Flash and Red Death, he feels a profound disdain for the board bestowed upon him by Galactus. What a worthless contraption. At peak velocity, it merely reaches the speed of light. And with just a glance, it is clear that the speed of the Flash and Red Death far exceeds anything he could contend with. What a farce. To be given such a shoddy board and tasked with locating planets for consumption. Is this a deliberate ploy to allow for unrestrained devouring of worlds? Cosmic deities. Such power, and yet, when true danger arises, he fears he may be the first to be eliminated. Sensing the terrifying pressure exerted by the Flash, the Silver Surfer instinctively recognizes the threat. His eyes betray confusion. This sensation of peril he has only previously encountered in certain taboo entities throughout the cosmos. Those beings, whose nature eludes definition, possessed power rivaling that of his master, Galactus. Reflecting on this, the Silver Surfer's expression darkens. He recalls how, at the onset, a hero fell in the Watchtower massacre. Back then, he had thought the fallen Flash an inconsequential player. Yet now, witnessing the massive devastation wrought by the two speedsters, he is compelled to reassess his earlier judgment. The Joker, who carelessly discards such power like stray dogs, is likely far more formidable than he had imagined, perhaps even beyond his comprehension and capacity to endure. The Silver Surfer's demeanor grows grave. Can a mere nightmare bat possess such power? He cannot forget that beside this figure stand 7 others. Rarely does the Silver Surfer feel panic, but this situation exceeds his control. The only course left is to inform his master, Galactus. This nightmare may prove even more perilous than he had anticipated. Observing the escalating battle, the heroes of the Justice League remain remarkably composed. This is merely the beginning. In prior cataclysms, the Flash had been capable of restarting the world with his speed. This clash cannot be deemed weak, but it is, at best, unremarkable. What truly perplexes the heroes is the exchange between Red Death and the Flash. You want to just create one sports car? Young Flash cannot resist a jest. The aloof Batman awkwardly diverts his gaze from the Flash. Noticing Batman's rare display of shyness, the lighthearted young Flash continues to tease. Hey bro, I admit I'm often late, but I've never missed a mission for the League. I suppose aside from docking my pay, this is my punishment? Listening to the Flash's banter, Batman finally cannot hold back, turning to cast a disapproving glance toward him. Under Batman's intense gaze, the young Flash feels an inexplicable chill and finally ceases his joking. In the face of such a scene, the Flash is not without fear. The grotesque, flesh-made Batmobile, the oddly clad Red Death, and, most critically, the Red Death's speed, which rivals his own. As the embodiment of Speed Force, no one understands it better than the Flash. Due to the unique nature of Speed Force, each speedster is singular. Through Red Death's words, young Flash can clearly hear the pronouncement of his death sentence in that world. Or perhaps, in that world, he has not perished. But that would be the worst-case scenario. The speedster has not died. Rather, he faces a punishment harsher than death. The Flash does not wish to delve into how Batman from that world acquired his abilities, but it seems unlikely to be anything favorable. Chapter 34. The Drowned Soul of Vengeance, the Bat version of Aquaman disregarding the interaction between Kid Flash and the aloof Batman. The inner thoughts of the heroes reveal a singular understanding. A single Red Death is already formidable enough. What, then, of the other 6 Batmen? They have already encountered the Laughing Bat. The intelligence and strategy of Batman, combined with the Joker's boundless madness, have given birth to one of the most terrifying monsters in this universe. Presently, the stark reality weighs heavily on them. For characters akin to the Laughing Bat exist in 6 additional forms. The heroes feel a somber weight. As the closest ally of the Flash, well acquainted with Kid Flash's combat style, they cannot help but recognize that the Flash is losing this battle. One Red Death is proving to be a formidable adversary. Although the opponent's strength may not match the absurdity of the Laughing Bat, the danger posed is unmistakably significant. Moreover, the world's greatest superheroes have taken note of a terrifying detail. The ambush against the Flash was orchestrated by the Laughing Bat. What the adversary intends next, and the true purpose behind it, remains shrouded in mystery. After all, predicting the actions of a madman is an exercise in futility. Superintelligence and strategy seem woefully inadequate against the illogical reasoning of such a foe. Even with Superman and the Flash pushing their cognitive abilities to the limit, generating countless potential courses of action in an instant, they remain uncertain. If the adversary were a typical enemy, it would be manageable, as the resulting destruction would be limited. However, this is Batman we speak of. Even after dealing with Gotham's lunatics daily and becoming an expert in criminal psychology, Batman finds himself equally powerless. It is akin to playing chess against oneself. Every thought is mirrored in the opponent's mind, leaving only endless conjecture. The hero's expressions are grave. This battle, which concerns everyone, transcends mere strategy and tactics. It has evolved into a battlefield built upon psychological warfare. The howling yellow winds sweep across the scene, as the Red Death and the Flash's speed render the battlefield apocalyptic in nature. All the heroes can do is await the unfolding of events. Yet, beyond the Justice League, it is evident that the Flash is at a disadvantage to many. If one were to highlight the most significant reaction among them, it would undoubtedly be that of the Flash's arch-nemesis, Reverse Flash. The two speedsters have been entangled for some time, appearing evenly matched. Yet, as the Flash's greatest adversary, Reverse Flash immediately perceives the Flash's decline. He harbors no doubt that if this trajectory continues, the Flash's defeat is all but inevitable. However, rather than reveling in this promising news, Reverse Flash is gripped by a sense of dread. This fear stems from the Red Death, who is on the verge of overtaking the Flash. Reverse Flash can see that the Flash has pushed his abilities to the utmost limit. Although he is reluctant to concede, an undeniable truth confronts the arrogant Reverse Flash. Even he would likely fare no better in this chase. Another foreseeable reality is that if the Flash falls in this conflict, what of the other speedsters? Could they defeat the Red Death? Even under optimal conditions, they might manage a few exchanges, but without the Flash's speed force, how long could they run before being caught by this monster? What would happen then? The thought is too terrifying for Reverse Flash to contemplate. He recalls that the Red Death's former identity is none other than Batman, who spends his days battling the deranged in Gotham. Reverse Flash has had his share of encounters with Gotham's villains, and he wishes to forget the experiences. At times, amidst his battles with the Flash, he cannot help but wonder if Batman, perpetually waging war against these lunatics, has lost his sanity, or perhaps he has merely adopted a facade of normalcy. Now, this speculation has morphed into a grim reality. Reverse Flash is acutely aware that even if Batman were to descend into madness, His unwavering obsession with justice would ensure that no villain escapes his wrath. This master of temporal disruption, who harbors a grandiose sense of self, is engulfed by an overwhelming terror. At this moment, he grasps the magnitude of the crisis instigated by the Laughing Bat, a peril that encompasses the entire universe. Regardless of allegiances or identities, it is evident that for a monster devoid of humanity and fear, even deities are not exempt from his wrath. In comparison, Reverse Flash's occasional eccentricities seem almost endearing. As the thunder grows louder, Reverse Flash lifts his gaze, fixating on the nearly invisible yellow lightning at the heart of the battlefield. A wave of despair swelling within him. The outcome is all too apparent. Yet, before he can succumb to sorrow, an alternate scene unfolds, a different battle commences. Bubbles rise to the surface, and the cerulean waters surge ashore. In the profound depths of the ocean, the dark seabed is littered with shipwrecks. Be they ancient wooden vessels or modern metallic ships, all lie in ruin on the ocean floor, devoured by the relentless tide. Amidst the remains, a figure clad in golden armor, reminiscent of fish scales, floats. Aquaman, wielding a trident, his face a mask of fury. A mocking narration echoes. If the fastest man in the world cannot outrun his opponent, then it seems we must embrace our rage. At this moment, none are angrier than the King of the Seven Seas. Before the words can fully unfold, one observer of this invasion cannot remain still. Upon hearing the title King of the Seven Seas, another Aquaman from the comic world bristles with indignation. Namor, clutching a trident strikingly similar to that of the DC Aquaman, is visibly furious. The title King of the Seven Seas is nothing short of a blatant provocation. Every creature of the underwater realm knows he is the undisputed sovereign of all oceans. This identity was bestowed upon him by the mother of Princess Atlantis. With Poseidon above, he has endured countless battles and sufferings to return to Atlantis, reclaiming the throne that rightfully belongs to him. And now, another dares to assert himself as the true ruler of the depths. Namor stirs the waters with his trident, attempting to invoke the currents around him. Yet the waters remain eerily still. It also incited greater fury within the King of Atlantis, the supreme being of the underwater realm. Chapter 35. The Cthulhu of the Abyss. As the sovereign of the ocean, Namor had never experienced such humiliation. Even though he understood it might be a consequence of the immersive space, it did little to quell his fury. He was the king of the sea. His throne was beyond question, and his authority was indisputable. This was not merely a personal affront. It was an insult to Atlantis itself. This had crossed the line. Namor twirled his trident, striking the seabed with all his might. Despite having lost the ability to command the ocean, his formidable strength stirred tumultuous waves in the depths. Yet, the intruder, still bobbing in the water, remained unaffected. Observing this scene, Namor gradually tempered his emotions. As the ruler of the underwater realm, he could not allow sentimentality to cloud his judgment. Opening his eyes again, he suppressed his wrath. Despite his personal feelings leading him to harbor no fondness for this so-called Sea King, he found himself curious to witness the confrontation between this self-proclaimed monarch and the invaders from the dark cosmos. His purpose was to safeguard the ocean, to protect Atlantis. Namor had already encountered friction with surface dwellers numerous times. In the battles sweeping across all terrestrial nations, he had exerted every ounce of his strength to prevent calamity. The safety of Atlantis was at stake, and he was prepared to wager his life, if necessary. As for the Laughing Bat, Namor maintained his stereotypical view of land dwellers. They were hardly impressive, yet they relished chaos. The Laughing Bat indeed possessed power, but in the ocean depths. He was certainly no match for Namor. Regardless of who the Laughing Bat sent, Namor remained the undisputed champion of the underwater realm, a belief he held steadfastly. He gazed upwards, observing the Sea King, clad in similar armor and wielding a trident, his face contorted with rage. Namor watched coldly to see whom the Laughing Bat would send next, and whether this Sea King deserved the title of ruler of the oceanic universe. The story continued. The furious Sea King bellowed, "I know you have laid waste to my domain. Reveal yourself, vengeful spirit of the drowned. You have stolen my beloved Mira from my grasp. You call yourself the Batman of that dark world, but no shadow can shield you from the storm I unleash. The sea is my home. You shall feel my..." Before he could finish, the enraged Sea King abruptly ceased his roar, his face suddenly filled with shock and confusion. A small fish, floundering with its injured tail, approached him weakly. Meanwhile, all the spectators watching this scene felt a profound connection with the Sea King. The fish conveyed a message, "Great King of the Sea, The ocean has been poisoned. Upon witnessing the lifeless fish, the Sea King's heart filled with sorrow and chill. The word escaped his lips softly. Fury? Just then, a piercing female voice, laced with mockery, rang out. Do you think your anger means anything to me? As the waters were invaded, ripples surged forth. And the Sea King quickly turned his head, only to behold a nightmare before him. A colossal, grotesque monster emerged, its hammerhead-like visage fixed intently upon him, adorned with innumerable bizarre appendages. Massive crab-like claws lunged towards the Sea King, while beneath its body lay a mass of tentacles, each covered in suction cups and stretching hundreds of meters long. The creature's gills bore indescribable, twisted protrusions, and its body was cloaked in algae and the grotesque remains of decaying sea creatures. Atop this monstrous head stood the vengeful spirit of the drowned, wearing a chilling smile. Witnessing this scene, all onlookers were left in stunned disbelief. In the depths of the ocean, Hell's detective, Constantine, and his old partner, Chaz, floated in midair, gazing at the bizarre, towering creature before them. Their expressions were as grim as could be. Logically, as seasoned fighters against demonic forces, they should not have reacted so violently. Demons from hell were numerous, and aside from a few exceptions, like succubi, most were far from appealing. Ordinary ghosts and demons could drain the sanity of any unsuspecting mortal with just a glance, yet Constantine had grown accustomed to such horrors. However, even the audacious Constantine felt an overwhelming dread upon glimpsing the underwater monster. This creature was truly sanity-shattering. It could easily fit into the Cthulhu mythos without a hint of incongruity, making even the great old ones appear refined in comparison. Constantine, who had faced countless horrors in hell, could not help but curse at the sight. His steadfast companion, Chaz, upon seeing the creature, unleashed an avalanche of expletives. What the hell is this abomination? How could anything like this exist? You could gather every sea creature and still not conjure such a monstrosity. The abyssal depths are truly terrifying. Listening to Chaz's profane admiration, Constantine felt a growing unease. This immersive experience was truly overwhelming. Watching an underwater battle felt as though they had been transported into the depths themselves. The water surrounded them completely. How could he even light a cigarette? Without a way to smoke, how could he endure? Faced with this nightmarish creature, he would rather be granted a swift end. Chapter 36 How Peculiar. Constantine's friend, Chaz, continued to express his disbelief. Damn it, Constantine, have you ever seen anything like this before? Chaz, receiving no response, turned to his companion, only to be nearly overwhelmed by frustration. For heaven's sake, what time is it? You're still smoking that damn cigarette. We're underwater. Have you completely lost your mind? Constantine, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, paid no heed to Chaz's outburst. He was fervently flicking his lighter, as though such an action could ignite a flame beneath the ocean. And surprisingly, it did. A spark ignited, and a wisp of white smoke curled from the tip of his cigarette. Chaz stared in astonishment. Isn't this the ocean? You can actually smoke here? Did you forget some crucial knowledge from elementary school? Seeing his old friend's dumbfounded expression, Constantine wasted no time. He extracted another cigarette from his nearly empty pack and shoved it into Chaz's mouth, lighting it without a word. The taste of tobacco flooded Chaz's mouth, calming his nerves. He exhaled a puff of smoke, swallowing down the curses that threatened to escape his lips. This smoke, indeed, was meant for the lungs. But could it truly be called smoking? As Chaz regained his composure, Constantine redirected his gaze to the grotesque creature before them, a being more hideous than any Lovecraftian horror. Once more, he surveyed the monstrosity, feeling a profound shock resonate within him. After several deep breaths, he finally accepted the bizarre reality. Well, if I can breathe underwater, what is the fuss about having a smoke? The surreal scene was, without a doubt, disconcerting. Yet, Constantine couldn't suppress his urge to comment. Damn it, these so-called righteous heroes are indulging in such twisted antics behind the scenes. With years of battling grotesque demons, Constantine quickly spotted the drowned soul haunting the creature's head. Within its decaying bat-like attire lay a figure that could only be described as an unrecognizable, rotting version of Batman. Most alarming was the fact that the drowned soul was female. Even Constantine, a man of countless encounters with women, couldn't help but chuckle at this absurdity. What a blasphemous creature. A female version of a decomposed Batman? How depraved must these vile gods and the Joker be to conjure such a thing? This isn't merely grotesque, this is downright sacrilegious. As the realization hit him, Constantine took a moment to collect himself. Having finished one cigarette, he seamlessly retrieved another from the pack. This bizarre spectacle was indeed peculiar, compelling one to gaze longer than necessary. Meanwhile, Namor, the submariner, shared a look of horror upon witnessing the creature. By Poseidon, what in the depths is that abomination? He had ruled the seas for many years and had never encountered such a being. This creature's desecrated visage did not belong to this world, nor should it exist in any other. Plainly speaking, such a sacrilegious creation should not exist at all. As he cast his gaze upon the drowned spirit perched atop the creature, Namor felt a tremor of dread. In the dark cosmos, he gripped his trident tightly, recalling the Joker's slaughter in that other realm. On a throne made of human skin, the Joker toyed with a pistol, a look of weariness etched across his face. The memory intensified Namor's fear. In his arrogance, he had previously dismissed the Joker's threat, believing it to be a mere land-based concern. It wasn't until the universe crumbled that he realized the Joker might have wrought havoc upon the underwater world as well. This fury simmered within him until the moment he laid eyes upon the monstrous entity. Now, emerging from shock, Namor's anger resurfaced, transforming his fear into an extreme rage. Even if this creature did not belong to his world, it was still an affront to the oceans. The mother of the sea should not be sullied by such a being. Namor raised his trident, filled with wrath, attempting to strike down the drowned spirit atop the creature. Fully aware that his efforts may be futile, his eyes burned with fury, the whites turning crimson. He turned to the astonished Aquaman, still grappling with shock. "You must awaken. Destroy this beast. Avenge the sea." As a mere observer, Namor floated nearby, shouting in anger, hoping Aquaman would rend the creature and the drowned soul apart. Namor gazed intently at Aquaman, his complex expression filled with expectation. "Do not disappoint me. Do not tarnish the name of Aquaman." Upon witnessing the emergence of this creature, Darkseid, the ruler of Apocalypse and master of the cosmic darkness, wore a grim expression. His nostrils flared with indignation. Over the years, he had conquered countless planets, and those who frequently subjugated worlds knew that the fiercest and most perilous resistance often came not from developed civilizations, but from untamed worlds devoid of culture. Such planets, where native species had fully exploited their resources, or had done their utmost to do so, presented the most daunting challenges. In the savage expanse of the universe, numerous terrifying worlds abounded. What troubled Darkseid the most were those planets utterly lacking in civilization. Encountering such conditions usually indicated a terrifying potential. Besides the instability between star systems, the greater issue was that the indigenous inhabitants were too dangerous, preventing any semblance of civilized development. In the face of raw power, intellect meant nothing. The underwater monstrosity before him exemplified this very scenario. Darkseid merely glanced at the creature and discerned its colossal size. Considering the worst-case scenario, he estimated that this beast occupied thousands of meters of oceanic territory, with its claw-like appendages sprawling extensively on either side. This was the most direct manifestation of power. Chapter 37. Unveiling the true face of the monster. What posed the greatest threat to Darkseid was the drowned wraith standing atop the creature. Gazing at this tattered figure of Batman, Darkseid's body instinctively erupted with a powerful reaction, an innate sense of genuine peril. He understood that a mere monster would not suffice to pose a significant threat. For such a terrifying entity, the optimal solution would be to unleash the mercy of the Dark Lord from above. Typically, Darkseid would not deploy a demonic entity for an assault unless the planet held substantial value. Otherwise, it would be a sheer waste. However, if such a monster was not enough to endanger the cosmic fleet, the presence of an intelligent being could indeed change the calculus. Darkseid had witnessed creatures capable of extending their formidable appendages into the cosmic expanse, inflicting devastating blows upon fleets. Such beings often caused considerable disruption during the invasion of Apocalypse. And what if there were not just one, but many of these monstrosities? Darkseid floated in the ocean, controlling his destructive form. He could discern that the drowned wraith above the monster possessed the capability to enact such havoc. Taking a deep breath, he pondered the sheer audacity of the dark multiverse from which the Joker emerged, birthing these extraordinary entities, so swift that they eluded his vision. Like the Red Death and the Flash. Then there was the wraith controlling this creature, the Joker orchestrating these plans, and the yet-to-be-revealed powers of the malevolent deity, Barbados. The mere thought of these matters induced a headache. What initially seemed to him a trivial incursion now appeared to spiral beyond his control. Simultaneously, the protagonist of this conflict, Aquaman of the DC Universe, bore a grave expression. Beside him stood his beloved wife, Mera, now deceased, having perished in the exchange with the drowned wraith. After a brief moment of shock, Aquaman quickly regained his composure, his trident fiercely aimed at the adversary. Mera, too, grasped her weapon, directing it at the abomination of the deep. They were not ignorant of the illusion, yet their instinctual training had ingrained a reflexive response within them. Mera cast a worried glance at Aquaman, fearing that her demise might have inflicted profound harm upon him. What reckless actions might the enraged Aquaman take? The thought was unbearable. Mera had some understanding of Batman, the Dark Knight of Gotham. In his fury, Aquaman had already fallen into a defensive position, and the dynamics of the battle were decidedly unfavorable for him. At that moment, Aquaman was also enveloped in confusion. As a member of the Justice League, he knew Batman well. He could not fathom what trials the Batman of that world had endured to transform into the Joker. Likewise, he remained unaware of the tribulations that had shaped this female counterpart into her current form. The creature beneath her feet was not merely an affront to him, but an insult to Batman as well. Yet, despite the turmoil of questions and pity swirling within him, Aquaman's rage remained unabated. Regardless of what Batman had faced, the Joker and the drowned wraith had already taken Mera from him, and now they had summoned this grotesque, suffocating monster. These two grievances were more than sufficient to incite a relentless vendetta. Just then, Mera instinctively reached out to Aquaman. Feeling the softness of her hand against his chest, she gazed into her beloved's eyes. In a mere glance, the ruler of the seven seas, Arthur, comprehended her unspoken words. A sense of calm washed over him as he turned and embraced Mera tightly, fearful of losing her again. The couple's eyes were drawn to the central battlefield, their hearts laden with tension and profound uncertainty. In this cosmic conflict that engulfed the universe, would they, the heroes, truly prevail? You know nothing of wrath, Aquaman. The drowned wraith spat, her face adorned with a smile of vengeance. You and your kin have taken everyone I loved. With that, Aquaman raised his trident, bracing for the inevitable clash. And you believe that avenging me will bring them back? I wish. The trident erupted with a thunderous crack as it collided with the creature's form. Take that, beast. Yet, an unusual occurrence transpired. As Aquaman struck, the trident grazed the monster, and crimson blood flowed from the wound. Noticing this detail, Aquaman's heart was shaken. In an instant, he attempted to alter the situation through telepathy. For the blood revealed the creature's connection to the sea, and every being within its depths would heed his command. However, an unexpected twist unfolded. The creature, belonging to the ocean, failed to respond to Aquaman's summons. Just as confusion enveloped him, the wraith's mocking voice echoed, "She will not heed your oceanic summons, Arthur. She now views the world through my lens." Upon hearing this designation, a terrifying thought seized Aquaman's mind, and in his fury, he could no longer articulate any words. "Who?" he managed to whisper. "Ha ha ha." The wraith laughed heartily, her shrill voice inciting the now subjugated creature to attack with ferocity. Aquaman, caught off guard, found himself unable to evade the assault. Without the opportunity to distance himself, he was compelled to engage in close combat, the odds increasingly stacked against him. The drowned wraith showed no mercy, her laughter echoing with malicious delight. "What? You cannot recognize your beloved?" Aquaman felt his strength wane in the midst of battle. No, this cannot be." In response to Aquaman's capitulation, the wraith savored the thrill of revenge, manipulating the underwater queen to launch another onslaught. Alongside the chilling attacks, the harrowing truth spilled from the wraith's lips. "What? You cannot recognize your Mera, Seven Seas Sovereign?" Chapter 38. The Wrath of the Supreme Mage. Accompanied by the thunderous proclamation of the title King of the Seven Seas, the voice of the drowned, vengeful spirit echoed ominously. The audience before the screen was collectively struck by shock. The tone of the drowned spirit was steeped in venom, laden with her deep-seated hatred and mockery towards the Sea King. Yet even more chilling than her words was the truth she unveiled. Mera, the beloved wife of the Sea King, the queen of the ocean depths, was revealed to be this grotesque and twisted monstrosity. In an instant, nearly all viewers experienced a visceral wave of disgust and an icy chill. Upon hearing the words of the drowned spirit, Namor felt his strength wane, not from pity, but from a physical weakening. Cold sweat streamed down the brow of the Sea King of the Marvel Universe. Was it possible that the dark multiverse where the Laughing Bat resided was capable of such madness? Or was it that the universe from which the Sea King hailed had descended into utter madness? Truthfully, at that moment, witnessing the Sea King's despair and collapse, such thoughts seemed inhumane. Yet, firstly, he was not strictly human, and secondly, the news was utterly explosive. The very appearance of this creature was so outrageous that one might consider it a pet. And now, to be told that this abomination was indeed the wife of this man? Namor's mind was nearly overwhelmed by the revelation. This cursed truth was beyond shocking, prompting an immediate psychological response of self-preservation as he attempted to deflect the pain of the truth with humor. The actions of the drowned spirit transcended even the most depraved of beings. No animal could conceive of such cruelty. At the onset of the battle, the Sea King's roar conveyed that the drowned spirit had murdered his beloved. Even as he bore the title of King of the Seven Seas, Namor could empathize, at least to some extent, with the Sea King's anguish. Having witnessed the previous battle between Red Death and the Flash, Namor understood that these bat-clad monstrosities would not adhere to conventional tactics. He had been waiting for their next move, and the moment this creature emerged, a profound sense of discomfort surged within him. The education he received in Atlantis had never prepared him for such horror. He had thought that this was the limit. Yet unexpectedly, a further twist awaited him. This grotesque, blasphemous creature was, in fact, the Sea King's wife, whose demise had incited his fury. The absurdity of it all was hellish. Only when the temperature of the ocean plummeted, and he sensed the grip of his trident becoming unsteady, did Namor realize that his palms were drenched in sweat. The clash between the Sea King and Mera was imminent. The tumultuous waves and shock waves shattered the remnants of sunken ships surrounding them. The overwhelming power surged forth, and even though he understood it was merely an illusion, the Ancient One instinctively closed her eyes as the weapons of both combatants passed dangerously close. A flicker of fear crossed her face. Amidst the cacophony that lasted for what felt like an eternity, the clamor suddenly ceased. As the noise faded, the Ancient One opened her eyes, and the expression of fear vanished, replaced with her usual indifference. Yet, a fleeting glimmer of dread lingered in her gaze as she turned to observe the entangled figures drifting away from her. Logically, having witnessed countless grand events, she ought not to react thus. Yet in that instant, when the drowned spirit declared that the twisted creature was indeed the Sea King's beloved Mera, the Ancient One felt a rare pang of terror. This fear stemmed from the deepest recesses of human malevolence. Before she ascended to the title of Earth's Supreme Mage, she had encountered such evil, humanity's malice, characterized by sharpness, bitterness, jealousy, and vengeance. Over the years, with the enhancement of her magical prowess and the trials of various crises, the Ancient One believed she had transcended such emotions. However, the words of the drowned spirit reignited the buried terror within her, revealing the beloved of an adversary as a creature of loathing, a being of the utmost contempt, in the midst of battle, hastily relaying the truth to revel in the despair and collapse of the other. Such actions defied all description. Even a madman might struggle to conceive such a scenario. Yet it unfolded before her very eyes, embodied by a figure brimming with reason yet cloaked in resentment. An icy coldness seeped from the Ancient One's heart, for the darkness of the dark multiverse far surpassed the malevolence of any god she had encountered. The slaughter within the Watchtower, while horrific, still bore semblance to a familial conflict. In stark contrast, this situation was devoid of such semblance. From the very beginning, the creature's onslaught had unsettled the Ancient One. The Supreme Mage could not fathom the cruelty required to transform a noble queen of the underwater realm into such a grotesque form. Nor could she comprehend the shadowy psyche capable of devising such a vile scheme. As the Ancient One emerged from her stupor, her expression shifted dramatically. From this moment forward, she held an unwavering opposition to the incursions of the Laughing Bat and the malevolent god Barbados into her safeguarded universe, regardless of personal or public sentiment. Should the Laughing Bat and Barbados seek to invade the realm she protected, she would summon all her strength to eradicate their presence. Such evil should not exist in this world, nor in any world. Simultaneously, amid the audience's profound disgust for the actions of the drowned spirit, the protagonists, the Sea King and Mera, gazed in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Mera's weapon slipped from her grasp, sinking into the abyss. The Queen of the Ocean, overwhelmed with terror, covered her mouth, her pupils trembling with shock. Was that truly her? This distorted monstrosity, a mockery of the gods, was she herself? Mera could scarcely believe it. Engulfed by a profound sense of dread, as the queen of the underwater world, how could she have transformed into such a ghastly form? Were it not for the image of her husband desperately struggling against the creature's grasp, Mera would have deemed such a possibility absurd. Even as a mere story, these events were horrifying, let alone now, starkly manifesting before her in vivid detail. Mara could hardly bear to look at her husband, fearing she might succumb to the overwhelming urge to weep uncontrollably. Yet the queen of the underwater realm is neither permitted nor able to shed tears. Chapter 39. A love story in darkness. Aquaman clutched his trident tightly, a deep tempest of rage surging within him. Perhaps the character within the tale might experience fear, but as an almost outsider to the narrative, he felt not a trace of dread. Witnessing his beloved wife transformed into a grotesque figure by the vengeful spirit of the drowned, his fury had never burned so fiercely. This wrath did not stem from his position as the king of the seven seas, but from the heart of a devoted husband. As he beheld his wife, now a terrifying monster, and faced the grim necessity of battling her, an authentic anger radiated from him, sending tremors through the surrounding beings. Had he been able to intertwine with this scene, all ocean creatures would have felt the weight of fear and willingly succumbed to it. Alas, he could not. The king of Atlantis gasped for breath, his eyes aflame with fury. Damn you, you wretched spawn of hell. The laughing bat, Barbados, and the rest of the dark Batmen, especially this female version, are to blame. I care not for her suffering, for her actions. I shall exhaust every means to cast her into the deepest abyss. As events unfolded, the heroes of the Justice League found themselves rendered mute by the harrowing narrative. Meanwhile, all the heroes, save for Batman, could not suppress a fleeting thought. The thick crap. I knew this bat had a shadowy heart, but who could have anticipated such darkness? This change of gender hasn't altered her essence. If anything, it has intensified it. Observing Aquaman falter in this battle, the heroes' hearts tightened with concern. Damn it. After just 2 skirmishes, the situation has devolved to this. The 2 dark multiverse Batmen have wrought consequences of staggering magnitude. Who knows what the next dark Batman will unleash? A sense of dread washed over the heroes. As the main character embroiled in this horrifying event, Batman's long-standing convictions also wavered slightly. This was not to imply a shift in his beliefs. Rather, he felt a twinge of guilt regarding these actions, slaughtering Earth, brutally murdering Superman's family, and now invading alternate universes, orchestrating the deployment of these formidable adversaries. Even more absurdly, these formidable entities seemed to be mere reflections of himself. Even though he understood that the Laughing Bat and the numerous dark Batmen hailed from the dark multiverse, it did not change the fact that they were all iterations of Batman. From a certain perspective, these shadowy Batmen represented the potential he could have become. Born in Gotham, the Batman who has always resisted crime with sheer physicality never believed in luck. Yet perhaps the boundary between him and these Batmen lay in an inconspicuous moment. Just as the Laughing Bat stated, everything could pivot with the play of a seemingly insignificant card. Before the heroes could ponder further, the battle scene transitioned into another tableau. The scene rapidly shifted to a cave adorned with various trophies. Filled with the heads of ferocious beasts, the lair of the Laughing Bat. His raspy voice echoed once more. But when your wrath means nothing to your adversary, what do you need? You need a fight. From the perspective of close combat, no one can surpass the warriors of the Amazon. At least, that was once the case. The image clarified as the statuesque yet graceful Wonder Woman emerged, clad in her iconic battle attire. Opposing her stood the merciless Iron Fist, adorned with the helmet of Ares, draped in ancient Greek battle garb. Upon the arrival of the Iron Fist, the Asgardian audience from the Marvel Universe reacted instantly. On the Avengers' side, upon witnessing Wonder Woman and Ares, the heroes' expressions softened inexplicably. This was not due to any psychological derangement from their torment, but simply a shift in their environment. Compared to the previous Dark Batman, the twisted constructs of Red Death and the abyssal lair of the drowned spirits, the armory crafted by the Iron Fist, imbued with the power of Ares, seemed remarkably normal. No, not just normal. After the ravages of the drowned spirits, the Iron Fist's methods exuded an aura of gentleness. He lacked the frantic obsession with speed that characterized Red Death, the vengeful malice of the drowned spirits, and the madness and cunning of the Laughing Bat. What he embodied was straightforward destruction. In contrast to the chaos of the dark multiverse, this directness felt profoundly reassuring. As the other heroes breathed a sigh of relief, Thor, among them, regained his focus, his gaze fixed intently upon Wonder Woman and the Iron Fist, a mixture of surprise and admiration glimmering in his eyes. While the unusual tone of Thor's voice caught the attention of the rest of the heroes, who turned to observe the enraptured god, Iron Man quipped, "Damn. I know the woman is stunning, but can't you rein in that admiration for a moment?" The other heroes echoed his sentiment, for heaven's sake. We just lost one Iron Man to madness, and now another Thor? With Loki doing nothing, the Avengers are losing two key players. Can we even continue this fight? Seeing Thor's gaze fixated on Wonder Woman, the heroes averted their eyes. Black Widow turned away coolly, while the traditionally minded Captain America remained contemplative. Watching the scene with Nick Fury, the reserved Banner and the settled Hawkeye had no need for further commentary. The only one remaining unfazed was Iron Man, clearing his throat. He prepared to jest with Thor, but before he could speak, Thor exclaimed, "By my father, that armor is magnificent." Iron Man was momentarily speechless, his mind reeling. The other heroes covered their faces in disbelief. Great. Now instead of admiring Wonder Woman, he is fawning over that warrior. The alliance is completely doomed. At that moment, the scene continued to unfold. Wonder Woman's gaze turned toward the Iron Fist, her eyes filled with rage yet tinged with resignation. The Iron Fist then spoke, his tone deceptively calm, yet carrying significant weight. "Do you like the cave I've built for you, Diana? In my universe, I once hoped we could have a home." The audience, awaiting the dark tale, could only respond with bewilderment. Chapter 40. Have Batman and Wonder Woman become an item? Upon uttering this proclamation, the audience, steeped in a nightmarish immersive experience, found themselves utterly bewildered. What is this? Is this truly the direction we are taking? Has the horror narrative now morphed into a tale of romance? This is hardly your forte. At this moment, upon hearing the unyielding Iron Fist confession to Wonder Woman, both heroes and villains alike struggled to comprehend the sudden shift. In a cavern adorned with the heads of beasts, Constantine found himself momentarily breathless, choking on his disbelief. Coughing violently, he was swiftly aided by his friend Chaz, who patted his back to help him regain his composure. "Come on, take it easy. No one is competing with you here." Finally managing to steady himself, Constantine leaned on his knee, caught in a moment of existential doubt. He closed his eyes, his lips twitching. What on earth? Isn't this supposed to be a horror narrative? It clearly stated this is the most terrifying nightmare in the universe. And now, we're discussing this? Is this the nightmare of a lonely soul? After a few deep breaths, Constantine straightened up, attempting to accept the bizarre reality. Looking down at the beast fur rug beneath his feet and the wall lined with weapons, he felt an odd sense of discontent. What kind of ridiculous environment is this? How does it compare to the previous two scenes? One was a realm where the laws of physics were thrown aside, and the other revealed a bottomless sea inhabited by Lovecraftian creatures. And this? A rug, weapons, and flickering candlelight in a cave. Honestly, if you hadn't mentioned that these two are adversaries with a deathly rivalry, one could easily mistake this for a honeymoon suite. With a final drag of his cigarette, Constantine carelessly tossed the butt aside. Goodness, this setting aligns with the Amazonian aesthetic of ancient Greece. Ah, Batman, how charmingly suave you are. He shrugged off his coat and searched for another cigarette. Hearing his old friend's comment, Constantine shot Chaz an incredulous glance. What? Are you genuinely concerned about a fire, or are you worried that the newlyweds want to put on an entertaining show? Chaz playfully punched Constantine on the shoulder, causing him to stumble slightly. What the hell, you perverted dog? Do you think everyone shares your twisted thoughts? Unlike Constantine's nonchalance, Chaz wore a heavy expression. This place is definitely not as simple as it appears. We should remain vigilant. Rolling his eyes, the Hellblazer extracted a crumpled cigarette from his pocket and lit it with care. Not as simple? Could it possibly have as many twists as the last underwater tale? We're already knee-deep in chaos. What twist could possibly remain? Taking a drag, the satisfying rush of nicotine dulled his urge to retort. Oh well, we might as well see where this leads. Perhaps there will indeed be an exciting spectacle. Meanwhile, Namor, noticing the scene's abrupt transition, was equally perplexed. What on earth? How did we shift from horror to heartfelt confessions? Just a moment ago we were immersed in tales of terror from the deep, and now we're diving into romance. Is this appropriate? The stark contrast left the Marvel World's king of Atlantis speechless. Just as he witnessed the shattering of a beautiful couple, he was now subjected to this spectacle. For a fleeting moment, he was torn between whether it was the Joker's machinations or the land dwellers at play. Could this truly be part of their scheme? Leaning against the wall, he struggled to dissipate the rage that had surged within him. Yet, allowing such anger to fade would render him less than human, as his moral compass felt alarmingly low. But to suppress it was equally difficult as the scene continued to unfold, the fire crackling in the hearth, the warm candlelight dancing gently. The two central figures of this tale exchanged glances filled with an unfamiliar tension. The unyielding Iron Fist, clad in his helmet, obscured his expression. Yet his voice was maddeningly tender, at least far more so than the Red Death and the Wailing Soul. Wonder Woman's gaze, however, was laden with a complex mix of fury and an inexplicable sense of regret, reminiscent of a wife disappointed by her beloved's downfall. Setting aside his trident, Namor's expression hardened. Resigned to the unfolding drama. If there were to be any dissatisfaction, it was certainly felt by Aquaman, who had just witnessed his beloved Mera transformed into a monster, and was now compelled to confront the unyielding Iron Fist's tender sentiments towards Wonder Woman. At that moment, the King of Atlantis glared fiercely at the pair, overwhelmed by the emotional turmoil of the prior scene. Emerging from the depths of a nightmare, he had yet to comfort Mera when he heard the Iron Fist uttering sweet nothings to Wonder Woman. Love? Was the grandiosity of the last scene merely a prelude to this? Damn it, the Joker truly is despicable. Observing the intimate exchange between Wonder Woman and the unyielding Iron Fist ignited a fiery resentment within Aquaman. Tell me, what love exists between Wonder Woman and Batman? Their connection pales in comparison to the love I hold for my own. Chapter 41. The awkward Justice League. The absurdity of it all. Engaged in trivial matters instead of focusing on their noble duties. This is not to say that he views himself and others differently. The issue lies in the stark contrast of their treatment. It is not that heroes cannot indulge in romance. After all, he is with Mera. But has he ever delayed saving the world for that? I ask you, what about Batman and Wonder Woman? Just a moment ago, they were caught in a passionate embrace. And now they have retreated into silence. It's no wonder Batman harbors such darkness within. Damn it. Answer me. Look into my eyes. Tell me, why, Batman? Even if he were to fall from grace, to become the Laughing Bat, donning that helmet and transforming into the war god Ares, he would still engage in these trivialities. It is indeed true that when you claim darkness resides in your heart, I see it now. Aquaman pats Mera's back, his face twisted in contempt as he observes the ongoing conversation. However, the impact of this revelation is felt not just by the two kings of the sea. Upon hearing the grim voice of the merciless Iron Fist utter such words, the Avengers are left utterly bewildered. What is this? In the previous world, he hoped for them to have a home? The Batman, who brings destruction and despair, has a penchant for love? The heroes are not naive to the concept of the multiverse, yet even Captain America, who has only recently learned about it from Iron Man, understands that one's actions cannot simply emerge from thin air, especially when the principal figures are the same. The fact that merciless Iron Fist could entertain thoughts of marriage with Wonder Woman indicates that Batman in the main universe harbors similar inclinations. Fall from grace, indeed. If there were no inkling of such thoughts, this revelation might not have occurred. Witnessing this outcome, the Avengers are collectively at a loss. Especially those heroes aside from Iron Man and Thor. In less than 2 scenes, while facing Red Death, Iron Man inexplicably bursts into laughter, reminiscent of the Laughing Bat himself. When this scene unfolds, Thor becomes overly excited. But who knew his gaze was fixated solely on merciless Iron Fist? This reality is already overwhelming. When merciless Iron Fist speaks, it feels as though the sky has collapsed. Listening to his words, the other heroes find themselves engulfed in doubt. Just moments ago, they were engaged in a terrifying survival story, and now they are thrust into a love narrative? In this light, the two most eccentric characters, Thor and Iron Man, appear to have regained their sanity. It is not they who are the problem. It is I who have failed to keep pace with the Laughing Bat's rhythm. At this moment, the beliefs of the heroes present begin to waver. Is the Laughing Bat truly this absurd? Even as a mere observer, it can shake one's inner core. Who bears the most discomfort in this scene? It must be the Justice League, caught in the throes of this nightmare. Listening to what sounds like a confession from merciless Iron Fist, a peculiar atmosphere envelopes the Justice League, standing within the meticulously crafted Batcave. What does this feel like? Imagine 2 seemingly ordinary colleagues, who share nothing but camaraderie, suddenly confessing their feelings in an elevator right before your eyes. What would you feel? In this moment, aside from the parties involved, all the heroes fall into silence. Given the gravity of the situation, jesting seems inappropriate. Yet, evasion is impossible. This cursed immersive experience offers no exit. Pretending not to see, Wonder Woman inexplicably falls silent. The atmosphere grows increasingly awkward. The ever-optimistic Flash glances at Wonder Woman and Batman with lightning speed, then feigns indifference, his heart tumultuous. Oh my, these two are right beside me. I never anticipated such a twist in their relationship. Little Flash feels his hands at a loss. Should he say something? Why is everyone silent? Is everyone waiting for him to speak? That seems inappropriate. What could he possibly say? Green Lantern, standing behind the crowd, wears a peculiar expression. This is a confession? This revelation has left the world's greatest Green Lantern confounded. Hal's face betrays his astonishment. When did this happen? How come he was unaware? Is there even a possibility of a relationship between Batman and Wonder Woman? He has never noticed anything unusual between them. Could it be that this occurred while he was away, engaged in significant battles across other star systems? Damn it, why was I not informed upon my return? The usually quiet and unassuming Cyborg is also caught in a whirlwind of thoughts. Having merged with Motherbox technology, he momentarily disregards his initial cries for help. His mind cannot help but focus on the current situation. Frankly, since merging with Motherbox, he has physically severed ties with love and has never contemplated such matters again. He genuinely feels perplexed. Could it be that this is why he has failed to notice the subtle dynamics between the two all along? However, aside from the two protagonists, the most awkward of all is Superman, who shares a unique bond with both. He now faces an intensified version of the dilemma. These two colleagues are not only his close comrades, but also his best friends. And now, without any prior warning, they have confessed their feelings. What does one feel in such a situation? Superman's mind has gone blank. Both are his closest allies, and now they are together. Should he feel joy for them, or confusion for himself? After a brief moment, as Wonder Woman remains silent, the real Wonder Woman outside the story can no longer endure the awkwardness. Guys, this is creating quite the ripple. The others, unsure of what to say, suddenly begin chattering away. I didn't catch what he said. I'm certain this is merely a matter of the dark multiverse. If that is the case, then I wish them well. Should I present a belated wedding gift? After a second of silence, the chatter ceases once more. Damn it. The situation has grown even more uncomfortable. As one of the parties involved, and the protagonist of this nightmarish invasion, Batman speaks in a low tone. The dark multiverse showcases some remarkably illogical tales. The two aberrations we witnessed are paradoxes that should not exist. This story is similar. Wonder Woman glances at Batman, then replies, indeed. In this universe, there is truly no possibility between this unfeeling Batman and me. Chapter 42. The Terrifying Iron Fist of Ruthlessness. After a brief silence, the Iron Fist of Ruthlessness, brandishing his steel sword, spoke first. But I believe that was when we were closest. The dazzling golden blade shone brilliantly even in the dim room. This is the armory of the gods I have slain. Choose your weapon. No god shall dictate our fate any longer. In response to the Iron Fist of Ruthlessness's proclamation, the Wonder Woman across from him merely closed her eyes lightly and shook her head ever so slightly. The man speaking wore the helmet of Ares. Wonder Woman opened her eyes, her expression resolute. When this is all over, Iron Fist of Ruthlessness, I will annihilate the remaining dark kin of yours. Clang. The sword fell to the ground, but the Iron Fist of Ruthlessness maintained his combat stance. Hey, I truly miss you, Diana. Are you really going to lay down your weapon? Wonder Woman gazed into the eyes beneath the helmet of the Iron Fist, moved her neck slightly, and calmly replied, No, I say, let us fight barehanded. The Iron Fist of Ruthlessness's version of the Batcave, adorned with various spoils of war. Hearing the exchange between the two, and witnessing Wonder Woman and the Iron Fist charging toward each other, the renowned bounty hunter, Deathstroke, felt an inexplicable thrill. He twirled his swords with ease, slipping them smoothly into their sheaths. What a jest! These are two of the most celebrated heroes of the Justice League, the greatest superheroes in the world. And now they are about to engage in hand-to-hand combat before your very eyes. This spectacle was immensely enticing for Deathstroke, a master of combat. Indeed, for any spectator with even a modicum of fighting prowess, such a scene was a rarity. Deathstroke gazed at the two with a hint of anticipation. Unlike the deranged inmates of Arkham Asylum, who were all unstable and violent, he found little allure in the Joker's schemes. Yet, he harbored a slightly opposing attitude toward them. To be frank, although he would never admit it, deep down, this fearless assassin, who took every job and fought anyone, held a tinge of fear toward Gotham's Dark Knight, the Batman, clad in his form-fitting attire, who prowls the night to break your legs. Upon first laying eyes on the Joker's maniacal grin, Deathstroke was reminded of a particularly distressing memory from long ago. It was a time when, due to a minor oversight, he was captured once more by Superman and Batman. Strangely, that day, both heroes seemed to have transformed. The typically gentle Superman lowered his voice, glaring at him with a rage that suggested he might tear him apart at any moment. Deathstroke felt no fear regarding Superman. After all, Which villain did not know that Superman was renowned for his benevolence, steadfastly adhering to his no-kill principle? The essence of this divine being's purity was manifest. Not even if Superman placed his hand over Deathstroke's heart would he believe that he would pierce it like tofu, taking his life. No, the true threat was Batman. That day, Batman behaved unusually. Do you know what that lunatic did to his hired mercenary? He smiled at him. And Deathstroke, in a moment of hesitation lasting less than a second, immediately confessed everything. How he took jobs, who he worked for, leaving no detail unspoken. This was not an act of cowardice. Rather, he feared that Batman had truly gone mad, or more accurately, had become utterly deranged. This was a madman who interpreted the no-kill principle as breaking every bone in his opponent's body, as long as he did not take their life. Frankly, Deathstroke always believed that if it were to come to that, it would be better to simply kill them outright. This was not a matter of cowardice. Who would not be afraid? The only one unafraid would likely be that madman, the Joker. And now, it had come to pass. His nightmare had become reality. Batman had truly lost his mind. Reflecting on his past deeds, the normally ruthless Deathstroke shook his head, feeling a twinge of pity for those who had perished. Returning to the present, Deathstroke focused on the two combatants before him. Perhaps he should simply enjoy this combat spectacle. It could be considered a light-hearted moment amidst the turmoil. At least for now. As the two fought, within the ancient Greek mythos-inspired Batcave, a group of female warriors, dressed in attire befitting the surroundings, watched the duel with curious expressions. Occasionally, gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd. These warriors were the Amazonian tribe, who had once triumphed over the invasion of Darkseid, possessing a significant influence in the DC universe. They were kin to Wonder Woman, Diana. Living on Paradise Island, these women, though all female, were endowed with extraordinary combat prowess due to their unique lineage. Among them, Wonder Woman Diana stood out as their foremost champion. Given this background and relationship, their perspective on the ongoing battle was profoundly unique. Ignorance breeds fearlessness. While others might find this scene somewhat ambiguous, the Amazonian warriors did not share such sentiments. After all, before them was a wall adorned with the spoils of war, the entire pantheon of gods, seemingly vanquished by this peculiar bat who inherited the powers of the god of war, Ares, all at the hands of one individual. For the Amazonian warriors, who had a visceral connection to the deities, a deep-seated fear welled up within them. They had personally experienced the might of the gods. Not to mention, their very existence was a result of divine intervention. The immortality granted to them on Paradise Island stemmed from Zeus, the king of the gods. Thus, upon witnessing the wall lined with trophies of battle, even with their resilient spirits, they could not help but feel an involuntary tremor of fear. Listening to the gasps of the children around them, the Amazonian queen Hippolyta wore a grave expression. Her gaze was fixed intently on the combatants, more specifically, on the iron fist of ruthlessness, clad in black armor with a strikingly aggressive demeanor. The moment the two entered the fray, Hippolyta recognized the source of the iron fist's power, Ares, the god of war. Her sensitivity to this recognition was heightened by a simple yet profound reason. Ares was her father. From the very first glance, Hippolyta felt a chilling apprehension toward the iron fist of ruthlessness. As the daughter of Ares, her disposition towards one who bore the god of war's might was steeped in trepidation, due to the reverence for peace and liberation on Paradise Island. The Amazonian tribe residing there inherently finds itself at odds with the conflict-driven deity of war, Ares. It can be said that fundamentally, the sense of oppression brought forth by Ares weighs heavily upon the daughter of this war god. Presently, this sense of oppression has taken on a peculiar, bat-like essence, intensifying the already profound pressure with an unsettling, chilling dread. Observing her daughter, Wonder Woman, engaged in a merciless struggle against the iron-fisted adversary, the queen cannot suppress her growing concern for her daughter. Chapter 43. Odin. Has Zeus been slain? Casting aside the onlookers, a few powerful entities with a keen sense of magic sensed something amiss. Their gaze fell upon the fierce clash between Wonder Woman and the unyielding Iron Fist. In the realm of Marvel, Odin, the king of the gods of Asgard, rarely furrowed his brow. From the moment the unyielding Iron Fist appeared, he had been drawn to this strangely familiar figure. Unlike others, Odin could distinctly perceive a divine power emanating from the opponent, as if it shared a common origin with his own. Yet, entangled by the malevolent god Barbados's influence, he harbored suspicions that remained unconfirmed. However, with Wonder Woman's words, the enigma began to unravel. Ares, the god of war? Wasn't he a deity from Zeus's pantheon? No wonder. With the answer established, Odin's concern regarding the catastrophic threat unleashed by the cackling bat became magnified. The Red Death and the drowned souls possessed terrifying combat prowess, yet for Odin, this power was somewhat unfamiliar. In the Marvel Universe, such a capability was nearly non-existent. Take Speed Force, for instance. This ability, regarded as abstract even in the DC realm, found no counterpart in Marvel's world. Similarly, Quicksilver, known for his swiftness, wielded a power that essentially manipulated the flow of time around him. While everything else slowed to a crawl, Quicksilver's speed appeared extraordinarily rapid. Nevertheless, when juxtaposed with Speed Force, it paled in comparison. Speed Force, an ability capable of effortlessly rebooting the universe, crafting temporal remnants, and frequently traversing various parallel universes, left Odin in awe of its might. Yet, the extent of that power remained elusive to him, as this was his first encounter with it. Conversely, Odin was all too familiar with the unyielding Iron Fist. The wall of trophies, nearly filling the entire room with the weapons of gods, astonished even Odin. The sheer volume of weapons hinted at the horrific events their divine owners had endured. Furrowing his brow, Odin's gaze shifted to the unyielding Iron Fist. Batman. Was this monstrosity a transformation of that child? Odin couldn't help but scrutinize the two combatants further. On the surface, their battle seemed somewhat ordinary, lacking the spectacle of Speed Force and the monstrous drowned souls. Despite their exceptional combat skills, to an observer, it merely resembled the exchange of punches and kicks. Yet, in Odin's eyes, the force behind their clash had long surpassed that of his boastful eldest son and the troublesome younger one. The level of skill displayed by the adversaries was undoubtedly top tier among the Valkyries. Moreover, Odin was somewhat astonished to note that the unyielding Iron Fist appeared not to be exerting its full strength. My Diana and I once plunged into that war, Wonder Woman declared. It shaped her into a warrior you could never hope to become. As the unyielding Iron Fist charged toward her, the battle-hardened Wonder Woman deftly dodged and retaliated with a punch. You are not the Batman I once knew, she proclaimed, landing a blow that sent the unyielding Iron Fist crashing to the ground. With gritted teeth, she taunted, regardless of your twisted existence, you are merely a mortal. The unyielding Iron Fist staggered to its feet, its eyes glowing fiercely beneath the helmet. Wonder Woman remained unfazed, charging forward. A mere mortal masquerading as a god. The two locked in a stalemate. Wonder Woman continued her taunts. Your fighting technique is utterly lacking. Who taught you to fight? With a swift motion, she struck the unyielding Iron Fist's ankle. The impact caused the unyielding Iron Fist to momentarily lose balance, nearly toppling over. A monk? An assassin? Or, before she could finish her taunt, the stumbling, unyielding Iron Fist regained its footing and hurled Wonder Woman away. The force was incongruent with the previous combat level, sending her crashing to the ground like a tossed sandbag, the resounding impact reverberating throughout the Batcave. Observing the fallen Wonder Woman, who had nearly lost her hand-to-hand combat capabilities, the unyielding Iron Fist revealed the answer to the question. It is you. You must be dreaming. I would sooner die than instruct someone like you. Wonder Woman glared at the familiar figure of Batman, now transformed. The unyielding Iron Fist, however, paid her no mind and turned away, its muscular frame straining against the armor. You taught me. As the unyielding Iron Fist walked away, Wonder Woman retrieved her discarded sword. At this juncture in their battle, both understood that in terms of raw combat ability, she was far from matching her opponent. Rising, sword in hand, she charged at the unyielding Iron Fist. Tell me the truth. With a swift turn, the unyielding Iron Fist easily deflected her full-force strike with a long-handled warhammer. I am telling you the truth. After I obliterated the gods, I sought your sister. The battle raged on for 3 days and nights. With a flourish, the unyielding Iron Fist struck Wonder Woman's face, causing a resounding impact. Hee. It chuckled, turning leisurely. Your Batman possesses a significant coin. Upon hearing these words, Wonder Woman's gaze followed the unyielding Iron Fist to a large, circular drum nearby, a sight that sent shivers down her spine. Chapter 44. Loki. Father, save me. Before me stood a colossal visage, reminiscent of ancient war drums, emblazoned with the countenance of the merciless Iron Fist. He strode forward with an air of indifference, resting a massive hammer upon his shoulder. I commanded the ferrymen of the underworld to gather the coins of every Amazonian soul seeking reincarnation. I melted and reforged this pure gold drachma. The merciless Iron Fist halted before the drachma, shaking his shoulder. Witnessing this scene, the Amazon tribe, including their queen Hippolyta, was engulfed in terror. The arrival of the merciless Iron Fist resonated like the pronouncement of a demon. The Amazons, who had once valiantly faced and vanquished the invasion of Darkseid, could barely endure for 3 days. And yet, the Iron Fist's tone suggested he found the battle's duration excessive. Lamenting his own inadequacy, the gaze of Hippolyta toward the Iron Fist betrayed an involuntary flicker of fear. This man, bearing an uncanny resemblance to her father and adorned with the helm of the war god Ares, epitomized the most harrowing nightmare imaginable. As the queen of the Amazons, a champion of peace and a warrior of Paradise Island, Hippolyta had clashed with her father on numerous occasions. Apart from her daughter, the illustrious Wonder Woman Diana, no one understood Ares' capabilities better than she. Hippolyta was resolute in her belief that Ares lacked the power to obliterate Paradise Island, while Ares, as a conceptual deity, derived strength from the magnitude of war. His inherent arrogance often led to his downfall at the hands of heroes. Yet, the man before her, born of a dark multiverse, was different. He possessed the potential to annihilate Paradise Island and slay the gods. His divine power must have been immensely amplified. Imagine a master of understanding all thoughts, perceiving the depths of human malice and the primal urge for combat. What colossal warfare he could orchestrate. Hippolyta was certain that, within that realm, conflicts sweeping across all dimensions and powers had already commenced. It was only under such circumstances that the merciless Iron Fist could eradicate the Amazonian tribe of Paradise Island in a mere 3 days. However, perhaps, the color drained from Hippolyta's face. Such a feat would imply a deep-seated betrayal within Paradise Island itself. She shook her head, dismissing this chilling thought. Yet it lingered in her heart, haunting her. Her gaze fell upon the pure gold drachma, sending a chill through her very being. In this moment, her emotions mirrored those of all the warrior women surrounding her, fear intertwined with disbelief. If the merciless Iron Fist could command the ferryman to melt down the coins of all fallen Amazons seeking rebirth, crafting a drachma steeped in the blood and flesh of these valiant women, it would signify. Hippolyta shouted in terror toward Wonder Woman in the scene. No. The merciless Iron Fist raised his hammer, murmuring, "The Amazonian army shall never return to paradise." With a resounding crash, the hammer struck the drachma, unleashing a tremor of ancient souls, an array of spirits erupting forth, those of the exceedingly corrupted Amazonian warriors, all appearing utterly forlorn. The Iron Fist turned, directing his hammer toward the fallen, wide-eyed Wonder Woman, his stance reminiscent of a commanding general. "Sister warriors," he proclaimed, "your princess awaits you." Witnessing this spectacle, Chaz, a friend of Constantine, was rendered speechless, exclaiming, "What in blazes is this? This is madness." He had anticipated a more heartwarming battle, yet the sight of decaying, bloodied warriors surging forth from the drachma was anything but heartening. From a frontal view, the devastation of this scene rivaled the darkness of the fallen Batman, if not exceeding it. Chaz wore a bewildered expression, his eyes betraying an overwhelming sense of dread. After years of traversing hell alongside Constantine, he had encountered many horrors. Yet this was unlike anything he had ever witnessed. The atmosphere shifted as Constantine exhaled a plume of smoke, momentarily shedding his usual nonchalance. In this moment, he embodied the essence of a hellish detective, his demeanor finally befitting the title. He expelled smoke from his lips, gazing upon the legion of the undead before him with undisguised revulsion. What a ghastly sight, Chaz. These repulsive legions were once the most illustrious warriors in the world. With a lighter in hand, he pointed toward the central figure of the Iron Fist, resplendent in his commanding presence, and shouted, "And this is a grotesque abomination that toys with the souls of the brave, condemning them to eternal torment." Chaz's expression transformed in an instant. Bloody hell. Those wretches from the dark multiverse are truly despicable. Meanwhile, this epic tableau instilled a profound sense of dread in Loki, who had been poised to orchestrate an invasion on Earth. As the Prince of Asgard, raised by the likes of Hel, Thor, and Odin, Loki harbored a deep-seated disdain for his brother and father, yet he still regarded Asgard as his home. He fervently believed in the sanctity of Asgard, vowing to protect its safety. Thus, the scene unfolding before him was a twisted nightmare that distorted everything he held dear. According to Asgardian belief, all valiant warriors who perished in battle ascended to Valhalla, where they would revel in endless feasting and merriment, celebrating until the end of the world. They would join their divine king Odin in the ultimate battle of destruction, culminating in their most glorious farewell. Yet, all of this dissipated into the abyss of fear as the merciless iron fist struck the pure gold drachma. The thunderous echo revealed a more terrifying truth. The valiant fallen would not ascend to Valhalla, nor would they receive glory. Instead, it may become irreparably corrupt, descending into an unending state of depravity, transforming into a soul so hunched and twisted that it is forever beyond redemption in this world. Witnessing this scene, Loki felt fear clutching at his heart, rendering him immobile. The Red Death, the drowned wraith, and even the laughing bat had never instilled such terror in him. After all, no matter how much torment one endures in life, death promises a return to Valhalla, granting the soul eternal rest. However, the emergence of the unyielding iron fist shattered Loki's illusions entirely, plunging him into an inescapable abyss of despair. Chapter 45. The Battle of the Dawn's eerie lantern. If even death cannot bestow solace from the nightmares, one must ponder what, then, could possibly comfort a shattered soul. Loki gripped the scepter embedded with the soul stone, his heart fraught with trepidation. Should fate permit, once this tale reaches its conclusion, he would hasten back to Asgard, to the side of his father Odin, and henceforth refrain from any further mischief. The audacity of Earthlings was simply unparalleled. Yet, for those witnessing this nightmare unfold, a torment to all who held faith, not every spectator was engulfed by fear. A considerable segment of the audience, rather than crumbling, found an exhilarating delight in this sacrilegious spectacle. Most emblematic of this sentiment was Gore the God Butcher, who had vowed to annihilate all deities within the Marvel Universe. Observing Wonder Woman ensnared by the corrupted Amazonian spirits, Gore's face radiated unrestrained glee. Indeed, this was the essence of satisfaction. These so-called gods, mere elevated statues, had long turned a blind eye to the suffering of mortals. His entire race had, until its demise, beseeched divine mercy, relinquishing all for the promise of blessings and salvation from their lifelong idols. The irony lay in the fact that these idols were nothing but wretched beasts. He would rather witness the extinction of a race that worshipped and sacrificed for these deities than see one of them stir from their complacency to intervene. Even if such an act were as effortless as indulging in a sumptuous feast. It was only upon the emergence of the black sword of annihilation that Gore realized the truth. Deities were naught but cursed statues. They brought no salvation under their dominion. They only perpetuated ignorance, suffering, and a laziness that refused to embrace self-sufficiency even unto death. As he beheld the scene before him, Gore chuckled, as if witnessing the most joyous of performances. With a derisive snort, he cast his gaze upon the formidable figure, filled with admiration. His eyes roamed the walls behind the merciless iron fist, and his respect transformed into sheer appreciation. So much spoils, so many dead, useless deities. Everything was simply exquisite. This was no nightmare. It was a splendid dream he yearned for day and night. He opened his arms wide, a look of liberation upon his face. If the malevolent deity Barbados and the Joker could bring about the destruction of all gods, he would gladly join their cause, even if it meant his own obliteration. Though they were hardly paragons of virtue, one could hardly lose by allowing one scoundrel to vanquish another. After all, it would merely result in the demise of yet another inhuman wretch. In stark contrast, Odin, the Allfather of Marvel's pantheon, felt a profound revulsion and disgust towards the actions of the merciless Iron Fist. This was not merely a distortion of death's rightful place. It was a slap in his face. Odin furrowed his brow, casting increasingly hostile glances at the Iron Fist. As the Allfather, he could tolerate certain actions, after all. Cruelty is an inescapable aspect of humanity. Even when it manifests as malevolence, Odin could comprehend it. However, the deeds of the merciless Iron Fist incited the ire of the mightiest entities within the Marvel realm. Death, especially the kind that grants repose, is a domain that no being should dare to trespass. Should the entire world lose faith in death, the cosmos itself would plunge into an unfathomable collapse. Odin, with disdain, observed the unfolding events, attempting once more to intervene and amend the course of this calamity with his supreme power. Yet, all efforts were in vain. The king of the gods ceased his attempts. Deep within his heart, he began to grasp the chaos wrought by the Joker and the malevolent deity Barbados anew. It became evident that this invasion, every strategic move, was orchestrated entirely by the Joker. Odin perceived that the tone and demeanor of the merciless Iron Fist were less extreme and chaotic compared to other fallen beings. The distinction was akin to a cadre of unscrupulous ministers versus a villain who infiltrated the enemy's ranks. Even if the latter was also a foe, he retained a warrior's nobility. No matter how deep the corruption or how warped the faith, this intrinsic nature remained unchanged. Odin could ascertain that the merciless Iron Fist alone could not conceive such a precise, chillingly terrifying scheme. This audacious plan, one that dared mock death, was distinctly in line with the Joker's style. This style mirrored that of the drowned vengeful spirits, transforming loved ones into grotesque, twisted abominations, thereby inciting mutual slaughter. Such was the hallmark of the Joker's handiwork. A heightened sense of vigilance swelled within Odin. The Joker's peril warranted a plethora of question marks. Meanwhile, the Justice League, observing the fierce confrontation, harbored similar thoughts. Not only Batman but the other heroes, too, recognized the unmistakable traces of the Joker's influence within these battle scenes. It was not merely a matter of acknowledging Gotham's infamous clown. Rather, the heroes felt an unmistakable essence of Batman's methodology woven throughout the plans and machinations. Although Batman initiated these conflicts, the Joker's malevolent flair was unmistakably pronounced. As events escalated, the heroes' attention pivoted towards Green Lantern. They recalled that only Green Lantern and the Batman infused with the eerie Lantern ring remained amidst these four battles. And at that moment, the final confrontation quietly commenced. Chapter 46, The Green Lantern Oath. The scene fades away. The final image left for the audience. Only Wonder Woman is engulfed by the formidable army of the undead. The image flickers several times. The merciless Iron Fist strides slowly. The Amazonian knights shout hoarsely. And finally, Wonder Woman, whose eyes reveal pain and despair, is lost in the crowd. The screen fades to black. The entire venue plunges into silence once more. As they gaze at Wonder Woman disappearing among the horde of the undead, the hearts of the Avengers tighten. The legion of deathly female warriors. The overwhelming presence of the merciless Iron Fist and the enemies emerging from the dark multiverse render the fallen Wonder Woman strikingly vulnerable. Yet, despite this, the Avengers comprehend that this fragile heroine, in her world, is likely among the greatest heroes of all. Their understanding is simple. A glance at the trembling Thor reveals the truth. At this moment, having witnessed the battle between the merciless Iron Fist and Wonder Woman, Thor's usual arrogance dissipates, his body trembling involuntarily. As comrades, the other Avengers also notice this change, even though they are aware that this battle will not be straightforward. Seeing Thor in such a state sends their spirits plummeting once again. Truth be told, apart from Thor, the purely terrestrial heroes feel little fear at the appearance of the merciless Iron Fist. They simply do not believe it or have never encountered gods in their reality. Until now, aside from Thor and Loki, who is currently invading Earth, none of the Earth's heroes have laid eyes on the deities of Asgard or those from Norse mythology. They harbor no concept of the immense power wielded by divine beings. They have never comprehended the pinnacle of divine combat prowess. Until the merciless Iron Fist summoned an army that seemed capable of uniting the entire Earth, they had no such notion. Now, however, the fear within the heroes becomes palpable. If the combat strength of the gods is so formidable, what impact would Loki, the god of mischief, have upon invading Earth? According to myth, his magical powers are extraordinarily potent, nearly capable of altering reality itself. Should Loki take action, even the Hulk might struggle to withstand him. At this moment, the heroes' hearts are nearly devoid of hope. Meanwhile, Thor, a fellow Asgardian, is more anxious than the Earth heroes. Although they cannot perceive it, Thor is acutely aware that the warriors summoned by the merciless Iron Fist each possess the strength of Valkyries. Should such a legion launch an invasion of Asgard, what defenses could Asgard muster? Despite Thor's youthful bravado, he would not risk the annihilation of countless Asgardian warriors to confront this battle. Furthermore, he had initially been preoccupied with observing the Iron Fist's armor, but once he shifted his focus, he was astonished to discover that the wall was adorned with spoils belonging entirely to the neighboring gods. Artifacts radiating the power of Zeus lay there, as if they were mere refuse discarded by the roadside. This revelation made the future king of Asgard grip his hammer tightly, a gesture that provided him with a modicum of reassurance. As the scene concludes, the final combatant is about to make their entrance. The Avengers are at a loss for how to confront the impending challenge. At this moment, silence reigns. The pinnacle of strength from various realms marvels at the power exhibited by the merciless Iron Fist. Anticipation for the final confrontation quietly builds. In the pitch-black void, All the audience returns to the original dark waiting space. And just as confusion begins to arise, a green figure emerges from the darkness, accompanied by a raised green lantern ring. A resolute oath resounds through the space, in bright daylight or in the depths of night. No fiends shall find refuge, and the wicked shall tremble before my light. As the steadfast voice of the green lantern resonates, the many heroes watching the battle feel a surge of renewed spirit. In the darkness, the Ancient One cannot help but cast an appreciative glance at this young man of unwavering conviction. Bright daylight or deep night, no fiends shall find refuge. The Ancient One feels a sense of comfort within. Indeed, even in such dire circumstances, the universe is never devoid of heroes willing to resist. This young man's mental fortitude is commendable. He remains composed in the face of great challenges and fights valiantly until the very end. Such a promising talent. If he were to appear in her universe, she would undoubtedly take him under her wing and cultivate him into a steadfast sorcerer. Such individuals possess the mental strength necessary to withstand dark magic. Setting aside her admiration for the Green Lantern, the Ancient One is profoundly curious about this battle. The merciless Iron Fist, the Red Death, the Drowned Wraith, each represents a facet of cosmic energy. The Red Death embodies the regret of a lifetime, the obsession with speed. The Drowned Wraith personifies hatred and malice, the cruelty of vengeance. The merciless Iron Fist embodies the desire for battle intertwined with memories of the departed. Beyond their strength, the Ancient One has a deep understanding of their powers. Now, only the final contender, the Batman from Nightmares, remains. The Supreme Sorcerer, who has traversed various universes through the soul, eagerly anticipates the final card in the multiverse invasion by the Laughing Bat. Chapter 47. The untroubled Darkseid amidst the surrounding darkness, which was indistinguishable from the waiting space. The Dark Lord Darkseid furrowed his brow, his mind plagued by a sense of foreboding. He was utterly unaware of the devious scheme that this screen was about to unveil. At that moment, Darkseid found himself lingering on the previous scene, the undead army of the Amazons. He recalled that encounter from long ago, during his invasion of Earth, when he clashed with the formidable warriors of Paradise Island. These women, wielding divine power, had once split the mother box from the grasp of the god King Zeus with a single strike. And in his moment of vulnerability, they had delivered a devastating blow from the god of war, Ares. Upon first laying eyes on the merciless Iron Fist, Darkseid felt a strange familiarity. Was this not a longtime adversary from his youth? Years had passed, yet he now appeared diminished, stripped of divinity by a mere mortal and besieged, slaughtering gods in the process. Darkseid could not deny a modicum of respect for the combat prowess displayed by his foe. However, it was worth noting that he had been merely 8 years old at that time, a child. Even for him, facing such a multitude would have been a considerable challenge. But now, Darkseid was confident that should he invade again, it would proceed with remarkable ease. The only significant obstacle remained that surviving Kryptonian. In his heart, Darkseid had already devised appropriate measures to counter this threat. In essence, what the merciless Iron Fist could accomplish, he too could replicate, and perhaps even surpass. Having reached this conclusion, Darkseid exhaled a breath as if relieved to have survived a calamity. The abilities of the Red Death and the Drowned were somewhat abstract. He felt uncertain about their true strength until he confronted them directly. The Red Death's incredible speed was notable, yet once marked by the Omega beams. Any attack would inevitably find its mark. As for the Drowned, he could simply unleash his firepower. Yet, all of this remained uncertain until he faced the merciless Iron Fist. Darkseid possessed numerous strategies at his disposal, while his opponent also had means of resistance. This implied that in actual combat, victory was not guaranteed. To speak plainly, the greatest fear stemmed from the unknown. However, the appearance of the merciless Iron Fist irrevocably altered Darkseid's perspective. He had developed a relative scale to assess the threat posed by the incursion into the multiverse. As a warrior on par with the other three, even if the merciless Iron Fist's combat strength did not rank among the highest, it was assuredly not weak. As for this latest conflict, a sardonic smile crept across Darkseid's countenance. It was not mere arrogance. During his prior invasion of Earth, the Green Lantern had been but a trivial obstacle. Even when united, they had failed to halt his expansion. Imagination and spirit, merely a facade. Darkseid's gaze turned toward the Green Lantern hovering in the center, his eyes glinting with amusement. If the Bat of Laughter and the Dark God Barbados possessed only such capabilities, then the threat to the multiverse was likely far less significant than he had anticipated. As the focus of the battle shifted to the Green Lantern, within the enveloping darkness, a yellow figure locked eyes with Hal Jordan, the Green Lantern. Humph, sneered Sinestro, who had embraced the yellow light, disdain evident as he regarded Hal Jordan, steadfastly reciting his oath in the shadows. As Hal's greatest foe and also his closest ally, Sinestro harbored complex feelings toward the Green Lantern. Much like the Joker and Reverse Flash, despite his contempt for Hal, he found himself more favorable toward the loathsome bat from the dark multiverse than toward Hal, who was perpetually at odds with him. Rather than wishing for the Green Lantern's downfall, Sinestro was more curious about this character who had emerged from the dark multiverse. What manner of being was he? How formidable was he? What constituted his ring? Was it a red ring of rage? An orange ring of greed? Or perhaps a blue ring of hope? A violet ring of love? An indigo ring of compassion? Or was it a yellow ring representing fear? Sinestro felt a tinge of curiosity. Having observed the previous battles, the Master of Fear could discern the relationships at play. The King of Atlantis ruled the seas, so he would battle with Sinestro's beloved wife. The Flash, one of the fastest beings in the universe, would contend with motorbikes that matched his speed, while Wonder Woman would face her most terrifying Amazonian kin. Thus, in the climactic final act orchestrated by the Bat of Laughter, the confrontation that would evoke fear in the Green Lantern could only be the yellow light. But if the opponent wielded the yellow light, why then had there been no trace of illumination in this entire space thus far? Floating in the void, Sinestro felt an unsettling premonition, and at that moment, a feeble yet arrogant voice pierced the silence. Don't bother. A Batman, shimmering with a faint hue, materialized behind the Green Lantern. Your oath is of no consequence in my cave. With a flicker of lights, everything abruptly transformed. Cities sprang forth from nothingness. The pitch-black void filled with vibrant life. Azure skies and bright sunlight emerged, as cities by the sea rose abruptly, engulfing the entire expanse as if they had always existed. In the sky, Green Lantern Hal Jordan wielded the power of his ring, manifesting a train conjured from its light, carrying two children, laughter echoing throughout the coastal city. Upon witnessing the shifting scenery, Hal Jordan instinctively moved, his face betraying a hint of emotion. This was his city, even knowing it was an illusion. It stirred a deep longing within him. In the DC universe, each hero held an extraordinary bond with their city. Metropolis for Superman, Gotham for Batman, Central City for the Flash, and Coast City for Green Lantern. Here resided his beloved, everything he cherished. Noticing the shift in Hal Jordan, Kid Flash approached, offering a comforting glance. Acknowledging his friend's gesture, Hal Jordan smiled, yet his eyes bore a knowing glint. Do not worry, Barry. This is undoubtedly not a favorable situation. In the scene, Hal has gently placed the two children on the ground, tenderly addressing the children. Relax, dear ones, I am here. This will be the safest place. Never fear. The two innocent children responded, never fear. Yet in the next moment, a fist shattered all of this. The scene fragmented. Only one phrase remained. Welcome home, Hal. Chapter 48. The Green Lantern under the gaze of the deities. The explosive Flash swiftly darted past. With the force of this punch unleashed, it soon vanished from sight. After a fleeting moment of brightness, darkness enveloped once more. Surveying the surroundings, the beleaguered Green Lantern Hal Jordan, ever vigilant, mocked aloud. The darkness cannot save you, Dawn's trickster. Yet, only a cacophony of voices responded. I've wanted to be alone with you for so long, Hal. Fear will always find a place. Your blood will stain the lake of Ian Mort. I did not train you to be this way, Jordan. Mine. These voices seemed to emanate from the depths of Hal Jordan's soul, echoing incessantly. In response, Hal, whose lips were stained with crimson, merely smiled faintly. His tone laced with derision. Humph. The scene unfolds. Hal Jordan, attacked amidst the shadows, wears a smirk of scorn. Darkseid, who had previously held a disdainful view of the Green Lantern, now found himself slightly intrigued. Darkseid's gaze lingered on Hal Jordan, his eyes glinting with curiosity. He possessed knowledge of the selection criteria for the Green Lantern ring, the core of 9 lanterns, each hue embodying a distinct spirit. For instance, the Violet Lantern encapsulates profound love, the Red Lantern signifies enduring rage, and the Yellow Lantern embodies boundless fear. Other Lantern core similarly represent various tangible emotions. Only the Green Lantern stands apart, symbolizing willpower. Each individual chosen by the Green Lantern ring is imbued with an indomitable will. This willpower compels Green Lanterns to shoulder immense responsibilities and acts of justice. They traverse the cosmos, safeguarding their respective sectors. even if the beings inhabiting those planets are starkly different from themselves. Nevertheless, Green Lanterns are willing to sacrifice their lives, battling against oppressive races until their last breath. This aspect is well understood by Darkseid, the Dark Sovereign of Apocalypse. Over the years, he has eliminated countless meddlesome Green Lanterns in his quest for expansion. Without a doubt, he plans to annihilate the entire Green Lantern Corps in the future, despite the unwavering resolve of numerous steadfast Green Lanterns awaiting the impending conflict. They remain unable to thwart his expansion. Is it not so? Yet this particular Green Lantern seems somewhat different. Darkseid observed the blood trickling from Hal Jordan's lips, slowly dripping into the abyss. The fleeting moment he had just experienced was likely a cherished memory. Darkseid conceded that it was indeed a beautiful memory, at least in his eyes. However, in the blink of an eye, that beauty was shattered by a punch. Darkseid swiftly discerned the intentions behind Dawn's trickster's actions. What is the greatest enemy of will? Countless experiences from his conquests have revealed that the answer is fear. To mentally corrupt a Green Lantern famed for his will, Darkseid's interest was piqued once more. The exchange of blows would prove far more engaging than prior schemes, which had been all but insurmountable. The Dark Lord was eager to witness just how strong the will of this Green Lantern, selected from Earth, truly was. Confronted by the enveloping darkness, the Silver Surfer remained poised upon his board, exuding an air of tranquility, akin to a statue devoid of emotion. Yet, those metallic-like eyes betrayed a depth of feeling. Green Lantern, Hal Jordan the Silver Surfer mused internally, observing Hal, bloodied yet maintaining his defiant smile, filled with admiration. The Silver Surfer, a being from the Marvel Universe, was unfamiliar with the Green Lantern ring and had little knowledge of the Green Lantern Corps. Nevertheless, he was moved by Hal Jordan's oath. Under the bright night sky, amidst the vast darkness, malevolent forces lurked, seeking to evade detection. Listening to the Green Lantern's impassioned vow, even though emotions and memories had been stripped away, he felt something stir within him. This sensation seemed familiar, as if he had once experienced it himself. But what was it precisely? The Silver Surfer fell into contemplation, silently observing the Green Lantern floating in the shadows. He sensed that this battle would not resemble the prior 3 harrowing encounters, which lacked any suspense. In those earlier fights, while the heroes may have initiated confrontations with a sense of purpose, they ultimately succumbed to the nightmares posed by the monstrous denizens of the dark multiverse. The heroes' resolve crumbled within mere moments, not out of blame, for each encounter had been ensnared in the machinations of the Laughing Bat. In their unique nightmares, few could emerge unscathed. The brutality was such that even he, a mere spectator, found it difficult to bear. How much more unbearable must it have been for those directly involved? As cherished memories flooded back, the oaths once taken reverberated in his mind. Yet, in an instant, all was shattered by the fist of Dawn's trickster. The Silver Surfer braced himself for a similar narrative to unfold. But it appeared this conflict would not be devoid of intrigue. With Hal Jordan's mocking laughter resonating, Dawn's trickster's fist lunged from the shadows once more, striking unexpectedly from behind. Accompanying this assault was the trickster's quacking voice. "What so amusing?" Caught off guard, Hal was struck on the back of his head, stumbling forward. With that blow, all light vanished again, and the greatest of Green Lanterns still bore a smirk of derision. "It's you, little bat. You call yourself that in some gutter of your universe, don't you?" Hal turned to face the source of the assault. "You know what? You're quite the comedian." Before he could finish, another strike was upon him. This time, Dawn's trickster delivered a powerful uppercut. What makes it funny? Having endured several attacks, Hal Jordan finally relinquished his mocking grin, regaining his composure. With unwavering resolve, he glared into the darkness, the Green Lantern ring in his hand steadily gathering power. "Do you think I fear you? You brought me here, showing me scenes of coastal city under siege, playing terrifying sound effects. Do you think that frightens me?" The energy erupted from the ring. "Our Batman is far more astute. All you've done is ignite my fighting spirit. So stop hiding. Let us get down to business." A brilliant green light pierced the darkness, illuminating the path ahead. And in that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Chapter 49, Ancient One. This is the essence of the Supreme Sorcerer. In response to Hal, a low and hoarse growl resonates from an unknown source. "Your Batman has been lost." He thought he was familiar with the shadows, but he was mistaken. "I am the shadow. The piercing green light has yet to grow stronger before it begins to diminish. I am the darkness, the black hole that devours new stars. I am the dawn's deceptive lantern." Accompanied by a final roar, the glow of the Green Lantern vanishes completely. A A fierce and heavy assault strikes Hal Jordan, the Green Lantern, with relentless force. Witnessing this scene, Odin, the All-Father of Asgard, felt a twinge of regret. As the king of Asgard and the pinnacle of power in the Marvel Universe, Odin quickly discerned the combat style of the Green Lantern. Clearly, it stemmed from the ring he wore on his hand. Radiant energy erupted forth from it, corresponding to the oath he had initially proclaimed. As he glanced at the Green Lantern ring, Odin couldn't help but admire its craftsmanship. The composition of this energy was indeed exquisite, capable of bestowing the user with power rivaling that of the gods. Like others, Odin immediately recognized the distinctiveness of Hal Jordan, the Green Lantern. His mental state was evidently far superior to that of the previous heroes. In the face of the enemy's onslaught, he exhibited neither rage nor fear, nor the despair that often accompanies such trials. Instead, he responded to the elaborate schemes and tactics of the Dawn's deceptive lantern with a mere faint smile. Even as the battle turned against him, enduring several attacks, this earthly hero maintained a restrained fury, starkly contrasting with the previous Aquaman's wrath. Odin admired this quality. When your homeland, which you vow to protect, is obliterated, your loved ones slain, and your beliefs trampled upon, anger is a natural and essential response. However, the crux of the matter lies in whether that anger controls you. When you allow anger to dictate your actions rather than mastering your emotions, you become a puppet, easily manipulated by your adversary. It is precisely this state that foes seek to provoke in you, much like a bull being taunted with a red cloth, leading you to crash headfirst into a solid wall, bloodied and broken. Understanding this, Odin had stripped his son of his divine powers. While feeling anger towards the threat posed by the frost giants was justified, it could not justify initiating a reckless war with an uncertain outcome. Such a temperament, if uncorrected, would doom Asgard along with its future king. This was akin to Aquaman, ensnared by the vengeful spirits of the drowned. However, none of these traits manifested in the green-lit earthly man. Faced with a series of provocations, he remained composed, even when his own sons or daughters might have been unable to restrain their emotions. Instead, this young man maintained his calm, relentlessly assaulting his opponent's psychological defenses. Rather than becoming enraged and falling into the traps set by his adversary, he cleverly exploited their words, forcing them into a corner with just a few well-chosen phrases. Successfully launching a counterattack, this composure compelled Odin to consider crafting a unique artifact for this remarkable young man. Yet, alas, witnessing Hal Jordan, bloodied and fallen, clearly injured, filled Odin's heart with profound regret. If this child's ability was to unleash light and dispel darkness, then conversely, the Dawn's deceptive lantern's power was to absorb light. Though he had never witnessed such a clash of abilities, Odin could discern that this resolute Green Lantern had not anticipated such an attacking form. Absorbing light against releasing light was indeed akin to the battle between a supernova and an all-consuming black hole, appearing almost devoid of hope. The outcome of this confrontation, despite some struggle, seemed to be drawing to a close. Observing Hal Jordan, who lay on the ground, blood spilling uncontrollably, the Ancient One of the Marvel Universe also felt a deep sense of regret. She had to concede that this young man's emergence had indeed brought her a small surprise. The Green Lantern oath he proclaimed upon his entrance still echoed within the Ancient One's heart. His steadfast voice and resolute words showcased the unwavering faith and determination of a true wielder. Subsequently, faced with several provocations from the Dawn's deceptive lantern, the young man executed a remarkably elegant counterattack. Hal's composure, meticulous thinking, and fearless demeanor captivated the Ancient One. Even as Hal was evidently chosen by this power, she could not abandon her desire to nurture him. Oh, you ask if he is already adorned with a ring? Does that not open the possibility of donning another suspended ring? After all, he has experience with such artifacts. Wearing a suspended ring would make the practice of magic all the easier. It is no wonder the Ancient One's thought shifted towards Hal. He embodied qualities that any formidable entity would find invaluable: unwavering will. This trait is incredibly tempting for a master seeking a reliable successor. In the realm of gods, such a quality signifies one who would not easily initiate war, nor be swayed by emotions to commit acts detrimental to the Empire's interests. For a sorcerer, it means they would not fall prey to the manipulations of dark magic. The Ancient One understood well that the trials of a supreme sorcerer do not solely arise from overt enemies. The Trinity of Vishanti could effortlessly crush any foe daring to stand against a supreme sorcerer. However, they could not shield the sorcerer from the inner turmoil that might arise. The true temptation leading a sorcerer toward darkness is not merely the allure of chaotic deities, but rather the sorcerer's own insatiable thirst for greater power and the ambition for eternity. This temptation is so potent that few can withstand it. And now, such a promising prospect stood before the Ancient One, gazing at Hal Jordan, who lay on the ground, blood uncontrollably gushing from his mouth. The Ancient One felt a pang of regret. Like Odin, the Supreme Sorcerer immediately discerned the disparity in their abilities. Yet, unlike Odin's complete dismissal of hope, believing the battle to be devoid of suspense, the Ancient One regarded the swaying Green Lantern with a scrutinizing gaze, her inner anticipation gradually eclipsing rational judgment. Perhaps, just perhaps, this battle held the potential for a turn of fate. Chapter 50. The Indomitable will leaning against the wall, whose material was unknown. Green Lantern Hal Jordan struggled to rise to his feet. Spitting out blood, Hal's expression retained an indelible trace of mockery. Cough. Your ring can absorb light, right? I must commend you on that. It's quite a novelty. Fully upright now, Hal emanated a powerful energy from his ring, enveloping his body. But can you absorb the ever-fading? Hal clenched his fist and declared resolutely, "Ring, activate flash mode." In an instant, the dark confines of the cave began to flicker with the light emitted from Hal's ring, pulsating rhythmically. Amidst this relentless strobe, the greatest Green Lantern spoke solemnly. "All right, Dawn's trickster, let us dance." The tide of battle had shifted dramatically. As the green light flickered, the members of the Avengers, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of renewed spirit. Even though these heroes had yet to fully mature, they could discern the uniqueness of this confrontation. The intermittent illumination cut through the darkness, making the green figure appear radiantly prominent. Tony Stark, Iron Man, fixated on that figure, his expression profoundly moved. He had suffered greatly in previous skirmishes. As a newcomer whose trajectory paled in comparison to Captain America and other seasoned heroes, Tony felt particularly fragile amidst the chaos wrought by the Joker. The suddenness of the event left him unprepared, having not even donned his armor. This detail inflicted a deep psychological wound, forcing him to confront the nightmares of the cosmos with mere mortal flesh. From the moment the Joker revealed himself, Tony experienced a jarring impact. Emerging from the cave, having barely survived encounters with terrorists, Tony's sense of insecurity had spiraled into a nearly pathological response. The horrors he witnessed along the way, the plight of refugees and the misuse of Stark Industries weaponry, had sliced away at the remnants of the carefree playboy he once was, leaving only a version of Iron Man plagued by anxiety. Just when he thought he had weathered the storm of life-threatening danger and triumphed over numerous adversaries, Loki's grand invasion struck. Many innocents perished in the ensuing conflict, and he felt powerless to intervene. Before the dust could settle, he was thrust into an immersive confrontation against the Joker's threat. Powerful heroes, whose might Tony could scarcely comprehend, fell before the Joker's onslaught, leaving him to abandon all hope of victory. With so many heroes slain, he pondered how long he could resist. The blows kept coming, and without his armor, Tony resorted to humor as a coping mechanism to mask his inner turmoil. Yet, witnessing his comrades fall around him diminished even that fragile optimism. In this final battle, his last hope, Tony naively assumed it would mirror the previous encounters, a glimmer of hope followed by utter defeat. This sentiment reached a peak with the onset of Dawn's trickster's assault. The thought of witnessing New York's destruction filled him with dread and despair. Nevertheless, the man radiating green light before him did not succumb to such despair. On the contrary, he maintained his resolve, even as his teammates fell, still striving to devise a strategy against the enemy. This tenacity captivated the deeply despondent Tony Stark. At that moment, he became akin to an ordinary spectator watching a superhero film, silent in admiration as he observed a hero fighting valiantly against overwhelming odds, seeking a moment of triumph. Despite facing an unknown adversary, he persevered until this very moment. In truth, Tony earnestly hoped for Green Lantern's victory. The remaining Avengers shared this sentiment. Ignited by the flickering green light and the Green Lantern's valiant struggle against Dawn's trickster, they too nurtured a flicker of hope for victory, driven not by heroism alone, but by a profound sense of justice. The green light pulsed amidst the darkness, and within this interplay of illumination, a yellow flash emerged as a second source of light. Sinestro, the arch-nemesis of Green Lantern Hal Jordan, found himself unwittingly cheering for Hal's ingenuity in discovering a path to victory. Yet, as the leader of the Sinestro Corps, he could not resist taunting Hal. All you can rely on are these flashy tricks." Despite his bravado, Sinestro could not help but admire his old adversary's finesse. To remain composed and devise a countermeasure when nearly overwhelmed by a surprise attack was a testament to Hal Jordan's prowess. Observing the flickering light, Sinestro furrowed his brow. His light did not resemble any other core. While it could be considered green, it seemed too dim and feeble. The extent of Hal's abilities astonished Sinestro. As a top-tier member of the Sinestro Corps, he had always believed that yellow was the mightiest of all corps. He had never feared the Green Lanterns. For yellow was the ultimate light against green, fear that devoured all. Yet now, this creature from the dark multiverse wielded a ring capable of consuming light. A profound affront to Sinestro. As the battle unfolded, he observed Dawn's trickster's frail form, seemingly a mere skeleton drained of vitality by the ring, thoroughly devoid of will or thought. Sinestro found this utterly repugnant. Chapter 51, The Battle. Exhilarating. From the very onset of this confrontation, Sinestro had already contemplated the conclusion. He was indifferent to whether this was the scheme of the Laughing Bat or the fate of Green Lantern Hal Jordan. For him, a flawless resolution to this conflict entailed mutual annihilation, preferably a shared demise rather than a unilateral defeat for Hal Jordan. This way, at the very least, his pride would remain intact. If Hal, who had been his adversary for so long, were to perish like a mere ant beneath a boot, then what significance would his own struggle hold? Despite his disdain for Hal Jordan, when it came to his own reputation, he yearned for a scenario that unfolded in such a manner. However, if his opponent were this creature from the dark multiverse, Sinestro genuinely hoped for Hal to emerge victorious. Moreover, it did not necessarily have to culminate in death. This was not a matter of personal vendetta against an entity that desecrated the creations of the Lantern Corps. Sinestro wished for any legion to triumph. As he observed Hal soaring through the air, Sinestro crossed his arms, speaking with a haughty tone. "Do not bring shame upon the Corps, especially not upon myself." Flashes of light. The mech conjured by Green Lantern Hal clung tightly to his back. He darted aside, evading a wave of energy under the shimmering green light. The energy wave appeared to darken. "I once decimated the Green Lantern Corps." Darkness encroached. Hal's mocking voice echoed. Mist. Light emerged. Dawn's trickster murmured. "Guy, Kyle, John, and even the Guardians." The light extinguished. "You have become distracted." Dawn's trickster, thoroughly infuriated, lashed out once more. Yet his strike was once again illuminated by green light. "None can hinder my vengeance." Hal, evading the attack, sidestepped another miss. In a fit of rage, Dawn's trickster charged fiercely toward Hal's vanished form. "What gives you the audacity?" Darkness surged again, and within a second, light flooded the entire Batcave. Unlike previous evasions, Hal's retort was indeed a taunting response. "Because, little bat." In an instant, light blazed amidst the brightness. An attack, seemingly destined to shatter the encompassing darkness, struck Dawn's trickster. This assault was filled with fury, pride, and righteousness. "You have never flown with me." Under the immense impact, Dawn's trickster was utterly ensnared. What awaited him was an unrelenting barrage from the greatest Green Lantern, fueled by rage and a fearless spirit. Witnessing this scene, Thanos couldn't help but smile. Observing Dawn's trickster trapped by Green Lantern ignited an inexplicable thrill within the heart of this sovereign. As a formidable warrior in the Marvel Universe, Thanos never shunned direct confrontations. He bore many identities: philosopher, strategist, an ambitious architect of universal change. Yet, one identity always appeared diminutive in the face of his almost arrogant cosmic aspirations. That was the often overlooked warrior. Thanos craved battle, yearned for conquest. His innate warrior physique endowed him with unmatched combat potential. This exhilarating clash awakened the primal desire for combat within him. Earlier, he had resolutely opposed the incursions of the Laughing Bat and the malevolent deity Barbados, driven by a desire for the universe's longevity, not its utter destruction. The onset of this battle, the relentless provocations from Dawn's trickster, the pitch-black surroundings, the despairing echoes of loss, did not extinguish the fighting spirit of the figure before him. He was not only the sole contender capable of reciprocating blows in this quartet of battles, but also the one who performed the best among the heroes. Perhaps compared to others, this green glimmering superhero's power was not overwhelmingly superior. However, the prior confrontations had been overwhelmingly one-sided. Under the onslaught of the dark multiverse, the Flash faced the merciless Iron Fist, Wonder Woman was subdued in close combat, and Aquaman battled the despondent and drowning Wailing Soul. These three encounters had been devoid of surprises or twists. As an observer, particularly one positioned in opposition to the Laughing Bat, Thanos felt not only astonishment at the darkness, but also a growing irritation. This discontent stemmed from a warrior's innate desire for combat. If possible, Thanos wished for this conflict to escalate into a grand war. On a personal level, he yearned for a legitimate confrontation with the army led by the Laughing Bat. As a warrior, he preferred to fall valiantly in battle rather than be outmaneuvered and slain like a coward. The first 3 battles had been frustratingly stifling. Only this one, where the Green Lantern was not immediately defeated, saw him successfully exploit a weakness, shattering his opponent's dominance. Furthermore, Dawn's trickster proved not to be easily vanquished, persistently clinging on like an unyielding cockroach. This aspect had long irked Thanos. And now, the Green Lantern had finally seized the buzzing fly. With punch after punch, each striking with palpable force, who could fathom the exhilaration swelling within Thanos at that moment? This was it. As a superhero, how could one be manipulated by those despicable wretches? Was it conceivable? Absolutely not. This was the kind of battle he craved, one where both parties exhibited intellect and emotional release. That was what brought him comfort. As the combat intensified, Thanos could no longer suppress the grin on his face. To witness such a clash was worth any price paid. This one forgot. The light blazed, a red-clad skeleton suspended against a wall etched with the visage of Dawn's trickster. This one for Kyle, the yellow figure trapped within a jar, reduced to mere bones. And for John. With this strike, Dawn's trickster was driven deep into the earth, then darkness descended. And all vanished once more. Green Lantern Hal frowned, his tone laced with anger and disdain, gone into hiding again. He murmured to his ring, "Cease flashing mode." A mechanical voice replied, "Flashing mode has been disabled." As the words resonated, the incessantly flickering green light ceased. In the enveloping darkness, a smug smile crept across Green Lantern's lips. Energy surged around him, and the emblem of the lantern on his chest became visible, as if an unceasing flow of power converged around Hal, dispelling the surrounding darkness. "I shall impart a lesson to you, Dawn's trickster. Regarding my ring, it was neither bestowed upon me nor sought by me. It is my will that has forged it. I am not merely adorned with it. I embody it. We have obliterated the realm of war, returning from the underworld to rescue the deities. And now, the entire Bat Cave is thoroughly illuminated, revealing only the corpse of the Dawn's eerie light. Reminiscent of a zombie, accompanied by a countenance of jealousy and fury, Hal gazes intently at him, articulating each word with deliberate precision. "We shall incinerate you completely." Chapter 52. The long-awaited victory. As the scene unfolded before their eyes, both the villains and heroes were captivated by the radiant green light that seemed to pierce through the darkness, shining eternally. An overwhelming excitement enveloped them all. Even the powerful, nearly neutral characters were touched by Green Lantern Hal Jordan's unwavering courage, feeling a ripple of emotion within. Gazing at the luminous screen amidst the shadows, which illuminated the dawn of the trickster, the heroes observing the battle, aside from Hal Jordan, could not help but smile. Even Batman, the perennial stoic, displayed a slight upturn at the corners of his mouth. Yet, as the central figure of this cosmic conflict, Batman felt a twinge of discomfort. After all, he perceived this catastrophic calamity, which swept across all civilizations, as being sparked by various versions of himself, specifically the darker iterations. To the old Batman, this was nothing short of a public execution. The earlier battles, Flash Barry, Aquaman Arthur, Wonder Woman, perhaps it was best not to dwell on them. So many who had traversed through darkness, ultimately twisted, appeared shockingly vulnerable when faced with their former allies. This wasn't merely embarrassing for Batman. It solidified the rumors that he often contemplated betraying his teammates. 3 disheartening defeats led the Justice League to believe they were utterly powerless against this crisis. Yet, the world's greatest Green Lantern emerged, resolutely turning the tide. From the perspective of the battlefield, Hal Jordan had effectively brought the conflict to a close. The significance of this outcome was undeniable. Even the cackling Bat, regardless of his cunning, could not have anticipated such a defeat. Throughout these encounters, the heroes of justice clearly found themselves at a disadvantage from the start. It was commonly said within the League that one could challenge Batman, but never a scheming Batman. The pinnacle of their strength, Superman, wholeheartedly agreed with this sentiment, pondering how a mere mortal had brought him to his knees. The first 3 battles were a testament to this adage. Yet, only Green Lantern defied this rule. Under the preset traps of the Dawn Trickster, he managed to inflict severe damage. This would undoubtedly disrupt the invasion efforts of the cackling bat and the malevolent deity Barbados. In this moment of glory, the protagonist of the battle, the world's most illustrious superhero, found himself slightly blushing as he rubbed the back of his neck. "I know I'm impressive, but this level of prowess truly caught me off guard," he admitted. Wonder Woman teased him, indeed, especially in praising our Batman. Reacting to her jest, Green Lantern instinctively retorted, "What's wrong with that? Isn't he our Batman? I mean, I'm not deliberately supporting him." "Well, you know what I mean." The other heroes shared knowing smiles. For what could be more touching than heartfelt words during adversity? Meanwhile, in another corner illuminated by this light, Spider-Man Peter Parker could not contain his joy, raising his hands in celebration. What a magnificent hero. Let us cheer for him. As one of the audience drawn into this battle, young Spider-Man was undeniably among the more optimistic. Yet, even he found his spirits dampened by the cackling bat's various sinister machinations. Under the weight of such influence, the friendly neighborhood hero had nearly lost his cheerfulness. However, upon Green Lantern's dazzling entrance and masterful maneuvering, the tide shifted dramatically. Spider-Man's innate goodness surged back to life. He knew that this inexplicable screen could not merely instill despair in the hearts of the world. What possible benefit could such an act provide? Clearly, it was a proclamation: heroes shall triumph, justice shall prevail. Under the powerful rays of righteousness, illuminated by an indomitable will, no challenge was insurmountable. No matter how nefarious the adversary's schemes, they would ultimately be vanquished by justice. Watching the unfolding battle, Spider-Man felt an urge to swing through the air in excitement, if only there were something nearby to swing from. Of course, he was not blindly optimistic. With the piercing light of Green Lantern and his enhanced vision, Spider-Man could clearly discern that the Dawn Trickster was gravely wounded, following a relentless barrage from Hal Jordan. Even though the Trickster had used all his means to escape, his form was significantly battered, and his powers diminished. This was evident from the noticeably faded darkness surrounding him. Filled with exhilaration, Spider-Man recognized this battle as the herald of a significant counterattack. Just like in a card game, cackling bat, your turn is over. Now it's my turn. As Green Lantern secured the upper hand, the heroes from both worlds joined in celebration, while the villains expressed their dissenting opinions. Among them, the most vocal were the Gotham lunatics who had battled Batman for ages. Beneath the glaring green light, the Arkham fans shielded their eyes, desperately attempting to obscure its brilliance. Even under ordinary circumstances, this light was blinding, let alone for those accustomed to Gotham's perpetual gloom. For them, dreary skies and relentless rain were the norm. TCH. The Penguin waved dismissively at Green Lantern, turning away from the battle. A tired routine. I thought it might allow others to glimpse the darkness of Batman. To show the world the monsters we grapple with, our rights stripped away. The sentiments echoed among other villains, particularly those who had previously received playing cards from the cackling bat. Deep down, none desired this battle to conclude in victory. After all, they were routinely thwarted by various heroes. To see the rest of the Justice League also tormented by Batman was a rare pleasure. Only to see the story revert to the predictable path of heroes winning, which often meant a dull order. Under such monotony, they could not joyfully promote their ideologies to the world. As for the threat posed by the cackling bat, the villains dismissed it entirely, viewing him as merely a madman amalgamated with the Joker, one who posed no true challenge. Better to drag others down with them. Yet now, that amusement had evidently vanished, as nearly all the villains shared this sentiment, except for the Joker. Chapter 53. An expected conclusion observing the nearly incapacitated Dawn Lantern illuminated by the radiant light. The Joker's lips remained stubbornly drawn downwards, his expression one of disdain. Defeat? A plan thwarted? No, he did not subscribe to that notion. Though he could scarcely predict his own thoughts for the next moment, he possessed an intimate understanding of Batman. For the supremely rational Batman, logic eclipsed all emotions. The Joker knew that Batman would never make a move without absolute certainty. Batman could not tolerate failure, even if he had merged with himself, transforming into this grotesque form. Yet, despite this transformation, his foul temper remained unchanged. Strangely, the Joker felt an unsettling premonition. It seemed as though the battle, with Dawn Lantern at a disadvantage, was somehow part of a grand design. While this notion appeared improbable, the Joker, being the one who understood Batman best, couldn't shake the intuition that this was still within the bounds of the plan. This sensation mirrored his encounters with Batman. The latter had set the order and rules, while he, as another player in the game, would employ every conceivable tactic to extricate himself from it, teaching Batman the essence of joy and revealing their shared humanity. The antics of the Bat of Laughter perpetually left him with the impression that Batman was merely telling jokes. Better to endure his corny humor than to be enveloped in the bizarre. Focusing intently on the Dawn Lantern amidst the brilliance, the Joker furrowed his brow, fixated on the scene before him. Regarding the Green Lantern floating in the air, radiating boundless energy, the fallen Dawn Lantern, however, silently activated his abilities. In an instant, voices resounded once more. I have longed for your solitude, Hal. Fear will always find its place. The blood lake of Ian Mard is destined to be stained with your crimson. I did not train you for this, Jordan. Yet. Unlike before, this time the voices were accompanied by their owners. Powerful phantoms emerged, gradually solidifying under the influence of Dawn Lantern's abilities. These figures bore an uncanny resemblance to their true selves, as the nightmares surrounded him. Green Lantern Hal merely uttered, well then, who will come first? In witnessing this spectacle, the most notorious scoundrel in the DC universe, the ever-calculating Constantine, gazed at the airborne Green Lantern with palpable excitement. Goodness, this is mind-blowing, man. His old companion, Chaz, looked on in confusion at Constantine's exuberance. What has got you so worked up? You're usually the one scheming behind the scenes. To this, Constantine simply waved his hand dismissively. You don't understand. Magic is merely a tool for me. My true desire is to confront head-on. Chaz nearly choked on his breath upon hearing this. Unlike Constantine, he did not smoke at such a frantic pace. The silk cigarettes Constantine had given him remained untouched. As Constantine's friend, Chaz knew him better than anyone. Constantine, the Hellblazer, was, to put it bluntly, a scheming rogue. Regardless of the opponent, be it the devil of hell or the archangel of heaven, he could orchestrate their downfall with his almost inhuman cunning. Head-on confrontation? Chaz conceded that Constantine's magical prowess was formidable. Yet, for reasons unknown, Constantine seldom employed his magic in Chaz's presence. Puzzled, Chaz turned to his old friend, gently inquiring, are you out of smokes, or are you hallucinating? You think you can compare yourself to this great hero? In response to his friend's bewilderment, Constantine merely shook his head. Chaz, my friend, you still do not quite grasp my essence. If given the chance, I yearn for a fair and honorable duel more than anyone. Magic is potent, but, Chaz, nothing in this world comes without a cost. It has always been thus. Chaz took a deep drag from his cigarette, exhaling spirals of smoke as he gazed ahead. Seemingly lost in thought, after a moment, he appeared to glean some understanding from Constantine's words, turning to face him directly. Here, take the half I have left. I'm done smoking, but don't bore me with your nonsense. Constantine snatched it eagerly. All right then, if you don't wish to listen, so be it. Whoever has the smokes is the king. As various onlookers erupted in cheers and jeers, heroes brimming with excitement and villains rife with disappointment, the narrative continued to unfold. The scene rapidly transitioned through a series of cuts. Darkness descended. Hal's voice echoed from the void. To be unafraid does not mean one is devoid of fear. It signifies the ability to fight under the weight of terror. Metropolis. Buildings lay in ruins, collapsing around. One could no longer discern any living being, regardless of the despair faced. Washington, D.C. Here, too, the structures had crumbled, the invasion of the dark multiverse manifesting in a tangible form. No matter how bleak the times may be, Midtown, in the somber, blood-red sky, the shadows of Earth had become utterly battered. Whether in the bright light of day or the depths of night, this was of utmost importance for a Green Lantern. The submerged Mercy Harbor. This is a promise I intend to uphold. Detroit. Injured crowds wept as they crawled from the wreckage, while overhead loomed a shadowy bat plane. Each time I recite this oath, I feel an infusion of strength and resolve. Suddenly, the scene was interrupted. Flashing images of ghostly figures, the brutally slain masses, bodies emerging from their despair, flickered into view, ultimately settling upon the crimson heart of Gotham City. Atop Challenger S Mountain, Dawn Lantern was seen dragging a body upward. As I have conveyed to the Green Lantern Corps, Hal, darkness shall ultimately prevail. Chapter 54. The Joker. Tired, when will it end? After Green Lantern was dragged towards the mountaintop, the surrounding scenery vanished once again, plunging into darkness. Following this abrupt scene change, the audience was left utterly bewildered. After a brief silence, the spectators, now enveloped in darkness, erupted in confusion. In the pitch blackness, the young Spider-Man, Peter, remained wide-eyed, his two pristine white orbs conspicuously glowing in the dark. He waved his hand slightly, yet remained frozen in that position. What just transpired? Wasn't Green Lantern just enjoying an overwhelming advantage, proclaiming victory against the Dawn's trickster? How could the situation flip so rapidly with a mere transition? This cannot be right. Taking a deep breath, Spider-Man puffed out his chest, placing his hands on his face, slowly wiping over the large eyes of his mask. Victory for darkness. He must have misheard. Surely, his ears would not deceive him. He could distinctly differentiate between light and dark. Spider-Man was certain he had not misheard those two words. In the depths of darkness, his expression began to shift, reflecting the confusion of humanity. No, what does this mean? Green Lantern held the upper hand. He had bested the Dawn's trickster, and he had delivered a victory speech. Yet, now Green Lantern has faltered. The Dawn's trickster is the true MVP. Spider-Man was in a complete daze. However, there must be some process behind this, right? How did the Dawn's trickster manage to defeat Green Lantern? Have the writers simply given up? The Avengers were equally bewildered. This is a drastic change, too rapid to comprehend. Moreover, the reversal was utterly unexpected. From the very beginning, the battle had showcased Green Lantern's formidable abilities, shining brightly throughout the conflict. Although the Dawn's trickster had gained an advantage through environmental tactics, Green Lantern had countered each move. By the end of this battle, hadn't Green Lantern almost secured victory? The Dawn's trickster had sustained severe damage. Green Lantern had amassed his strength. The final image depicted Green Lantern towering over the fallen Dawn's trickster. Yet, in the next moment, Green Lantern was defeated. The entire conflict felt as though it was a mere jest crafted by the Laughing Bat. Among the crowd, Iron Man, Tony Stark, spoke up. His lips pressed tightly together, his face contorted with indignation. Upon hearing Tony's words, the other heroes reacted, acknowledging the absurdity of the situation. The editing of this battle seemed deliberately misleading from the outset. Green Lantern's resistance, the Dawn's trickster's miscalculations, their exchanges, every detail suggested that justice would ultimately triumph, and evil would inevitably fail. Yet, upon deeper reflection, everything about this battle appeared utterly illogical. The Dawn's trickster had been attacked, yet his skeletal form seemed on the verge of collapse. Reflecting on it now, the fact that he could still summon countless formidable phantoms to fight indicated certain truths. Yet these details had been overlooked during the recent conflict, or perhaps they had been willfully ignored. Observing the surrounding darkness, Thor, realizing he had been played, grew increasingly furious, abruptly turning to demolish everything around him in a violent outburst. The other heroes remained silent. Under normal circumstances, they would have easily discerned such tricks. But this time, the stakes were different. This battle was about victory, about the pursuit of justice. What could be more alluring than capturing the light seen amidst darkness? Ordinary individuals might waver, and those with weak wills might falter. But the heroes of the Avengers would not. If they relinquished their desire for hope and their pursuit of victory, they would cease to be heroes. It seemed as if the puppet master behind it all had orchestrated this entire charade, thoroughly toying with them. Captain America raised his head, surveying the encroaching darkness, his eyes filled with unease. It was not merely the Laughing Bat at play. This screen did not reflect reality as it appeared. The heroes who had witnessed this dramatic battle reacted with fervor. Among them, the more impatient ones expressed their frustrations vocally, while the villains who yearned for the world's end reveled in laughter. The stark contrast in attitudes between the two factions was strikingly apparent. Observing Green Lantern's defeat, the other three heroes found themselves similarly ensnared by various Batmans, brought before the Laughing Bat. The fans of Arkham Asylum were on the verge of delirium. Oh, the riddle's answer was indeed elusive. Failing to unravel its mystery was genuinely disappointing. The Riddler, while uttering these words, could not suppress his glee. Most of the other villains shared a similar sentiment. Ah, this is how it should be, Bat. The diminutive and misshapen Penguin raised his cane, unable to contain his applause. Nearby, Poison Ivy giggled uncontrollably, her laughter akin to flowers swaying in the breeze. The other Batman fans cheered loudly. Who said this outcome was disappointing? This conclusion was simply splendid. What nonsense about heroes ultimately triumphing over villains. Perhaps this principle holds true elsewhere, but before Batman, all rules must take a back seat. Batman is the one who emerges victorious in the end, regardless of whether he stands in the shadows or in the light. No explanation needed, because he is Batman. Yet, the Joker, who had anticipated all of this, wore a rather discontented expression. For a turn of events that would typically evoke his hearty laughter, he now merely clicked his tongue. To give hope before delivering despair. How does one describe this joke? It's passable, but nothing more. For the laughing bat, this could indeed be considered an extraordinary performance. Unlike the other villain's frenzy and excitement, the Joker had but one question. When will this review of the laughing bat come to an end? It has become rather tedious, truly. Chapter 55. The chat system is activated. In light of such an unexpected outcome, a sudden and devastating defeat, the heroes of the Justice League exhibited a rather indifferent demeanor. It was not that they were devoid of panic. In fact, they were quite astonished. Yet, for these heroes, such scenarios were all too familiar, particularly for Batman, who had encountered enough of this dark humor during his confrontations with the Joker. The mere fact that Green Lantern managed to gain the upper hand was already a source of admiration for Batman. The outcome of this battle could only be described as both unforeseen and yet somehow inevitable. Given the prior 3 battles ended in dismal failure, it was illogical for Green Lantern to mount an effective resistance from the very beginning. Did the other heroes not resist as well? Clearly, they did not falter initially. The Flash, Wonder Woman, and even Aquaman all had their moments of defiance, though these were not highlighted in the broadcast. This narrative approach, laden with misdirection, had long been anticipated by Batman and the rest of the heroes. However, unlike Batman, the others harbored their own subtle grievances. Truly, Batman was remarkable. Even the narrative conventions seemed to be at his mercy. The statement that a prepared Batman is invincible held ever more weight. At this moment, faced with the encroaching darkness, the heroes of the Justice League were momentarily bewildered by the unfolding events. Logically, the interval between 2 segments should not exceed a few seconds. Yet, nothing had changed until now. Suddenly, an unexpected phenomenon materialized before them, several distinct white chat boxes. As these chat boxes appeared before the heroes of the Justice League, a similar transformation manifested for all the viewers. Whether they hailed from Arkham Asylum's rogues or the Avengers, whether they were the formidable Doctor Strange or Odin, the All-Father of Asgard, even the Swamp Thing, a being hardly recognizable as human, found themselves presented with these chat boxes. The sudden emergence of such a phenomenon sent the audience into a frenzy. However, before they could analyze the situation, the chat box automatically expanded into a medium-sized square screen. Welcome, everyone. Having witnessed the performance above, what are your feelings? Joy, despair, admiration, hatred, regardless of your sentiment. You surely have a plethora of emotions ready to be expressed. Those astute among you may have realized, you are not the only one drawn into this dialogue. In this grand spectacle, numerous viewers from different realms, like yourselves, have also been pulled in. And now you can engage in conversation through this interface. By the way, a friendly reminder, among the audience pulled in, there are also the protagonists of this event. If you have anything to say to them, feel free to express yourselves. Wishing you all a delightful chat. In an instant, the various heroes and villains who read the above information felt a surge of excitement. What was this? A communication system linking to another dimension? While some viewers hesitated, others eagerly initiated the dialogue. Chatbox, Deadpool, hello, everyone. Deadpool, are you all satisfied with the show I prepared? Upon seeing such a statement materialize before them, the viewers were momentarily taken aback. Prepared by him? Who was this person? Almost instantaneously, a flurry of responses followed. Aquaman, you did this? You son of a, don't let me catch you. Joker, the grotesque bat thing has infringed upon my likeness rights. This not only insults me, but also my little bat. Delete it. Riddler, you did this? Do you even know who Batman is? Quicksilver, haha, just got knocked out by Red Death. Didn't he expect everyone to be chatting so much? Loki, father, I was wrong. Please save me, I promise I'll behave. As these messages flooded in, a torrent of subsequent responses ensued. Seeing Deadpool claim responsibility for this entire affair, Spider-Man, Peter, wiped his brow. Well, he had been skeptical about whether this mechanism could truly connect him with others, but given the name and demeanor, he was nearly certain this was indeed Deadpool. To prevent the situation from spiraling out of control due to Deadpool's antics, Spider-Man promptly opened the chat box to intervene. Deadpool, Aquaman, don't worry, kid. I won't let you catch me. Spider-Man, Deadpool, Wade, cut it out. Everyone, be cautious. This is not his doing, I can assure you. Deadpool, Spider-Man, oh, Peter, so you're here too. Deathstroke, what the hell? Spider-Man is called Peter. Oh, for crying out loud. When will Batman be this easy to guess? Damn. Seeing Deadpool blurt out his identity, Spider-Man was left speechless. According to the screen, there might even be villains among the audience. Now that he had revealed this, what would happen when he returned? Spider-Man. Damn it. Wade, you just exposed my identity. Deadpool. Oh, my bad, it slipped out. Deadpool. Attention everyone. Look at me. I declare that Spider-Man is not Peter. Before the flustered Spider-Man could respond, the chat box erupted in chaos. Hellboy, who the hell are you? Why should I trust any of you? Captain America. Everyone, please, let us remain calm and assess our current situation. The Punisher. Calm my ass. Batman. Step up and speak. On an unremarkable building, sitting in a chair, Su Xing stretched lazily. After some amusement, he had finally accumulated enough emotional value to unlock the chat feature. Spending a considerable amount of emotional value on this seemed worthwhile. It was akin to enhancing production in a game. While it might deplete resources initially, over time, the returns would multiply. Rising from his chair and stifling a yawn, Su Xing realized he was a bit fatigued from creating videos. With the chat feature now activated, he could afford to take a quick nap while the audience engaged in conversation. Of course, to ensure the characters had something to discuss, he thoughtfully prepared a topic. As a hero, how would you feel upon witnessing countless lives brutally taken? As a villain, what would you say upon discovering the world's destruction? Turning off the lights, Su Xing concluded that such matters were not for one in need of rest to ponder. Chapter 56. Odin's disdain. At this moment, as the content in the chat box continued to scroll, all the viewers began to engage enthusiastically in the discussion. However, some spectators remained composed, refraining from immediate responses and instead observing calmly. Captain Boomerang. Flash? Flash? Are you still alive? Speak up. Captain Boomerang. You can't die, Flash. How can I live if you're gone? Watching Captain Boomerang's messages on the screen, the Flash buried his face in his hands, exasperated. Green Lantern chuckled softly beside him, saying, Hey, Barry, do you get along this well with the criminals in Central City? The Flash felt a bit speechless as he glanced at the numerous replies below the chat. Upon realizing that Captain Boomerang was indeed his adversary, there were immediate reactions similar to Green Lantern's, with others questioning why their own opponents weren't as easy to communicate with. Among the responses, one particularly audacious individual, Deadpool, quipped, Are you and the Flash lovers? After Captain Boomerang emphatically declared his masculinity, Deadpool quickly followed up with, Deadpool, wow, there's a South Pass. The Flash felt utterly embarrassed. Yet, amidst this chaos, he noticed an unusual detail. It appeared that there was no character named Deadpool in his universe. The other heroes also recognized this anomaly. Spider-Man, Iron Man, Captain America. They were all unfamiliar with the individuals behind those titles. Loki? Wonder Woman murmured. The trickster god of Norse mythology, Batman explained. Then posed a question, Have you encountered him? Wonder Woman shook her head. At that moment, a clear conclusion dawned upon the heroes. Those drawn into this screen were not limited to individuals from their universe. Contemplating this, the heroes were filled with questions. What was the true purpose of this screen? If it was merely a warning, why had the announcement specifically mentioned Batman? This blatant provocation seemed almost as if the screen was intentionally stirring trouble. Before the heroes could unravel their thoughts, the screen's teasing quickly bore fruit. Despite the presence of many jesters like Deadpool, the conversation shifted focus to Batman. Instantly, discussions surrounding Batman began to surge. The Punisher, Batman? Is that your name? I've never seen you in this world. The Punisher, where are you? Since we are both ordinary men, perhaps I could invite you for a cup of tea. Wolverine. Haha. Yeah, trust him, Batman. He definitely doesn't want to shoot you. Deathstroke. Whoa, who is this? It's my first time seeing someone challenge Batman. Captain America. Everyone, listen, Batman isn't the Joker. We don't need to be this agitated. The Punisher. What nonsense. He's not one of those monsters, but he could become one in the future, couldn't he? Spider-Man. Shouldn't we discuss how to escape this place? Quicksilver. Escape? Face an invasion like this outside. I won't go out until we've finished discussing. Wolverine. Discuss what? I agree with the Punisher. Since he's so dangerous, we should go find him and eliminate him once and for all. Professor X. I believe things haven't reached an irreparable state. I could offer him some psychological counseling first. As the topic in the chat gradually garnered a significant number of supporters under the leadership of the Punisher, the Justice League heroes became restless. If matters escalated to this point, such discussions could provoke unnecessary thoughts among the heroes of their original world. Upon exiting this screen, it might incite considerable unrest. With this in mind, Green Lantern directly began to speak. Green Lantern. Wait, I can assure you this is merely a possibility. Batman is right beside me. and I am quite certain of it. Captain Boomerang, Green Lantern, is the Flash beside you? Is he all right? The Punisher, right beside you? Then hurry up and kill him. The Flash. Whoa, buddy, calm down, it hasn't come to that yet. And Boomerang, you need to be quiet. As the matter at hand unfolded, several neutral, yet formidable entities also took notice. Green Lantern, that name stood out too prominently. Odin's gaze shifted slightly. He held a different perspective regarding the invasion of the Joker. For such an entity, even without the ability to intervene personally, he could certainly prepare in advance, like directly bestowing power upon Green Lantern. Of course, Odin was unaware of the true limits of Green Lantern's inherent strength. However, with his assistance, the preceding battle might not have been so arduous. Imagine a Green Lantern empowered by Odin's legacy. How formidable would he be? At the very least, he wouldn't be defeated in the battle against the Dawn Lantern. Thus, a message was sent forth. Odin, Green Lantern, child, if I could meet you, I believe I could grant you a measure of power. Immediately, responses flooded in. Thor, what? Father, that's not fair. Odin, silence. Thor, I have my own choices. Hellboy, what the heck? Odin is here now. Are we going to see Zeus next? Upon reading this, Green Lantern scratched his head. No, this. Bestowing power? That seemed a bit excessive. Such an unsolicited offer of power, devoid of any strings attached, was typically the hallmark of a malevolent deity. Consequently, Green Lantern typed a response in the chat. Green Lantern, thank you for your kind offer, but I do not require it. Thor, what gall? You dare refuse such a blessing. Deadpool, that little face changed quickly. Huh, buddy. Sinestro, bestowing power. How? You're quite fortunate, aren't you? Wolverine, Odin, after a valiant death, can you truly provide me with endless fine wine? The Joker, oh ho ho, this blessing sounds delightful. Batman, why haven't you received one? The Punisher, I really have no words. When did we shift the focus of this chat to such trivial matters? Loki, hey Earth Monkey, my father's blessings have never been insignificant. The Punisher, can they truly combat the Joker's invasion? Sure, even the true king of the gods could be a threat. And just as the conversation reached this point, the very Odin who had sparked this discussion furrowed his brow. Perhaps to clarify any misunderstandings, or to convey the magnitude of the blessing, or perhaps to assert his own identity, Odin simply replied to the Punisher with a calm remark. Odin, I do not deny the Joker as threat, but he is not yet worthy of threatening me. With this statement, the chat erupted into chaos.